Ugh, okay. I thought you guys heard me the whole time, but no link is gonna be dropped. I don't want to be here for that long. Seriously, I have to go to bed. It's pretty late over here. So in any case, the reason why I'm here is because clearly, um, Thing apologized for what he did, and if you guys are familiar with the situation, I'm going to talk about why. Um, I don't know. Like, honestly, I'm really upset after watching his apology. Didn't really make me feel any type of way. Like, I didn't believe what he was saying. And I just wanted to basically ask why people are believing him. Like, I want to ask why people. I'm not from the UK, so I'm not gonna. Just as somebody looking back, it's just amazing to me how someone could just be from a different community and receive like respect. Like you could just receive undeniable chances. But I just feel like if Morali was black, he wouldn't be forgiven the way that he is. And I'm sorry, but I'm just calling it the way that it is. Like I feel like if he was one of you guys, one of you black Brits, as you guys call yourselves, he would be canceled forever. But because he's not a black Brit, he gets to just profit off of you guys, and he continues to just be left unscathed. Like his reputation, people say that it took a hit, but I can see him making more Love Island videos and everyone's gonna be cool with it. Like I could see him just pretending that he was sorry for whatever he did, and you guys will just let it go. And to me, like people who are not confident in themselves, and let this thing happen, let this thing continuously happen, it shouldn't be complaining about racism. They shouldn't be complaining about anything because you guys are the gatekeepers of this type of behavior. You guys normalize this type of behavior and say that it's okay for everyone to treat you the way that they continuously treat you. Know what I mean? So him apologizing, I'll like react to the apology a bit in this video and explain to me why, and explain to you guys, sorry, why I don't believe that he was actually sorry. Um, I don't see how it takes you a whole month to come out and say that you were sorry and to take accountability, but you have people so happy that he finally took accountability. And I'm just like, I feel like something's missing. Like, I don't feel like he's genuine. Um, I just don't trust him at all. Like, I don't trust anything that he says. And the fact that a lot of you guys do is just interesting. And clearly, I'm talking about Black Brits or people who identify with that identity. I'm not really talking about the rest of us who are international because we have nothing to do with him being propped up in your community. We have nothing to do with that. That was all you guys. So you guys should take the fall or propping up. And half, he said he was half Pakistani and half Yemenis man to speak up on your matters. Now, for people who don't know who Merali is, you can research him and Google him, but basically, he is a social commentator and he would comment on things and uh, bring justice, I guess, to some issues that Black people have been facing in the UK. Like, he was invited to their Black Lives Matter protest. So yeah, yeah, believe it or not, he was invited to their Black Life Matters protest, and he was given so many opportunities to just be like an ally to that community. And he was outed, I believe, a month ago for engaging in race play, sexual race play. And, it really caught a lot of people by surprise, me as well. I was like, how can this guy do that? But the race play that he was accused of getting into was pretty bad. He would call people of different communities the N word, yeah, the N word, the C word, the, and then he would call himself Arab Master. So it would be like, oh, these guys are after me because I'm an Arab Master. Like they just love my phenotype. I have something that they desire. And he would just racialize all of this stuff sexually. And at the same time, he would go to your Black Lives Matter protest, be like, I stand with you. Like after literally humiliating one of y'all in private, he would come to public and be like, oh yeah, I get the racial aspect. And it's like, no offense, but I don't really understand how someone who's not black could ever understand what black people go through. Even if they say that they do understand, I don't understand how they can understand if they're not experiencing it. I'm sorry, I just don't. So in any case, yeah, that he came out about 5 hours ago my time, and he just apologized basically. Well, he made an apology initially when he, and this is why, one of the reasons why I don't believe in his apology. I'll explain that later in the video, but I don't understand how you could apologize for something, and the reason why you apologize is because you were exposed online. It's not like you decided to come out and say that you're sorry and own up, own up to your past or own up to whatever you're doing. People exposed you online and you were forced to apologize. So even when people go like, well, he did apologize, under what conditions? Because I feel like had he done what he did, had he done what he did, generally he would have come out and said it just on his own accord. He wouldn't have come out and said that he was sorry just because he was exposed. So I don't know. I don't know. I listen, again, I'm not from the UK, so I'm not going to speak on behalf of them, but just as somebody looking in, it really concerns me that he can just cosplay into your guys' community, and a lot of you guys don't really seem to care about it. Like it speaks to the mindset of a lot of black people globally, that they would need to have a, let's say, a white savior or white, almost, because he's not white, he's off white, but you know for some of us we would consider him to be white. um just the fact that there's kind of a white savior complex is just really interesting to me, that that needs to happen. Like when we even look at what happened in the US, and we looked at Black Panther, when they were like, oh, let's do a black and brown coalition. Like I just, it's like, why include anybody who's not you in your thing? Because clearly I've realized this, that black people, right, seem to be the only people that care about everyone else, especially in America. They just seem to care about helping everyone else. They're such good people. They care about, making sure that no one else feels out of place. But when the Black and Brown Coalition made the most sense, did it? DiCapriano did it. So when um other communities know that Black people care about everyone when they're speaking on themselves. They actually care about making sure that everyone doesn't go through what they have to go through. Other people don't seem to care. They just they expect, it's like they have this expectation that Black people are always gonna be there, so we could always run to them if we need help. I don't I don't know if people understand that, but it's like you're seen, or the Black community is seen as somewhere you can just go and hide from from your own problems or from your own issues. I don't know other communities that really do that. Like, I can't go to the Asian community and be like, "Oh, I'm suffering from this, that, this, that." They don't care. Any of these Asian communities, the Chinese community, the Indian community, the Vietnamese, they're not gonna care about what I have to go through, right? But it's funny how I always have to care about what they go through, or feel the need to care about what they go through. And if I come out and say that I don't care what they're going through, people are gonna black other Black people will go at me like there's something wrong with me. But how come when it comes to them there's nothing wrong with them? I never really understood that. I never really understood that. Lastly, how is the Black Panther thing? Because last time I checked, it wasn't successful. Like, it was good, but then when you started to add other people in there, it didn't work because you're adding the poor whites in there, and they didn't have the same thing that you had. The Spanish people didn't go through the same no other communities went through the same experience that the Black community specifically. I'm not even talking about the Black immigrant community. I mean the actual Black community. No other community experienced what they experienced in that country. So how can they work with other people who never experienced what they experienced? I just never really understood that. Like, it doesn't make sense to even add anyone else into any of these movements, in my humble opinion. Like, even if you add someone who says they're an ally, right, and comes from a different community, how can you really trust that person? um I don't think that you can. So there's no such thing as a Black and brown coalition. These are, I'm trying to find this. These are political people pushing different narratives of their own well being, and even the Black Panther, there are no Black people signed up for that. I think it had good intentions, but I'm not gonna sit here and act like it was a good example of people coming together, because it wasn't. Um, if you want to say or argue that it was the only example of people coming together, I can agree with that, but I wouldn't say it was that successful. I just wouldn't say that. Just looking at what people are going through nowadays, I don't think it was. But yeah, give me like 1 minute. back. I just had to look at something. Yeah, so let me see what you guys are saying. Now that Rainbow Coalition made the most sense. Fred Hampton was the leader of the coalition. Greetings to everyone from the Prince of Manding Empire, aka Mali Empire. Aning Tuma. Alning Tuma. I can't even speak. Salam. There is no such thing as a black and brown coalition. These are political. I think I already read this, but I'm still gonna continue to read it. These are different political people pushing different narratives for their own well-being. Even okay. Read up on the Rainbow Coalition. This was a powerful movement that unified all I know what the Rainbow Coalition was. I know what the whole point of coming together with other leaders was. They came together with the Hispanics and they came together with the poor Caucasians um who felt undermined by the rich ones. So I understand the reason for coming together with other people. What I'm saying is, what would be the reason to come together with other people when they could fight on behalf of themselves? Like, I don't see the point in doing that. I don't think that these communities, personally, were at the time, because I'm not talking about today, but at the time, like when was, I forgot what this, at the time when this was happening, I don't think these communities were in the position to come together and fight against whoever. I personally don't think that that was the right thing to do. Um, Again, well, I personally think that it should have just focused on that particular community. I don't think that you needed to add anyone else into it, because this is the thing, right? Fast forward to 2022, who's helping that community? Like, fast forward to 2022, do any of these others community remember what Black Panther did for them? No, I don't see it. I don't see them remembering that, oh, we were once in a coalition, so let's, try to do this. They don't care. They're worried about their own selves. They're not worried about anyone else. And I'm speaking from a perspective of an actual immigrant. You don't come here with the perspective of helping any community except yours at all. Maybe some do, but even like, if we're looking at the kids are indoctrinated, like, in their own households, to think about themselves. They're not really indoctrinated to help other people. Let me give you a perfect example. We have some communities complaining about immigrants, that immigrants come here that immigrants come here and undermine them, and immigrants come here and do whatever. Immigrants are programmed to do whatever for themselves. They're not programmed to do whatever for anyone else. They could lie to you and tell you that they are, but they're not. Majority of immigrants are not worried about anyone else except their own community. You know, if an immigrant comes from a certain country and they come here to become a doctor, that is on their community. They'll represent their community. They won't represent their race. Very rarely will they be like, oh, yeah, I'm a Black doctor. They'll be like, oh, I'm a Jamaican doctor. Or, oh, I'm a this doctor. Or, oh, I'm a that doctor. They're not going to sit here and be like, oh, I'm a Black doctor. I mean, if we're classifying by skin tone, sure. But if we're classifying by culturally, no, they won't. And that's just the fact. So how come when it's black immigrants it's clear, but when it comes to other immigrants it's not? Just wondering. I'm again, and I'm not saying the coalition, the Rainbow Coalition, didn't have good intentions. It did, but I feel like the individuals who are part of it were just not that trustworthy. Um, yeah, and I'm speaking about individuals of other communities. I don't think they were that trustworthy. Just what I think. Okay. Other communities are studying the social construct that is black. Yeah, they are. Fred Hampton was assassinated at the age of very young. Hollywood director is basically killed that movie, and they didn't intentionally, for the reason of you, huh? For the reason of you do not black people to get the idea that they can be their own group and be independent. Okay. Good mornings. Hey, good morning. The power structure is afraid of unity of I can agree with you on that, but what unity? I don't see any unity at all. I don't see I don't see it right now. Maybe that could happen later, but for right now, the perspective that I see in it, people aren't having these conversations in private. They're just not. Um, Racism is used as a tool to separate people. It's actually we did not trust these people. You have pawn who sell out their people and used to get a financial boost for themselves. The same thing with the political scene on ground is every puppy for themselves, and everybody knows that it's just some ish. They do not look more diplomatic than they actually are. No one really believes that. I get what you're saying, and unfortunately I agree with you. A lot of political members um are untrustworthy in my opinion. Like a lot of them just say what they need to say to make people emotionally, rally with them, but when it comes to actual policy, I don't really see anything. Like the people who are real and genuine, I notice that no they get no support. Do you understand me? Because I'm not gonna sit here and act like there aren't woke good people out there. They are, but they're not the ones that are the face and getting all the support. It's the people who just come and say whatever, go home, and you go home usually to a mansion. Those are the people that get the support. Look at Black Lives Matter. Is Black Lives Matter, for instance, is that a bad movement? No, but who is it run by? Bad people who honestly get so much money and support and have absolutely done nothing. But if you ask me to show you where their mansions are, I can do that. So I just find it to be very interesting. Yeah, I don't trust a lot of people if I haven't made that clear. For economic ledger, okay. Murad Morali is entitled to his freedom of speech. Leave him alone. I mean, look at us. We did not act like monkeys and savages. Um, it's not so much what he said, it's what how people defended him that makes me more upset. People just defended him because he was not a black community, but if he was, I'm sure he would have been canceled by now. But since he's seen as an ally in the black brick community, he can still have a reputation. That's what makes me upset. It's like, why is it so hard for monkeys, let's just say monkeys, why is it so hard for them to cancel him? Like, why do they have to continue supporting this guy after he literally called you a whole bunch of names? Like, why does he still have a platform? It's just, if you look at other communities, if something like this happened to them, they wouldn't still be supporting him. Like, he wouldn't feel the need to continuously talk about it. But with that particular community in the UK, they don't care. Even I'm not gonna go too hard on them because I clearly don't understand everything happens in the UK. But anyway, the good sire, the good sire Blacks barely even know about it though. As a Haitian, we word exactly. Thank you. Facts AM, as a Haitian, we only worried about Haitians and sending remittances. We could care less about racism. They don't. Exactly. That's it, 100%. That's not entirely true. Haitians, especially in my city, are usually on the forefront. Raz, do you have anything to say about that? The police do not make a distinction between Haitians and other blacks. Hi, Cameroonian diaspora. Hi, Jug Season. Okay. Okay. So I'm gonna play the video in about a couple of minutes, but he apologized uh for whatever he apologized for, and I just noticed in the apology he was still deflecting. I would have appreciated just "I'm sorry for what I did" instead of "I'm sorry, but let me explain why I did it." How is that relevant to anybody a month later? Like, why did he feel the need to do a second apology? It doesn't make sense to me. But in any case, yeah, I guess. Okay. Oh yeah, and the fact that there's a Black Lives Matter in UK makes me understand that people in the UK feel a certain way about racism. It just makes me feel like that these Black British feel a certain way about it. Else, why would you have a Black Lives Matter? Because having a Black Lives Matter in US makes sense, but having a Black Lives Matter in UK, are you telling me that they're going through similar issues in the UK? That's what I'm getting. I don't know, but that's what I'm seeing, that these new UK folks have become more woke, or they become more concerned about this stuff, and I just find it to be so interesting because their parents travel there, and now all of a sudden you're like, the UK is so bad, the UK is so racist, so why don't you leave? I'm like, I always wondered, like, with other people I get why they don't, but with people who are recent immigrants, when they always complain about racism or not being treated fair, I'm just like, well, I mean, yeah, I don't see the point in complaining about it 24/7. Why don't you just go back to your country? If it's that, you know what I mean? Like, if you're getting that much emotional stress from being in the UK, why don't you leave? I mm, that sounds so insensitive of me to say, but I don't know. I don't know what else to say when it comes to hearing about the UK lifestyle. Like, I look at, and Jug, I know that you know this, but I look at the UK, and Mo, you know this too. I look at the UK roadmans that are doing this degenerate behavior, and I'm like, this is not acceptable. You, if I was in the UK, well, I'm in Canada, we have roadmans too, but those people do not represent me, okay? I don't understand how you immigrants left a civil war for you to come here and sell drugs. You're a failure. You're an actual failure. Like I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear about, oh, we grew up in the ghetto and we had to turn to this to fight off. I don't want to any excuse I hear from these people. I don't want to hear it. Okay? I know people who grew up in the ghetto too, and they decided to go to school and be important members of society, not degenerates. You're here complaining about racism, but you're being a roadman selling illegal drugs, and you think that helps your position. Hmm, interesting. So I'm gonna go ahead and play the video. Hold on. So I'm just gonna go ahead and find it and then share my screen and play it. And I want you guys to tell me if you believe anything that he said, because I don't. I don't believe anything that he said in the video. Um I mean, apologizing for doing something, like, why would you need to apologize? Oh, so you can tether back into you could tether back into black issues. You know what I mean? The reason why it makes me extra upset, in case people haven't noticed, is that he literally profits off of the black community. It's not like he stays in his own lane. He's Pakistani. Isn't it weird that a Pakistani is so worried or concerned about black issues? I find it to be really weird. Most Pakistanis I know just mind their own business. You know, they don't want to be associated with black people for obvious reasons, but this guy's always he always seemed to me someone who's crazy. You know, but yeah, give me a second. How do I add? Okay. Oh, you guys can't hear it. 1 second. Hmm. Just give me 1 second. I'm trying to figure out how to add it. And yeah, because I'm not from the UK, right? I'm just providing commentary. I don't really care what you guys decide to do about this. If he continues to be part of your guys' community, that's kind of your problem, not mine. Just being honest here. That's up to y'all, not up to me. But let me see. Hold on.
What it was a missed opportunity for me to actually sit there and actually discuss about me engaging in race play when I was younger and actually taking responsibility for my actions, which is something that I did not do, but it's something that I'm going to do now. What I did was I shifted the blame of what happened in my childhood to my actions as an adult. And for me to put that narrative out there is something that is extremely dangerous and something that I would never forgive myself for doing. But I was just not in the right place of mind at all. Going through what I went through, it just made me very desperate, and I just wanted to remove myself from these dangerous situations. And from people who I know and myself, being sexually abused at a very young age, it put me in a line to go into a form of sex work. And due to the fact that I was overly sexualized at just a very young age, and then coming from the background and descent that I'm from, I then ended up being hyper fetishized by people around me, and that was how I began to engage in works of race play. Meeting these men, specifically when it comes to race play or the homophobic stuff, they would imply it and force it upon me. And, I engaged in it sometimes purely for the money that I would receive. Typically, from people that I know of at the time, as well as myself, when you do not comply with these older men in these hotel rooms, you can put yourself in very dangerous situations, like I did. And a lot of my boundaries were constantly pushed. And at times when I would say no to these specific stuff, I would receive a lot of sexual and physical violence. Me engaging in race play at a younger age, I didn't really understand the profound impacts and effects that it would have on me. But of course, recently I've had to check myself, which is why in the last 4 to 5 years I've been in therapy dealing with this on a private matter. And then coming from the culture that I'm from, it is extremely difficult for me to speak on sex and kink related stuff on a public sphere, as well as why I just didn't really have any support system at the time or anyone to go and confide in and help it. But by that, no means justifies any of my actions because nothing can justify my actions. The crux of the issue is racial hypocrisy. The crux of the issue is me engaging in race play. Because I engaged in race play at a younger age, am I able to discuss and support minorities and racial equality on my platforms, or am I a hypocrite for doing so? As well as having conversations about me engaging in race play, am I aiding and abetting institutional forms of racism, or is it just a dark kink like many other dark kinks out there, such as somebody who might be a feminist who engages in misogyny related kinks behind closed doors? Me witnessing and experiencing racism growing up, but especially engaging in race play related stuff when I was around 19 at the time, are reasons for why I'm very passionate and why I speak on issues very publicly, purely because of the regret and shame, embarrassment of my previous actions, but also because I feel like I want to do good. And this is something that I'm dealing or was dealing with, privately for the last 4 to 5 years in therapy. I'm not honestly into this. It was just purely for the money that I would receive, which I then used to remove myself from dangerous environments and then, begin to afford therapy and then begin the healing process that I really needed. But irrespective of whether I'm into this or not, it does not change the fact that I am absolutely responsible for my actions. It does not change the fact that I'm absolutely responsible for how it's made every single person feel, especially for those who are not into kinks like race play. And instead, unintentionally, I spoke about my childhood and what I went through for a cry for help. It was just, it kind of blurted out. But what it did was, is that not only did it weaponize my trauma, not only did I not take responsibility at the time, but for every single person who came onto that video, I had let every single one of you down. Every single one of you down. Especially for those of you who are my subscribers, especially those for you who've been watching me since the Blue Room or watching me, since university. For every single one of you who came to that video, I had let every single one of you down. I was not in the right state of mind and frame. It was below par. And it was honestly pathetic, to be honest with you. There are no ifs, no buts, no excuses, and no trauma excuses, especially. And me even saying I am responsible, in all honesty, I feel is not enough, because actions are not only powerful than words, but actions should also follow words as well. There are a few other things I want to outline. Some people, saying that I'm faking my heritage or pretending to be Arab to entice others. I am Pakistani and I'm very proud of that, but also I'm from Aden, Yemen, the south of Yemen, one of the oldest Arab countries in the world. A few other things I want to outline are these captions. And whilst it is extremely difficult to believe that these captions are not me, purely because I engaged in video related, race play related content, it is frustrating because I did not write any of that stuff. And, I had a website purely for the money that I would earn. And this stuff was written in detail on blog sites, which I wouldn't need to do because I couldn't earn money from writing on blog sites. But also interracial and racialized related content, especially, is taken and used as fantasy literature for people who are really into it. Hence, they will write a lot of detailed related stuff. I have a lot of learning to do, a lot of, processing, a lot of healing to do as well, especially with what's happened over the last 2 months, and especially, just discussing it and just really just healing from everything. and I profusely apologize for how these words have affected people, the confusion, the lack of understanding, the lack of, transparency from me, the lack of communication from me at the time when everybody needed it, the hurt, the what the F, the are you genuine, what is going on, who even are you? We can't even process this, what is going on. I absolutely apologize. There are no excuses. This is not my return to YouTube. I just wanted to clarify this, and I felt like everybody deserved it initially, and I did not do that, and I let every single one of you down. Last month,
Okay. So, that to me was an apology. I'm sorry. And do people in the UK, blacks specifically, or people who identify as black, need an apology? I mean, he called himself the Arab slave master. Oh yeah, BB. To explain what he did was he was basically outed for engaging in race play, and whatever you have kinks, that's cool. I don't want to know what you do in the bedroom. I really don't want to know. But I mean, it was just very interesting to a lot of us that this is how you view people of other communities. But you're here talking about that community's issue all the time. You're here being like, it's like being an ally, like you're in Black Lives Matter, like you're speaking like you're a representative that of that community essentially. But you were exposed for having having a kink site, which you call yourself an Arab slave master. I don't. You can't make this up. You can't make this up. And I'm seriously here asking, does that community have that low of a self-esteem that someone could come out and be like, oh my bad, and that person's completely forgiven? Like, I don't understand. And now reread what Forehead Warrior says because he actually understands a bit more. He said, this guy's a clown for over 2 million of these people in the UK, all over Birmingham, Bradford, Manchester, Leicester City. Okay, so it seems that in some areas in the UK, there are non Black people who want to speak on Black issues. And by the way, anyone who is calling me racist for not calling him black, you need to check yourself. I don't care about what happened in the Arab slave trade. I don't care if this guy has 20 to 40% black. He wasn't culturally socialized as a black man. And society doesn't see him as a black man, if you want to take it there. So I don't we black people do not need someone like that to speak on behalf of their issues, their problems. I'm pretty sure they could do that themselves, right? So that's kind of where I'm going at it. But you know in my humble opinion, I don't think that apology needed to happen. I don't see how that, like, okay, if you were exposed for being racist even though you're not, or maybe are, I don't see why you would have to apologize for it. Like, oh, sorry, what I did was wrong. You didn't seem to care, so why are you speaking on it now? You know what I mean? Because he got exposed, he lost a lot of followers, so his money is low. You understand me? Like, his money is low, so he's on here trying to apologize. And I've noticed a lot of people about the communities are like, oh, it's okay. It's okay. We it's okay. We love you. And I'm just like, I don't really understand why you're speaking on this when it wasn't your community who was targeted by it. I don't get that. But anyways, I'm gonna I let me pay attention to what he said. Yeah.
I spoke about what happened in my childhood, and I was in a very fragile state of mind. I just was not mentally there. And honestly, I just panicked and did not know what to do. I unintentionally weaponized my trauma. I used it as an excuse. and it masked over very important conversations that should have happened. What it was a missed opportunity for me to actually sit there and actually discuss about me engaging in race play when I was younger and actually taking responsibility for my actions, which is something that I did not do, but it's something that I'm going to do now. What I did was I shifted the blame of what happened in my childhood to my actions as an adult. And for me to put that narrative out there is something that is extremely dangerous and something that I would never forgive myself for doing. But I was just not in the right place of mind at all. Going through what I went through, it just made me very desperate, and I just wanted to remove myself from these dangerous situations. And from people,
So my friend and I, right, and he's in the UK. We had a conversation about this really like offline, obviously, and we were like, how does you getting, unfortunately, what happened to you? Because clearly he didn't say what happened to him, but clearly we know what happened to him. He got taken advantage of as a child by older men, right? How does that have to do with you being a monster in your adulthood? And if if because I know other people who were taken advantage of, who were molested, who were raped, and they didn't grow up to be monsters. So I don't really like the explanation of, oh, this happened to me in my childhood, therefore I it made me act like a jerk, but I'm not doing it anymore anymore now. So you guys need to just relax. I apologize. And it's at this end of the day, you got exposed for doing this. It's not like you had a sit down video and you told people, oh, I did this because of this and this and this and this. You're only apologizing because you got caught. Had you not gotten caught, you would have never apologized for this. So I just don't buy anything that he said, like me personally, but whatever, whatever.
who I know and myself, being sexually abused at a very young age, it put me in a line to go into a form of sex work. And, due to the fact that I was overly sexualized at just a very young age. And then coming from the background and descent that I'm from, I then ended up being hyper fetishized by people around me. And that was how I began to engage in works of race play. Meeting these men, specifically when it comes to race play or the homophobic stuff, they would imply and force it upon me. And, I engaged in it sometimes purely for the money that I would receive. Typically from people that I know of at the time, as well as myself, when you do not comply with these older men in these hotel rooms, you can put yourself in very dangerous situations, like I did, and a lot of my boundaries were constantly pushed. And at times when I would say no to these specific stuff, I would receive a lot of sexual and physical violence. Me engaging in race play at a younger age, I didn't really understand the profound impacts and effects that it would have on me. But of course, recently I've had to check myself, which is why in the last 4 to 5 years I've been in therapy dealing with this on a private matter. And then coming from the culture that I'm from, it is extremely difficult for me to speak on sex and kink related stuff on a public sphere, as well as why I just didn't really have any support system at the time or anyone to go and confide and help it. But by that, no means justifies any of my actions because nothing can justify my actions. The crux of the issue is racial hypocrisy. The crux of the issue is me engaging in race play. Because I engage in race play at a younger age, am I able to discuss and support minorities and racial equality on my platforms, or am I a hypocrite for doing so? As well as having conversations about me engaging in race play, am I aiding and abetting institutional forms of racism, or is it just a dark kink like many other dark kinks out there, such as somebody who might be a feminist who engages in misogyny related kinks behind closed doors? Me witnessing and experiencing racism growing up, but especially engaging in race play related stuff when I was around 19 at the time, are reasons for why I'm very passionate and why I speak on issues very publicly, purely because of the regret.
I'm sorry, but I found that part of the apology complete BS. He's like, oh, because I was taken advantage of and there was an element of race play when I was younger at 19. That's not that young, sorry. When I was 19, that made me the perfect person to speak on racial issues because it happened to me. So I was speaking on it with why was he even speaking on racial issues in the first place? And why did he feel the need to speak on racial issues on another community? I still don't get that. Okay, because he says that he's Pakistani. Why is he not speaking on the racism that happens to Pakistani? There was a time when people were really racist towards that community too. Why doesn't he speak on how it's like to be a Pakistani man, but he's here on behalf of the Black British community speaking on their issues or things that they have to go through? I don't understand who gave him the right to do that. I find it to be very weird.
regret and shame, embarrassment of my previous actions, but also because I feel like I want to do good. And this is something that I'm dealing or was dealing with, privately for the last 4 to 5 years in therapy. I'm not honestly into this. It was just purely for the money that I would receive, which I then used to remove myself from dangerous environments and then, begin to afford therapy and then begin the healing process that I really needed. But irrespective of whether I'm into this or not, it does not change the fact that I'm absolutely responsible for my actions. It does not change the fact that I'm absolutely responsible for how it's made every single person feel, especially for those who are not into kinks like race play. And instead, unintentionally, I spoke about my childhood and what I went through for a cry for help. It was just, it kind of blurted out. But what it did was, is that not only did it weaponize my trauma, not only did I not take responsibility at the time, but for every single person who came onto that video, I let every single one of you down. Every single one of you down, especially for those of you who are my subscribers, especially for those of you who've been watching me since the Blue Room or watching me, since university. For every single one of you who came to that video, I let every single one of you down. I was not in the right state of mind and frame. It was below par, and it was honestly pathetic, to be honest with you. There are no ifs, no buts, no excuses, and no trauma excuses, especially. And me even saying I am responsible, in all honesty, I feel is not enough, because actions are not only powerful than words, but actions should also follow words as well. There are a few other things I want to outline. Some people, saying that I'm faking my heritage or pretending to be Arab to entice others. I am Pakistani and I'm very proud of that, but also I'm from Aden, Yemen, the south of Yemen, one of the oldest Arab countries in the world. A few other things I want to outline are these captions. And whilst it is extremely difficult to believe that these captions are not me, purely because I engaged in video related, race related content, it is frustrating because I did not write any of that stuff. And, I had a website purely for the money that I would earn. And this stuff was written in detail on blog sites, which I wouldn't need to do because I couldn't earn money from writing on blog sites. But also interracial and racialized related content, especially, is taken and used as fantasy literature for people who are really into it. Hence, they do write a lot of detail related stuff. I have a lot of learning to do, a lot of, processing, a lot of healing to do as well, especially with what's happened over the last 2 months, and especially, just discussing it and just really just healing from everything. And I profusely apologize for how these words have affected people, the confusion, the lack of understanding, the lack of, transparency from me, the lack of communication from me at the time when everybody needed it, the hurt, the what the F, the are you genuine, what is going on, who even are you? We can't even process this, what is going on. I absolutely apologize. There are no excuses. This is not my return to YouTube. I just wanted to clarify this, and I feel like everybody deserved it initially, and I did not do that, and I let every single one of you down. Last month,
Okay, you're not Yemeni, you dusty Hindi. He doesn't look Yemeni to me. I like he could be half Yemeni, but that's not the image. I don't see Yemeni people like that. Is what I'm trying to explain. But you know, why did he have to apologize? Still don't understand. This apology didn't make. Well, I know it wasn't to me, so I don't really need to speak on it too much. But this apology didn't seem like it needed to happen. Um, I wanted to pause it at a certain point, but he said something about. He said, but this has nothing to do with why are foundational Black British complaining about racism. I don't know why they're complaining about it. Well, it seems important to them because they're complaining about it. I have no idea. I don't know. Um I know Forehead Warrior doesn't think about this, but it just seems like the Jamaican and black, like really black, like the Jamaican, Congo, Nigerian mostly care about this stuff. I have no idea why they care about it. I don't know. But in regards to Murad Morali, right? The video is called Explaining Things and nothing was explained. So not at least to me nothing was explained. Um and he made excuses in the video, right? He said he said like, oh, me engaging in race play, it's something that happened to me, so it's something that's inevitable. I'm continuing to be in therapy for this. So when exactly were these videos released, or when were these videos filmed that you were still in therapy? I don't really there's so many things about this whole situation that I really just don't understand. Like I have no idea. Um his grandmother looked Yemeni, not him. He's a product of more mixing. This has okay. So why is he okay? So he's a mixed Middle Eastern person. still doesn't explain his fascination with the black community. He's one of those clowns I'm proud to be 100%, but also that. Oh, yeah, he's Yemeni, so isn't he related to you, like a long lost cousin? Um, I'm out. Y'all having too much fun with this. How am I having fun with this? What am I supposed to say? I mean, I'm not even in the UK. What am I supposed to say? You're canceled? I mean, I'll watch that space and I'll continue to see how the people of the UK treat this guy to see if they actually let him in. But something tells me that they're gonna let him in into the black community again. Something tells me that they haven't casted him out. And that's the part to me that's kind of concerning. But for me to act like I'm so angry about this, I can't, cuz I've always watched this guy as just a YouTuber, not someone who actually represents anything that I have to go through. So that's why I kind of seem more nonchalant about it. It's not that I don't think it was a big deal what he did. It's like, how you expect me to be angry when he doesn't speak for my community? You know what I mean? Do you understand what I'm saying? Maybe you don't understand. So Pakistani from Karachi are hood though. I actually like Pakistani people because at least the Pakistani people over here are not tethers trying to be black. They're whoever they are. They're, real Muslims who are worried about whatever they're worried about. They're not worried about being blackish or even tethering to other communities. So I really like that about Pakistanis. And um maybe I shouldn't, well, I have a Pakistani friend who literally reminds me of this guy, and he doesn't act like that. Yeah. Okay. So let me see if I missed anything. Healing process. What did he do? I clicked because I was, oh, okay. So now you know what he did. There are plenty of videos about him. I didn't want to like go from the beginning because I felt like that was really redundant. So yeah, I'm just analyzing the apology and providing other commentary on it. LOL. Oh, okay. Very crafty. He doesn't seem like one to stick his foot in his. What does that even mean? Does that mean he doesn't seem like one that would shut up? I have no idea what that means. Maybe in someone else's mouth, but oh, that's disgusting. My bad. Didn't mean. Okay. Okay, so BB and Rasmussen going at it as usual. My 50% Eurasian DNA is on smoke, Raz. I'm going for. So he doesn't represent you, got you. I can see Kaizo defending this Pakistani tether. It would really I don't think he's awake right now, but it would really be interesting for me to hear from Kaizo since he's someone who seems so far removed from this stuff. So, does he care about this or does he not? What would be his explanation or his viewpoints in regards to this? I would really also like to know. Maybe I'll ask him, but not as a live stream. Ja, we can actually say, okay, my Ghanaians. Oh my gosh, there's a lot to break down from this video. Yes, there is Miss Uganda. Good morning. Um, I'm not gonna be the one to do that though, Mr. Uganda. Like, no, I. First and foremost, Mr. Gunna, all I can say is I just don't buy anything that he said. I don't think that personally he needed to make an apology to explain this. Could have just continued making videos and acted like it never happened. Because that explanation for me didn't explain anything. And I don't know. You may need to watch the video a couple times to deeply analyze it, but did you catch the part where he was like, "Oh, the captions I made weren't me. The captions were of someone else edited those captions." And I'm just like, who cares about the captions? You know, who cares about the caption? Your name was Arab Slave Master. Your name on the account was Arab Slave Master. Okay. And we have videos of you smelling people and calling them the F word, saying that you're so happy or they must be so happy to share this with you. And then in the end, he was like, "Oh, I did this because of the money. I hope you guys understand." So I'm like, did you do this because you were psychologically abused? Where does money fall into any of this? He's like, "Oh, that you don't understand that kink. It a lot of people like it and it gives you a lot of money." And I'm just like, what does money have to do with anything? So are you justifying because your abuse made you go to a place that you didn't want to go to, so then you you getting money made you psychologically get out of that place? When he kept on throwing the money part, I was like, I don't know what this has to do with an apology or to the title's credit. I don't know what this has to do with explaining things. Do you understand me? Like I don't know. So yeah, sorry, Lazulu. You can just say what how you feel in the comment. I don't want to be here. It's actually pretty late over here. It's midnight and I don't want to stay that long. So, African American ancestry DNA. Okay. My paternal side is Hausa. I might actually be here. Since today is Saturday, I might actually be here on Sunday. So, I just want to get out of here. I know Pakistani. They're very interesting. Pakistan. Okay. Murad is an outstanding young man. Peace be up. I don't know who he is, so I'm not gonna say that he's a good man. Um, I I I need to know somebody in private to give them props. So I'm not gonna say that he's an outstanding man. I don't know if he is, and I'm not just gonna say that he is because of watching some of his YouTube videos. I refuse to do that. Now, if you were to ask me, are some of the people in the chat section outstanding people? Yes. Or do I think they're outstanding people? Of course, because I've had private conversation with them and they seem to be outstanding. But I can't look at a YouTuber and say that they're outstanding, especially knowing what a lot of YouTubers do behind closed doors. You'll be shocked. It's not my place to expose it, but a lot of these YouTubers in these spaces, they have like double lives, and you would be shocked. So African, okay, I think I already read that. um I just watched 3 minute on him. He's an abuser. Just chilling watching the world burn. Oh my goodness. Did he identify his alleged abuser? No, he did not. He said that he was abused by multiple people. So he didn't identify who it was. From looking at what he's saying, I just assume that it was in a mosque because a lot of people that I know who went through similar experiences told me that they were abused in mosques by older men. So that's what I'm thinking it is, but I have no idea who exactly it is. So, anyways, Hindi, South Yemenis look corner. The fuck, the The F is this guy talking about? Why not advocate for sex abuse victims instead of advocate? I have no idea. That's a very good question. I don't know why he doesn't do that. Like, I don't listen. I don't understand. Something like this just couldn't happen in America. It couldn't, especially with those FBA ADOS. There's no way something like this cap. If I can say one thing, I could say that there's no way this guy would come and talk about black issues and be accepted in their spaces. Like there's no way. It's not. No. Um. So why not advocate for sex abuse victims instead of advocating for Black Brit and Brown Brit unity with while walking half on the supposed coalition space? Um, and just to go to the point I made earlier, I don't believe in any coalitions. I don't believe that you could come together with other communities and get things done. Just me personally, historically, I haven't seen it. So to say that I think that can happen now, I don't think it can because every community has something that matters to them, have their own thing that they want to actualize. So I don't understand how Indians, for instance, come together with Nigerians. I just don't see it. Like, and people will be like, "Oh, well, they could come together on racism or all this other stuff." Nah, I don't believe it. Sorry. Indians seem to be better off, anyways. South Indians look Horner. Foundational B. There is a such thing as a foundational BBB. Maybe take the foundational part out, but there is a such thing as a BB. He ain't lying. He don't look like no fool. Yemeni. He's one of those. Okay. You can watch the video on YouTube. I just don't feel like going through the whole thing right now. Like, if you don't know who this is, I guess it sucks to be you. I don't want to talk about the whole thing. I gave a quick synopsis. If you're still curious to know more, he still has his YouTube channel up. You can just watch it when you're free. I'm officially Pan Kaisorian UK POS that attacked your people. Quiz. Oh my god. Quizzy's not here right now. He's not Arab. Hmm. So why did he call himself that? Don't you think that he why do you call himself that? Don't you think that he Give me a second. Don't you think that he identified it as that? What is his YouTube channel called? Murad Merali is what his channel is called. Murad Merali. Okay, I'll probably spell it out. It's Murad, and his last name is Merali. That's what his channel's called. I watched 2-3 times. I was more interested in the end of the video. The rest of the video was redundant. Exactly. Yeah. So I'm gonna leave pretty soon. But does anyone have any comments on it? Did anyone buy his apology? Like, believe that because he said that he's forgiven and that everything's okay now? Because I don't. Don't have hate in my heart, but at the same time, I don't believe that he cares about anything that he said, just personally. Um, Quiz Kwesi Kwarteng, UK Parliament politician. Oh, okay, my bad, my bad. You know what's interesting? The Kwesi Kwarteng. um whole thing, I don't really buy it. I don't think that he's trustworthy, but then he's in the UK. He's I don't know how I guess you have to individualize him because again, a lot of these so-called leaders in politics are not trustworthy. So if anyone who's black believed that Kwesi Kwarteng would have their best interests at heart, I'm not really sure why you would think that just because he looks like you. I don't know if people haven't noticed that just because someone looks like them doesn't mean that they care about what the average person is going through. I don't know when people are going to realize that. So, yeah. And I think I'm pretty much done with what I wanted to say in regards to this. If he's talking about black issues in the UK, it's only because Caribbean black people identify with him. Exactly. Because of racial mixing with them, the East Indians brought into the. Well, I don't really know. Like, I don't really know why he was allowed to do that. I don't want to be here forever, but if someone from the UK has something to say, no, I specifically want people from the UK, if they have anything to say, they could say it because yeah, it's just different when they speak on their own issues, except for because I made it very clear in the beginning of the video that I'm not speaking on behalf of people from the UK. I'm just giving commentary on what happened. Like, the story went very viral, but whatever people in the UK decide to do about this is up to them. I don't really care either way. Like, if they want to accept him, cool. If they don't, that's fine with me too. Like, I'm gonna continue to live my life regardless. I'm not even gonna sit here and act like I'm gonna care. Like, I'm not. Like, he's just a YouTuber, at least to me. I didn't ask him to go to Black Lives Matter, you know what I mean? I didn't ask him to speak on behalf of my community. I didn't. Why did he tape his fetishes though? Because he sold his fetishes to make money. His explanation. I listen. That's what he said. He needed to make money, and that was one of the ways that he can make money by selling his tapes and selling the racial play. That's why he did that. That's the justification for why he did that. So yeah, and if you actually look, pay attention to the latter part of the apology, he explains that he did a lot of things for the money, and I'm just like, wow, this is crazy. This is crazy. The fact that you could use that aspect of it, and also to think about the guys that were willing to do this is disgusting. Like, listen, I'm sorry. Like, I know I shouldn't be judging people, what people do in the bedroom, but how are you telling me that you're getting off on someone calling you the N word to sleep and and you're smelling their feet? Like, what gratification does that? I understand from his perspective why that would make him feel good, but being done to you, how does that make? I don't understand what people do nowadays. I don't get it. BB, people have changed, okay? Back in my day, back in my day, you wouldn't talk about what you did in your bedroom or film it for money. Like, you had morals. Oh my goodness. BB, this is disgusting. But I'm gonna go ahead and add Forehead Warrior or Josie to the panel. What's up?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, what's up? What's up, AM? I just watched the video. let's just say it was a interesting video.
Yeah.
You can clearly see that this guy is an Arab tether. I mean, we see so much of them nowadays, but this guy is a supreme tether. He said he has a link to South Yemen when they see them as fifth class, not even fourth class. I mean, what I get there's a saying as well that they say in the Arab world, or like I'm not gonna say the full thing, but it goes on along the line of basically if you marry, or basically like they even put a law in Saudi Arabia banning Arab women marrying South Asian men. That's how low they see them.
Yeah.
Um,
I
in
remember
Saudi
those
Arabia,
videos. Maybe it was you who shared them, but there's these videos in, I think, Saudi Arabia, and these
UAE.
Hindis, these Pakistanis were getting beat up by the
Yeah, yeah,
Arabs.
they do,
And I'm
they
just
do.
like, that's sad. That's
That is
really
sad,
sad.
but this guy shouldn't be taken out. Like, because again, this guy has a thing. You can clearly see that he has a kink towards. He sees Arab men as superior to him, so he's trying to mask. Cause he probably likes getting dominated by Arab men. Who knows? So now he's trying to mask that and trying to put it into other ethnicities, calling himself Arab slave master. We've seen so much of this. South Asians want to be Arab. I swear. Am they are all. If you go on like TikTok, right? You're gonna
Yeah.
see some South Asian people calling out their own community because they have no lineage, no trace towards Middle Eastern people. They're closer with Hindis and freaking well, all those other like Sri Lankans. Those people are like their own ethnic group. They have no traces towards there, but they still beg towards. If you look at even Middle Eastern countries, like try and go to. So I've been to Saudi, I've been to UAE, I've been to a couple of those countries. But if you go outside, you're gonna find South Asian men homeless, holding a bag, begging for money. It's
Yeah.
sad. That's the truth. It's sad, but this guy shouldn't be coming from a place of high horse when it took 4,000 Englishmen to conquer the entire subcontinent of India.
Yeah, India's trash. It's just
Yeah,
big.
it took a couple of thousand of Englishmen to dominate your entire country, mate. Shame on you. And then what the funny thing is, the Indians were enslaved by the English. They don't tell you that as well.
They
So the
were?
entire subcontinent of India was enslaved by the West Indian Company.
I
But
thought
that
I
goes
thought
to
I thought they just took their
oh, they took their
spices
shit, but they
away.
also forced them to work. I don't know if that's not enslavement.
Mm.
I don't know what it is.
I'm gonna have to read up on that. I had no idea. Mm. Mm-mm. And there's so many, at least over here, there's so many Anglo Indians that act like they're the best invention.
No, no, they
Anglo
shouldn't be
Indian.
coming from a place of high horse when their subcontinent was enslaved by the British to work for them, or to basically, take out all of the resources or plunder their own country for the sake of the Englishmen.
Wow.
That's all I'm gonna say. I mean, these guys are 1.2 billion people in that subcontinent of India, and for a couple of thousand Englishmen to do that, shame on them. Shame on them. I mean, I'm not boasting or anything, but it took some countries three superpowers. Not boasting. But by the way, again, in if you're looking at it from a different perspective as well, this guy has a nasty, nasty kink. And
It's really
if
nasty.
yeah, exactly. And if you're an African man and you're under the feet of a South Asian, shame on you. You deserve what you get. You deserve what you get. No, no, that's actually the truth. If you're kissing a foot of a South Asian man, you deserve what you get.
Oh
God forbid you deserve what you get.
my god. It's actually hilarious because it's like these people go to your country and steal, steal your resources,
Exactly. I
and you're
mean,
still offering your body. Like, where's. Oh, no, no, no.
if you're an
People
African
have to
man and
self love
exactly,
because this is too much.
I mean, in the
This is
UK,
too much.
imagine this, right? In the UK, they created like English Defense League for the
Yeah.
reasoning of Pakistani pedophiles, where they target 16-year-old English girls. Yeah, these guys have a thing for underage women.
What do they do? They
Like
have a
there's a
thing
whole
for a lot of. weird
Yeah,
stuff,
yeah,
to
yeah.
be honest.
In the UK, there's this whole thing about Pakistani men going for underage English girls, and now the English men are so pissed that they created English Defense League, where it's basically equivalent to the KKK in some ways, basically. But it's English Defense League is somewhat of a group that targets predominantly South Asian men because these guys make the immigrant community look so bad.
Well, hello everybody.
Well, what's up, bro? What's up?
Good. We back up here again.
Yeah, yeah.
I said
I
we talking
mean,
about this Arab man.
he's not Arab. He's South Asian. Basically from India.
He's a tether, like he wants
Yeah,
to use his looks to claim Arab identity, but he's not Arab.
Did you say he was like someone like him 123 or somebody?
he's Pakistani. He's from the subcontinent of India.
Oh yeah, they do have a lot. They are related. They more
No,
kind
they're
of.
not. They're not. The funny thing is, they're not related.
So what he did wrong this time?
So
Oh,
this guy has a kink of
yeah.
dominating, or putting his foot over black men. And I said, if you, as a black man or African man, or under the foot of a South Asian, you deserve whatever evil comes to you.
They shouldn't allow that to happen to them from anybody, whether it's an
Oh,
Asian,
they consent to that. They
white.
consent to that. They really consent to that. They allow themselves to be dominated by a Paki. That's sad. That's a sad truth. I mean, if you're gonna talk about it from a different perspective as well, right? You're looking at this fella right here, who's again created an entire video apologizing because and he's making excuses about he got molested when he was. I mean,
Yeah.
if it happened to you, it happened to you, right? But there's no excuse for you to do what you did.
The British used to be on his people necks back
No, no, no,
then.
not just the British, the Irans, the Arabs. So many people dominated them people. Let's get our information correct. The Iranians subjugated the continent of India.
Shoot.
But
Nothing
Yeah.
yeah, Africans
to be
gotta
proud of.
rise up and don't take that from nobody.
Oh yeah. I
They
mean,
need to,
there's
they need to take back their country, the whole continent, and just reform it. Because when you let, I'm not against immigration, but when you let some people who don't have good intentions to come in, they will do evil things to the people who live there.
and the problem is the black communities, whether in the UK or in the US, make it so easy for people like these clowns right here to
Globally,
infiltrate
yeah,
and try
yeah,
to
everywhere.
to enter their groups. I mean, they let this Arab cosplayer enter the groups in the UK. I mean, look at the comment section in his video. You're gonna find all of these black women saying, "Oh, we
Yeah.
accept your apology." The
You
fuck
see
you
it.
mean you accept his apology? What do you mean you accept his
Thank you
apology?
for taking accountability. I'm glad these have to be bots. See, people can't be
Weak,
Probably
this dumb.
they compare
weak-minded
it
black
to
women.
white.
There's no
It
excuses.
takes
They're
a lot to
weak-minded.
come up and apologize.
Takes a lot to apologize. The fuck you mean?
Low
Nah, man.
self-esteem, low love, and
I bet you.
the very interesting part is this didn't happen to black women. It's kind of obvious he had a thing for black men,
I mean, the
and
guy.
they're mute about it. So, black women, for once, I'm like, you actually don't have to speak on this at all. Like,
I mean,
it
he's
has nothing
Komulu,
to do with
and
it.
if you know what that is, you know what that is. I don't want to translate, but he's Komulu.
He's
He's
what?
I'll write it down in the private chat.
Oh,
He's basically he's there's no other better way to say it, but he's part of the colorful group. And he has a thing for he has a disgusting kink for doing what he does. I mean, putting his feet over other men. The fuck you mean? I mean, the
that's
whole concept for me of being men with. I mean, just part of the fruity group is you're already like I'm not even gonna finish my sentence. But what I'm saying is like. I mean, I don't care if you're a black man and you allow this type of behavior, then you deserve whatever evil comes your way.
that's actually I Wow, black men, I'm really disappointed in a lot of black men for this. This is disgusting. I'm so sorry. This is gross. Oh my goodness. I don't care if you're part of alternative lifestyle, but the racial aspect of it is really disturbing.
And those disgusting black men are later gonna say, "We need justice. We're being marginalized." And then later that night, he's gonna go back to this kinky behavior. The fuck you mean?
No self-esteem whatsoever. Um yeah, no self-esteem. Oh
Is there not a
gosh.
single strain in your body without pride? Like, don't you have any type of like, like manhood, like man pride? Don't you have anything like that?
No, you
Men are
gay,
prideful
man.
people. Don't you have anything in that? Like,
No,
Some people
no,
just
you
don't
gotta.
got no manhood.
I,
They probably
I,
never
I don't
had.
know. I, I don't know. I'm gonna say it like this. I mean, do y'all really look at gay men as real men? I'm not in the sense that what I mean necessarily like they are not men,
Well,
but like
well, they don't
like
act like
in the
real
manner
men,
no, they try
like
too hard to be
acting.
Um,
women.
I think
You could,
they,
but they
I
still
think,
men.
but they are men.
I
So
mean,
yeah,
imagine
I
trying to
look at
force
them as
yourself.
real men. I wouldn't want to be with one, but I mean, they're cool. They're not.
Wait,
They're
no. So
regular
no,
regular
no, no,
gays are not like this. They're
no.
not.
Come on,
And
African
can you
millennial,
imagine?
African millennial,
It's that same
African
fella.
millennial, African
Hmm?
millennial.
It's
Let's be
that.
for real. If that was the case, then you should have
Yeah.
no problem having a baby with that man, necessarily cooking for
No,
that
no, no.
man, and being his wife. Because the reality is you do not look at him necessarily like you would necessarily see me or a forehead warrior. Because you already know from my personality, I ain't even about that type of shit. But I'm not even I don't have a problem with people who are gay. I really don't. I got gay people in my family. I'm not necessarily one of those you gotta kill all gay people or nothing like shit like that. But that level of masculinity that necessarily is required to be a man, they don't have it. They have more of a feminine necessarily outlook and a feminine way of being. Now I'm not gonna
It
say
doesn't matter.
all necessary. Now I'm not gonna say there may be a few necessarily that level of masculinity
Well,
still in them.
okay.
But
Well,
But again, but there's a way to also, again, if you're gonna go derive from your point, there's also another way to look at it. Even if you, okay, again, because usually if you're looking at it from an outside perspective, it's usually the fruity men and some
mhm.
BLM advocates that are always fighting for again injustices of the system, right? These
Yep.
same fruity men are doing this type of behavior
but
behind closed doors.
but
Isn't
yeah,
it
but
what
I don't
hypocritical?
I don't
can
think
I
it's
say
that
something?
simple because there are some gay men that will never let you know that they're gay. You will have no idea. They're very masculine. So I don't know if it's that
I ain't
simple.
met none. I ain't met many.
I ain't
I've
met
never
Not at
met
all.
none.
one.
Yeah,
I've met
can,
these
Eh,
men
never
that trying
mind.
to force female voices, and then you talk to them and say to them, "Yo,
Yeah,
why can't
yeah,
you talk
that's
in a exactly? Why can't you talk in your natural voice?" And then they try to say stuff like "slay." What the fuck you mean slay? You're a man.
Slave.
Act like
I
one.
why
Exactly,
mean,
you
man.
gotta say that.
can I say something?
I say slay.
Go
I
Yeah,
ahead.
go
mean,
ahead.
Yeah, but
at
you're a
the
female AM. These guys are
hold
men.
on,
Act
hold
like
on
men.
more, hold on more. At the extremes of every people, every society, you will find some deviant men. You understand what I mean? At the extremes ends of it, right? You'll find some really deviant men that go do stuff. So yes, you will find some fucking black man. Any black man that allows himself is probably gay. You understand what I mean? Now, Mo, you can't go and say all black men are gay, and you can't lambast and say
I
all
never
black
said
men
all
are
black.
like that.
I never said all black
Yeah.
or all.
I guess we have to look at things individually. Like you will find
No,
individuals that are very deviant and are shit like that. And as for this guy, obviously he's reaching. He's reaching for something, trying to say he's some kind of superior. Give me a fucking break, man. You don't know how we perceive these kind of people in the UK. We
Hey,
don't see them in any light superior or something like that. So he's obviously reaching.
No,
You
I'm
understand
sorry,
what I
but if
mean?
you see a South Asian above you, then you deserve what's coming to you in life.
Obviously, that's
That's
what
all I
I'm
have to
saying.
say.
He
Yeah.
himself is reaching. He's reaching to have some form of superiority when that's not the case at all. So somehow some people they have some kind of fetish, including him. He's probably gay or something. He has
No,
some
he
type
is.
of fetish, and then
He
some
said
man is also
himself.
He is
fetish.
that.
So it's
Yes,
a bit
he is
fucked
that.
up. So you're dealing with people that are fucked up and deviant in their head. You understand what I mean? So you're not dealing with the regular people. So we have to put these kind of people in a category. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Hey, I
and
bet
also
you that.
I'm sure you can even find some
Thank
really
you for
deviant Somalis, man.
explaining
I'm sure
that.
you can find some
oh,
really deviant
of
fucked
course,
up
you find
Somalis. Yeah.
deviant people in everything. But I'm
Thank you
calling
for
out those black
explaining
men
that
and those in
because
those fruity
prior
communities.
to you,
Doth.
wait one sec.
I'm
Prior to you coming here, I guess the consensus that some people were trying to make, or the inferences, was that all gay men are feminine, all gay men are this, and I'm like, okay, I know this guy's a jerk, but let's not taint the whole gay community.
He's an
It's not
asshole.
necessary.
wait,
Hmm?
no, wait, AM. You have to understand. I'm calling out those same fruity men that love to advocate for, or again, I'm gonna call them gay men, yeah, that love to advocate for black justices and try to fight the system's oppression, blah blah blah. But behind closed doors, they're doing this type of behavior. I'm sorry, you're hypocritical because in one part you love getting dominated with another man's foot over your face, and another part you're advocating for justice. I don't understand how that correlates. You can't be advocating for one and then doing behind closed doors the other. I'm calling out those people.
Yeah, like I didn't even know they got dominated by. I know they got attacked by the British. Now I knew about that, but I did not know about the getting attacked by what the Iran. You said Iran? Because that explains that.
Oh yeah,
The
yeah.
color.
Throughout the history, they got enslaved, dominated by many ethnic groups. If you look
What?
into it and do some
Yeah,
research, yeah.
look at them, they're skinny.
God damn! You ain't to say it like that though, man. Like
Who
They're
skinny
really
the
skinny
Asians?
and they stink.
Yeah, the South Asians. I mean, that's why I said if you get dominated by them, then I'm sorry, you deserve what's coming to you in life.
oh. So wait a minute. So I have a question. Then aren't those the same Asian people that Indians that come from comes to Uganda? Are those the same people?
Oh
Because
yeah,
I know he's from Pakistani. Because I know Pakistan is a little different from Indian.
you
I
know in
know
the
that.
UK, after 45, after the war wars, they brought many of these people, South Asians, to the UK. Many of them. I'm talking somewhere in the millions, and they used them to build their infrastructure because there was low on Englishmen at that time due to the World War. So they brought many of these guys into the UK so they can build the infrastructure. They built up their shops. They built up all the stuff that the British needed them to do. Like they worked as like second class citizens working jobs that no Englishman would work. That's why again, today in the UK they say that okay, they say that okay, we brought our culture into the UK. No, you got used by the Englishmen to build their infrastructure, and now they're telling you to go.
I bet you that
Mm.
his women.
I
I
don't
bet
really
you
know
his type of
what
women be like.
happened, but Pakistan is a new country. They're used to be part of India.
They
And
used to be part of it. Yeah.
one determining factor
No,
is
Pakistan, India,
Indians.
and Bangladesh.
Yeah, oh, Pakistan. Okay, thanks.
And Bangladesh.
One
Yeah,
determining
they were all one
factor
country before.
one determining factor when I look at them is Pakistanis are Muslim. I've never met a non-Muslim Pakistani, but Indians have their different religions. So
Hindu.
that could be something to do with it.
Hindu. Yeah, Hindu. I mean, if they got dominated by the Iranians, and that's probably explains why they are Muslim now. And that kind of explains that to a degree. Then, okay, that was a small history lesson that I didn't know because I knew they were part of India, but I didn't really know that much information on that part of the world necessarily. So that explains a lot.
See, the Arabs never really
No.
expanded towards the continent
No.
of South Asia.
Indians are really culturally advanced. They have different religions. They have most of them are Hindu, but then you also have Islam, you have Christian, you have
Sikh,
Sikh,
yeah.
you have
Yes,
Buddhism. They have
Look,
everything in India,
I was,
to be
I was also
honest.
gonna point out as well, like if you're
Most
looking at it
of
from
the
a
ones I see are Sikh, not anything else.
yeah, I've seen a couple of Sikh, but the Sikh are usually like they're not into this type of behavior. They culturally follow their own religion, and
Yeah.
they're a very close knit group, meaning that they don't really interact with other people. But also, I was gonna point out with this specific or the country of India, they never really had too much contact with the Middle Eastern people. They had
Yeah.
contact with the Iranic people, and thus the history. Um, in modern world today, you can clearly see how they getting subjugated in the Middle East. Um, I mean, if you're looking at it from a standpoint, like from a view, a far view of standpoint, you can clearly see that these people are, again, if you look at it from a historical point of view, they're not people to be bragging about. We're above you. No, you're not. Historically, you're not. I mean, it took a couple of thousand people to dominate billion, a billion of people. Um, so again, I call out all those hypocritical gay men that advocate for one thing and behind the scenes do another thing.
What's
Yeah,
It's
you
so
know
just
what the
funny to
difference?
me that well, I'm not sure if the Black Brits see these people as superior,
Oh
but
no,
it's
no, no.
just
The Black Brits
funny to
see
me
the
that they're literally called packy, stinky. We have so many
I know they call them
derogatory
packies.
terms of them.
yeah, they call them that. And also, there's this thing in the UK, right, where they I don't know. The problem is like, look again. If black people would take this fucking victimization shit out of their head, we'd have moved a long, long, long time ago. But the problem is we keep running back to this victimization shit. I mean, look, there was a video on this has nothing to do with this video, but there was a video done on Winston Churchill. We know what Winston Churchill is about. I mean, to the English, he was a hero. To other people, he was not. But
See,
again, when the
what's
English
like
tried to celebrate, yeah, when the English tried to celebrate Winston Churchill, again, Winston Churchill was not a hero to the Irish. The Irish fucking hate him to this day. Like, if you look at all the other people, they despise him. The only people here in the UK, the entire UK, I'm talking like Welsh, Scottish, all the other immigrant, migrants. The only people that truly like Winston Churchill is the English. But then again, why is it the black people are always trying to advocate for? Why is it the black people are always in the light, like the first people to try to fight for social justice? Like, just chill, relax. You don't need to always involve yourself in everything. Just calm down. Nothing to do with because again, the church had hated more than anything Indians. He took all of their food. If you look at the historical context of World War II,
Yeah, he
he never
did.
sent back. Yeah, he starved the subcontinent of India. Like they should be the first to be angry.
I don't even know how
Yeah, I
you even
tried
do that though.
explaining
In
that
my mind,
to
Yeah.
I can't see how
I
that's
So
tried
why
possible.
is it that
explaining.
the black people in the UK always want to be the first people in line to fight for social justice? It has nothing to do with you.
I don't think it's the people. I don't really believe it's the people. I really believe it's the politicians pushing that necessarily. And then you got like you have to like the naysayers. I'm gonna say it like here in the U.S. context because the British use the American model necessarily of subjugation. Let's go with that, right? Basically, they got the politicians come out here and say, "Oh, this is the issue. We need to fight and get behind it." Then they gonna get the women necessarily and have the women say, "Oh, you know what? This is something you need to get behind because you a
Give me 2 seconds, I'll be
marginalized group
back.
and you okay, and you a marginalized group and you should work with them necessarily." And like in the minute, like man, fuck this shit. I already get it on my own. And then before you know it, you got like a whole bunch of chicks, like trauma bonding with some other women. Like, girl, it's okay. You gonna be okay? And I'm like, no, no, because I
That's
feel like for me,
that's um that's what I was saying in the beginning. I was criticizing that. I was like, black people globally, just worry about yourself. Don't worry about anyone else. Don't worry about any other community crying. Oh my goodness, they feel just like me. They don't see you like them ever. They
exactly,
don't.
yeah,
exactly,
I
Especially
just
even
exactly.
always say
immigrants don't see themselves as other black people. Like, I don't know why that's so offensive when I say it. It's true. No one
No,
cares
no, no, no,
about
no.
anything but themselves.
Man, I'm gonna tell you the people in the black. I'm gonna go ahead and say it, but the folk in the black America
Okay.
got the goddamn zeitgeist of an abused woman, bro. That because most of them motherfuckers are who raising these kids over there? Women, women. Like literally, they give the kids directly to the women by the government necessarily, which is the whole thing. They got the whole United States government is a fucking pyramid scheme. How I'm looking at this shit because they basically say now if you have a kid or whatever, you got your son automatically goes to the woman by default. And the God forbid if that woman is like a crazy bitch or an unstable woman, because like that child is gonna be fucked. That child is gonna be literally
Oh
fucked. Like
gosh.
they out here making deformed families and shit by default now by on the government stagnant level. So when you understand that, it's for me, I'm like, ain't no way in hell I'm raising my kid over there. And if I wish a bitch would talk about I'm gonna raise your son. My man, motherfucker,
I
I'm gonna
think
Okay.
say is this.
I
All I'm
think the
gonna say
problem
is this.
with people globally is just they just worship white people and want love from them and acceptance, and they will never get it because we do it.
Nah,
We
it's
did
about
everything we can. to please them, and it didn't work. So I just believe black people need to stop trying and just worry about their own people and not anyone else, because
Yeah,
at the
that's
end,
another thing. Again,
it
if
doesn't
black
benefit
people stop,
us.
yeah, I was gonna say that's a good point. If black people stop focusing on other people's problem and trying to be the advocates for their problem, I don't know what made you the leader of the victimization club. You should focus on your own people. Why do you always have to
Exactly.
fight for other? Oh, we're fighting for the ants live. We're fighting for the chairs live. No,
Fighting for the
fight.
midget lives, man.
Yeah, fight for your own life. The fuck
Fighting
you
for
mean?
abortion. And I'm
Day
just
in
like,
Fighting.
my
What does that have to do
listen,
with you? Why is
you
it
Fighting
need
for
black
your
more
own
women?
people, bro.
children. You need more
Why
children. I don't know why
exactly?
black women are fighting for abortion and in
Exactly.
Because
any country.
they
In
don't like
any
their own kids,
country.
man.
I mean,
They
if you
don't like their
support the
own
death
kids.
of babies, then that's. I mean, look, there's always other circumstances that how the creation of baby can come around. But again, if it comes around naturally, and you're there advocating for the baby's death, then you're just a monster.
abortion
Yeah,
is a
you
white
are.
problem. White
Yeah,
women don't worry about that. That's not our
Why
issue. Right.
black women of any community are out here talking about I support the trans only for them to come and say we're better than you. This is
That's
black
crazy.
people
oh, you
just
support
stop.
trans, right? You support trans women being in female sports, right?
Yeah,
Like,
they
Oh
that's
God,
female
what
man.
a
boxing,
lot of
female
them
mixed
are
martial arts.
saying.
You really want that, right?
I mean, because you don't want to see me come. You don't want to see my. I'm 210 pounds, man. But you do not want to see me in a boxing match, child. You like 130 pounds, motherfucker. I'm gonna hit you one time. You're gonna lose all your front teeth.
Exactly
And
my
Like
point. And the females don't see the upside to that. I mean, if you really want to, if you really want to compete with trans women in your women's sports, then that's really up to you. If you want to keep fighting for trans life, I mean, look, this is what I see. Look, more less than 50 years ago, if you were again 50, 60 years ago, if you were gay, it was seen as a mental health issue. Less than 30 years ago, if you were seen as a trans person, you were seen as a mental health issue. I mean, this society is moving towards degeneracy and is moving at a fast pace.
yes,
I
a
mean,
fast,
everything.
So
a breakneck pace.
DiCapriano is saying would black Brits advocate those things in their country? Of course not. Of course not. That's why
Of
some of
course
these
not.
woke black people that are Jamaican, Caribbean, African descents, when they speak really liberal, I'm like, yeah, you're here. That's why you're saying this. Because
They're
back in our
feminists,
own
man.
Yeah.
country,
Like
women are not even allowed to do anything. So I'm not sure why you're advocating on these rights.
Look, we
I'm gonna
have
go ahead and
we
say
have
it, bro.
people, famous musicians in the UK like Stormzy, who's always advocating liberal point of views. Dave, who's another musician in the UK. We
What
have a
can
lot of
you
musicians in the.
wait, hold on. What did Stormzy say? Because I
Oh
don't
yeah,
I don't know.
back when uh again when the left or the liberal group were fighting for versus the conservatives, when they were basically when taking on the Tories. Stormzy was making songs with that fella, the guy that was advocating the left. What was his name again? Jeremy Corbyn. He was making videos, he was making songs, he was making a lot of promotion for that guy. So he's telling people to vote for Jeremy Corbyn
Oh
again,
no.
and he was advocating the left. But again, I didn't vote for any of them because I see them as again the same coin, different sides. But again, not many people are going to have my viewpoints. But if you're looking at it from his point of
Absolutely.
view, he's advocating vote for Jeremy Corbyn, vote for Jeremy Corbyn. While on the other hand, we had people again because again, if you vote for Tories, look, I'm not a big fan of the Tories or the left, but the Tories, they have one thing that I do like, and it's again, if you're looking at it from a different capitalism, they advocate that. While the
Mm-hmm.
Tories, on the other hand, are just all about hand me downs and a lot of black people. I mean, he was making videos about if you're black, then you're or ethnic minorities that get marginalized. I'll fight for you.
Oh
What do you mean
no.
marginalized? Not a single person in my
Absolutely.
entire life come to me and was racially abusive
I
towards me.
noticed a lot of immigrants go
This,
for the left wing because they're like, "Oh, this is
Free
the
shit,
wing
man.
that let us come to this country." Blah 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 blah. I'm just like, I'm
yeah, they
right
get
wing all
us.
day. I'm conservative all day
They-
because
I'm
they
telling you, bro.
look
I'm
out
telling you.
for market rights. They look out for
I'm
family
sorry, but if,
rights.
if I'm
There's
if I'm
so
I'm
many
not gonna be in
things.
that bracket because then I'd have to advocate everything the left stands for: death of babies,
Hey,
the
Hey,
colorful group,
man.
LGB, whatever it is. I
Nah,
mean, you're fighting.
remember what I
Yeah,
said the last time about that social standing, right? When I told you about necessarily, they're gonna put the social standing, they're gonna put that person in front first, right? And then they're gonna
yeah.
try to see if they can get the women to co-sign that. And if they can get the women to co-sign it necessarily, then they can get by virtue, they can get the men the women to coerce the men necessarily into the same shit. I
I
told you, man, that's the process. That is the process. Like we in America, like we playing 5G 5 games of chess right here at one time, man. So I understand what the deal is, what they're doing in the UK, and I understand what they're doing necessarily in these small African countries when they're trying to put this. Well, you should get an abortion here. Nah, they're trying to control your population, but because they're getting ready to try to invade again. I can see it now. Look at me, I can see
Right.
it, man.
And I'm
They're
not
getting ready to
telling.
invade again. They just need your population to be a little bit necessarily smaller,
I mean, if
so
they're
that
gonna
when they
really
come in,
advocate abortion,
Yeah,
then they
and
should
I'm not
advocate it
telling
in
that
places
anyone
not
like
gonna
who to
happen.
wait. One
China and
second.
India,
Wait.
pushing
Yeah. So
1.2
I'm not
billion.
telling anyone who to vote for. If you vote for left, that's cool with you. But I'm saying that they're both bad. So go for the side that is more honest with you instead of the left that promise you so many
Am none of
good
them are honest.
things and they don't
yes, none of them honest.
promise and they don't and then they don't deliver.
They're
Look
So
at
both
what
I'd
lying.
Obama
rather
was
go
saying
for the
beforehand.
conservative. I'd rather go for the people who people don't like, but then go for the left that's more emotional and serves nothing.
I
Look,
don't.
Everything that you're talking about doesn't help any black community, let's be honest.
I
yeah,
don't
and
understand how some immigrants they come to this. They be conservative, but yet they want to lean on the liberal side. But as soon and they get everything they want to go to the right and be conservative and start voting like all Republican and stuff like that. A
look,
lot of
Man.
this is what I would say. Again, it comes down to it comes down to your own viewpoints and your own standings in life. Like if you're gonna look at it from a perspective, if you look, think about it this way, right? If you are a devout Muslim, right, or like a devout Christian or whatnot, so if you're a person that lives, by the old family code, like a man should be the head of the table, a man should decide stuff like important stuff, and his wife should be by his side, etc., etc. Not the other way around where men should work, but also women, and who's gonna look after the children? Oh, I forgot the system. The system's gonna look after the children while they teach Harry with Harry's okay. I mean, if that's the type of behavior that you're on, and if that's the type of things that you advocate, like because again, the system will teach, or the school system, or like care homes while you're away will teach children about stuff like this. They will teach children that the gay, being gay is okay, being trans is okay. So now your children won't come home because again, when you're a child, the first thing you're gonna do as a child is want to come home and play games, or you're gonna want to enjoy yourself because you're a child. But now they're gonna be thinking about stuff like this. I mean, again, the family code is being destroyed by feminism and by this LGBTQ movement. It's being destroyed. And feminism,
Feminism
I'll
is
have to
white
say, is the number one
supremacy.
advocate. Why by this again, they're pushing this. Or women don't need men. Women can do everything a man can do. I mean,
Man,
that's cool if you
until you
wanna.
throw a 50, hit that motherfucker with 100 pound of rice bag and throw that shit on her back. Then all of a sudden, bro, the real goddamn woman gonna start coming out. Like I keep saying, man, that when you
Oh no,
understand
where are the
feminism,
feminists in Ukraine? Where are the feminists in Ukraine? Why are the women leaving the country? Because they're
they
happy
out
to
in
leave. They're
Russia.
happy to leave the country, but the men have to stay if you're above 18. So why are the feminists not advocating to the Ukrainian government? It's okay. We women want to fight too. No, no. Now they want to go back to their own gender role because they understand shit got real. They're not going to
it's
be
not a man
advocating.
or a woman.
Oh yeah, they're not going to be advocating for feminist rights. No, 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 no. Feminists are out the window because now things are real. It's a war. Now the
I'm
men.
gonna tell you, it's a
Yeah.
war, but it's a war on the average man necessarily, or the like. It is the war between how I'm looking. I've been researching this shit for like the last like year and a half now, man, or at least really 2 years. It's really necessary though. Plutarch's at the top using this as a financial warfare necessarily against laymen, men necessarily, men who ain't basically billionaires necessarily, to control the population. If you can control necessarily half the women in the population or most of the women, then you can therefore also gain the population control of the muscle of the men, and also by default the children. And that means necessarily you just set up your own little kingdom all over again. Necessarily, they basically just made a whole little the serfdom kingdom all over again. Basically, where you got the Plutarchs at the top necessarily. They use women as a proxy necessarily as a go
Oh
between
yeah,
between the men.
I see the battle on.
Yeah,
I
let us
do, I really do,
play this
and
real
I
quick and then some
This is a video
commentary.
captured by a student at Oakville Trafalgar High School showing a teacher instructing the class on how to use a saw. The teacher has been documented on several occasions with what people describe as very large prosthetic breasts with protruding nipples that are clearly seen through form-fitting
this is
clothes.
America.
The teacher's appearance has been the subject of
Sure
reports from
is.
the New York
It's not
Post
America.
and network news in the States. Students
Where's
from
this?
the age said this is a
Canada.
constant topic in class.
The entire school. Like every single class that I'm in, the teacher is like the topic. Like it's
Yeah.
I don't know, like
And obviously the teachers have no say over it.
It's just I'll be walking in the hallways and I'll see her walking around. It's kind of discomforting to be in a school environment with that.
The Halton District School Board says they're not taking any action against the teacher, saying they want to create a safe learning environment and, quote, ensure a safe and inclusive environment for all students, staff, and the community, regardless of their
You gotta
race,
take your kids out, man. You just gotta take your kids out to school.
gender identity,
It's
gender
literally I'll
expression,
fight for your mind and the soul of your children at this point.
social observance, social economic
Those kids gonna be
or body
confused.
type or size, adding that, quote, gender identity and gender expression are protected grounds under the Ontario Human
What?
Rights Code. A statement
Gender
What?
expressions. What is that?
the
What?
school's own dress code that they have to follow.
it's ridiculous.
Why?
I think it violates the dress code completely and it's completely inappropriate.
The thing is, in the dress code for HCS,
Oh, Aaron Rude boy, give it a
says
rest,
you
man.
need to wear opaque clothing.
Oh man, what
There
is the
are
world
pictures
coming
even of
to,
the teacher
bro?
where you can completely see her nipples, even the color of, like, you can see the color, you can see the shape. It's ridiculous.
I thought
And it's
Canada
very
was
distracting for
like
students.
America.
And then there's Americans nowadays saying about where if we go to war with Russia, we'd win. Yeah, yeah.
Be presentable.
They got that from America. They got influenced by us.
Oh yeah. This degeneracy has been always been pushed by Americans. I mean, look at the UK, right? The UK is, I may say, thank God, it's not as bad as the America or even Canada with this type of behavior. But again, if you're looking at it from a perspective, look, in the UK there are some, intelligent people. What I mean by intelligent people is they're well-educated people that have critical thinking, something you're not allowed in America. You're not allowed to be able to critically analyze stuff with your own brain.
I do.
In the UK, yeah, but in the UK they also have a uprising of this type of cultural behavior. What I mean by that is there's a lot more nowadays of social justice warriors in the UK, and I'm sad to say, but again, Somali women, I'm calling you out, are being influenced by this behavior. Oh yeah, they've been influenced by this, and they are nowadays they're becoming more and more. Oh, we advocate. No, what do you mean you advocate? It has nothing to do with you, Halimo.
I can't believe women doing like this. The Somali women be traditional, they be dressing nice and pretty.
The older generation, the newer generation is deteriorating of all immigrant cultures because
they got to be back traditional.
Yeah, because all of their, including, look at what Rude Boy's saying. His parents
look
would
at him, he's
never say
Eritrean.
that.
Bro,
His
I'm telling
parents
you.
would never say that.
Bro, look, Eritreans come from a...
for being like, I have limits. Like, I don't want to see this in the classroom. I don't want to see this at a workplace. I don't want to see this. Why can I not have a right to not see this?
Rude Boy is from a traditional Eritrean family, meaning that they devote Christians.
Rude Boy, I'm going to say it again, right? Because maybe you really don't get it. That community never advocates for me. Do you understand it? But I always have to advocate for them. Oh, please. I'm tired. I'm tired.
I mean, no, this is what I'm going to say. AM, imagine this. He comes from a traditional Christian background. Mm-hmm. And his parents definitely will never allow such behavior. That's why he's not come out yet, because he's not brave enough to. You heard that, every boy. I mean,
No, he's not.
no,
He's not. He's not.
yeah.
He likes women. He told me, or he told us about his first kiss. He likes women.
He could be trolling. But one thing about this teacher is she did this to a bunch of students, so she had a purpose of doing it. She was trying to get their attention because she had
I
a
mean,
goal.
I drove to that school because that town is really not far from me, and there, you know how the school year just started. There was like 35 people in my class, and now it's 6. I'm like, wow, you guys are such failures. Like,
How old are
there's
you?
6 people in a very essential class, by the way. This is an art. You need to know how to do woodwork. Like, this is not one of those classes that are just this. A lot of teachers don't have experience in that, right? And
How old
students
are you?
dropped out because they don't want to see that every day. I don't want to see that every day either. She's
I
not.
mean, can I just say something,
That
right?
person is not cute.
From again, if I'm looking at it from a British standpoint of view, or even a European standpoint of view, right?
Yeah.
We see America, and again, anywhere surrounding America, as a failed society. And the reason why we see America as a failed society is the things that we see online. I mean, you're seeing. I mean, there was a YouTube video. We've seen a
man.
YouTube video about basic questions being asked to American citizens, where somebody would go to an American citizen and say, "Name me 3 African countries, or name me 3 European countries." The African countries they would name is Africa. They would call Africa literally a country, and then they would call Europe another country. There was another person who said the Italian flag was a Chinese flag. I mean,
Come on,
we call this.
we know
We call this.
fuck. All we good at is fight.
I mean, we call this. We call this the American moment. There's no other form of. I mean, look, that's very low IQ, in my opinion. I mean, Americans have to defend it, but
No. I'm telling you. This is what I know for legitimate for an American, right? Like, I grew up in Georgia, but so I'm gonna say it like this: the only thing they teach you is how to goddamn fight and how to outmaneuver motherfuckers. That's the only.
They got
Probably, like I said, I grew up in Georgia, so shooting is like a thing out there. So if you don't know basic math skills, basic reading skills, and how to shoot something, that's all they really got you. So all you basically you can add to track and shoot something. That's what you know how to do.
if you know how to handle yourself with a gun, basic mathematics skills and literacy skills, you're the true American patriot.
Hey man, hey, I'm sorry, bro. I'm sorry. I can't even lie, man. Like by the time I was 17, 16, bro, my school was like, oh yeah, and this is how you actually load your AR-15. And I'm like, do I really need to know how to
load AR-15s? What is American?
I'm telling you,
it's an American moment right there.
Yeah, I know. Right?
See, y'all think I'm lying when I'm telling you the only thing they really teach these people out here necessarily is how to do basic maths and skills. I'm saying to be a drone and necessarily and to shoot really, really good and fight pretty decently and wrestle.
In high school, they teach children how to load the AR. I see why you have this school shooting problem.
Oh
exactly.
Mo, do you understand the difference between the American and Canadian?
Yes, I do.
I'm just like, no, please.
They teach in
you.
high
and
school
Americans
children.
are like, F you. We did the same thing to the British. We'll do it again.
I mean, to be fair, when they say that they beat the British, or in I mean, to be fair, the British at that time were fighting, the Spanish again, which was a massive empire, the French, Napoleon. They were fighting so many wars at so many times that they couldn't focus on America.
Lucky.
If they had their full strength and they were focusing on America, you guys would be speaking the British accent.
Probably. Fucking
yeah.
Gosh, this is hilarious.
Dr. Malene, you in college?
Nope.
Pardon?
Nope.
Why do you say college? Say university.
University?
No, university. University. Yeah, the American way of speaking English is mad.
They just made this when you understand America, it's basically a whole bunch of motherfuckers winging it, and we just making this shit up as we fucking go. Like this country ain't really but 200 years old, really. It could be just God, honestly, 200 years old. Like we competing against what is it? People that have existed on this goddamn planet and as a culture and as a goddamn civilization for hundreds of thousands of years and hundreds of millions of years necessary progress and information.
I mean, yeah, my local pub is older than America. Yeah,
I believe you. I really believe you.
That's embarrassing. So Iru Boy was like, why do you have an issue with that person wearing a skirt? I've seen teachers wear skirts and heels before, and they look good because they were women.
Oh no, every rude boy.
They look good. Okay, so please don't equate that to this.
Yeah, but Mr. Uganda,
advocate for skirts.
Mr. Uganda, they finish high school. They finish high school at 18. We finish secondary school at 16, then proceed to college, and then university. So college is basically like the last 2 years of high school for them. Yeah. For us. That's what college is for us. Oh,
thanks for explaining that. Yeah, we finished school at 18. Is that a man?
Like, can someone explain to me? That looks like a man from here in this. The more I look at it, that looks like a man. Oh, shit. Look at that motherfucking chin. That looks like a man.
Oh shit.
It's something wrong with me. Like what that looks like a man.
No, you
ain't no telling these days.
No, you can't say that. And not in this day and age. You can't say it out loud. Because if that person feels like a woman, apparently they are a woman. But
do I feel like a tree?
Trust. What?
I mean, so if I said I'm a fucking tree, are you gonna treat me like a fucking tree? Are you gonna come water me 4 times a day?
Mr. Uganda actually has a story on that, but in some of these countries, you'd be shocked. If you identify as a tree, you are a tree. I'm actually dead serious.
Okay, well, shit. I'm a white man. I'm a rich white man with millions of dollars necessarily. I want the treatment then, bro. But when I get back to America, I'm gonna tell them that.
They got people that want to identify as animals, like cows.
Oh God, I cannot.
I gotta fucking move. I gotta make more money. Fuck this shit.
I cannot, bro.
When everyone gets to identify as whatever they feel like they are, society has gone down.
Failed.
They just
failed. It's failed. Like right now, I can tell you right now, but like, I just got a call from one of my goddamn cousins in in California and in Florida. They just told me they had 5 school shootings necessary in this last month. And I'm like, what?
Oh my life.
Fucking wild.
It's tragic, but goddamn.
And I'm trying to figure out, I'm like, man, you can't even send your kids to school because now every kid out there is, I need to take everybody out because they ain't make me feel nice. And I'm like, motherfucker, you know how.
I mean, how about this, right? It's easier to get certain weapons in America than it is to do shopping.
You can buy your AR-15 at Walmart.
Oh my fucking!
At my Walmart, you can't. I live in Texas. Gun right.
Oh, okay. Well, that's good. You used to get an AR-15 in Walmart.
Hey, can you show the video I sent to you?
In my state, you don't need a license to carry a gun. You can buy one at the store as long as you don't have a felony.
What is wrong?
You got an interesting
accent. The same thing in Georgia now, man. They took this restriction off down too in Georgia, so it's about to be free gun city now. When I get
wait, hold on. Did you just say that you don't need a license to carry a gun?
In Texas, yes. This is the Wild Wild West in Texas.
And Georgia too.
Goodness, this is not acceptable.
Yeah, you can't start fights in America. I need to know that if I do ever come there, God forbid, I'm not coming there. But if I do have the necessity to come there, or if I do have to come there in the future, I won't start. I'll pick a fight because anybody can have a weapon over there. God damn.
Oh yeah, bro. Oh no. You misunderstand.
In Walmart. What?
Man, no, let me tell you, put like this, man. If this is not the country you want to quote unquote start fighting in, because let's keep it honest, bro. Like you got motherfuckers like me who know how to make a minigun, and motherfucker, I shred through anything you fucking got, man. I don't give a fuck what you talking about. Man, we not here playing them fucking games. But
wait 1 second.
Yeah, look at this.
swear that's the ice cream.
Make it full screen.
What, you're saying this looks like an ice cream?
Yeah. That literally, I went to an ice cream store yesterday, and that was the picture they had for one of the flavors.
She just called the French flag ice cream. I can't be asked.
Sir, you're showing me a picture of ice cream right now.
This is actually, in fact, the country ice cream. Yeah.
Yay!
Got one right. Ice cream. Well done. The next one. What country do you think this is?
Autumn. Something like promotion for autumn.
But like, as an actual country.
American IQ.
I think that's the country.
It's actually a trick question. It's promotion for
I know.
autumn.
I know these TikTok things. I know you're trying to.
These
trick
people are
me.
dumb.
It's obviously from the Sims.
Come on, bro.
Brazil.
Come on, man. God damn it, bro.
Just call that Brazil.
Did you say Brazil?
Yeah, they must be Americans
Did
for
you say
sure.
Brazil? Oh no! You must not watch the World Cup at least. That's
Shit.
embarrassing.
They called the French flag ice cream. They called the Canadian flag autumn. I can't be asked.
I can't believe people actually live like this. This is embarrassing. At least all of like on the Western flag, you should know them. I don't blame you if you don't know Asia, Africa, but not knowing what the Aussie flag looks like, not knowing, that's embarrassing.
I mean, the American education system has truly failed.
Yeah.
Yeah, public education sucks in America. You're doing better homeschooling and doing private charter school.
Oh yeah, by the way, the public rating for education, throughout the world, or the average IQ in America is pretty low. Like if you look at the charts and the statistics where people have actually diligently worked on these statistics, America is somewhere in the middle, meaning that they're nowhere near the top where they estimated to be. While on the other hand, if you look at the British Institution of Education, it's somewhere at the top, competing with countries like Taiwan and these countries like China, which is actually pretty good because the Asian countries are predominantly smart if you look at it from from that perspective. But yeah,
they're dumbing down.
I actually believe you. I think the Bible belts drag it down. No offense, but I think the Bible belts drag everything down because if I speak to people from New York, they seem to be aware. But if the further you go, it's like they don't know anything. So.
The further you go inland, the dumber the population gets. I'm not gonna lie to you. When you understand how populated the inland is of America necessarily, you be like, oh fuck, it's a whole bunch of that's why them jokes like we be like Alabama and shit. Like Alabama, we be like, what the motherfucker fuck their cousins and shit. Like that's a running joke. We got like that's a running joke. We be like, bro. But if you know about how Alabama is, bro, you be like, man.
Now I get it. Now I know why they say "Sweet Home Alabama."
you finally get it now. Okay.
Oh my god.
Trust me, you don't want to go there.
Yeah, exactly. Don't nobody go to Alabama. Alabama is like why did you go there? Like people in Alabama, we
City of inbred. Is that what you're trying to say? City of inbred.
You just laugh at it. Yeah, they are kind of inbred, bro. They are kind of I mean, you gotta understand these man. Type in inbred and type in Alabama, bro, and on YouTube and watch the scary shit. And you just start popping up, man.
No, I'm not gonna do that because
just watch Wrong Turn.
You're superstitious now, so I'm not gonna.
By the way, Crimson Nebula made a point. Huh? He goes, there is an important reason for United States to limit or manage the intelligence level of the mass population. That's why the masses are programmed via watching TV as they do. What do you think of that?
That's a very interesting point because even if we're looking at TikTok in China, the creator of TikTok, they have time limits and there's certain things you can't post on TikTok. But I noticed this TikTok is this place where all these dance videos go viral. And it's like, I don't know why it's degeneracy. Remember that crate challenge? That milk crate challenge? And I'm like, there's no way grown adults are doing something like this. This is not funny.
I mean, imagine this, right? Imagine this. In America, right? They I forgot. There was this famous American TikToker. I forgot what her name was. That's how irrelevant she is to me. But again, she wears this. She's a famous TikToker basically that does stupid little dances that gets millions and millions of views. I forgot what her name was.
I bet you she's a white
Just
girl.
Dixie Alamilio or something like
Yeah,
that.
yeah, I think that's her name. She does some little dances, little footwork and little hand movements, and you can see in the comment section these 52-year-old simps saying, "Oh, how beautiful she is." I mean, look, this is what I'm gonna say right now. America, for me, it's a failed society, and the reason why is okay. I sound like Andrew Tate. I need to calm down. Look. No, but listen. In a way, it
I thought
is
he was
because
British.
the reason why I say what I say is because again, it's very. You can just tell from the intelligence. Okay, no offense to Americans, right? You can just tell from speaking to American where their IQs are. You can't have a high IQ, like intelligent debate with an American, or not some Americans, because I don't want to,
Okay,
generalize all
there,
Americans. Yeah.
there we go.
Because again, the reason why I say this is because of stuff like that we see online from from the perspective of America. I mean, Americans care more about their guns than they care about education system. Americans care more about I mean, look at your healthcare system. The healthcare system in America is disgusting. You have
It's
to
a
pay for
joke.
an ambulance. People having a heart attack are thinking about the price of an ambulance. You're
You have
having
to
a
pay
heart
for
attack.
air, bro. You
Exactly.
have to
You're
pay for
thinking
air,
about.
bro.
Look at these challenges. Why would anyone sane in their mind do this? Like, I don't understand. What type of IQ must you possess for you to think that you could do this and get away with that?
He bust
Like,
his ass. She gonna bust her ass too.
Oh my god, why?
But to
I'm
be fair,
attacked the fucking idiots,
be
man.
fair,
I'm attacked the
to be fair,
idiots.
right?
look at this.
Americans aren't as stupid as the TV portrays them to be. They're not. It's just the stupid population that gets a lot of attention, like media attention. But Americans are pretty smart. I don't know. It's just
I mean, your news
degeneracy goes
channels, no
viral.
offense.
Huh?
American news channels care more about, again, gender expressions than they care about other stuff like that matters. They don't
American
teach
hot.
Americans about exactly. They don't teach Americans on the news about geography or locations of countries and stuff,
Well,
important information that you should know.
well,
But they teach them about this is how you identify
no,
a man that
the,
dresses as a woman, or this is how you
well,
identify as a person who's what was those people that like trees? I forgot what they're
no.
called.
Let me defend Americans for a bit. I don't even know why, but
Thank you.
Americans, right? No problem. Americans, right? Americans are really cool people. Americans have different culture. Again, this where this is taking place is clearly somewhere in America. It's not America. It's just a place in America. And to go by what you said, I mean, they still have Harvard, they still have MIT, they still have some of the top schools. So it's really really
No,
hard to just say all American.
the reason
Well,
why I say this
Americans
is
are
again,
stupid.
if you're looking at it from again, I'm looking at it from a British point of view, right?
Hmm.
Oxford and Cambridge universities are known as the top universities in the world. They're not just in the UK. They like a lot of people from different countries, high IQ people usually come to those universities to study. You know, you know, study the programming of or the program of their choice. And many famous scientists, intellectual people come from Harvard or Oxford or studied there.
Okay.
There's this debate.
Cambridge.
There's this famous debate hall in I think it was in Oxford University. There's this famous debate hall where many intelligent people, or many people, have debates. I usually tend to watch that, and people usually come there to have debates or have high IQ talks. There was this American guy. What was his name? Jordan Peterson, I think. I think he's from America. Jordan Peterson. I think he was a
Yes, he said.
professor in America or something. He recently went there, or not recently, but he said that he likes the UK due to the the high IQ talks.
Me
He
too,
recently
but
mentioned this.
if you ask an average American why they don't learn about geography, I've noticed they don't. But they're in America. They're in the best country of the world that's advertised. So for Americans not to know about other country history, I
I
think
know
it's
about
kind of
geography.
justified for them to not know about other countries because they're in America. Do you
I mean,
understand
look
what
at
I'm saying?
this.
I'm
Look at this clown.
I'm
Look at
actually tell
him.
you this. That's false. That's false. I'm false. Let me tell you this. Let me tell you this.
He must be
Okay.
truly 38 IQ.
I'm
Look at
gonna
him.
keep it. I'm gonna keep it a buck with you. No, hold on. I'm gonna keep it a buck with you. I'm gonna keep
And
it
when someone
100.
laughs at him for dropping, he's gonna pull out a gun. I can guarantee you.
Okay, possibly. I mean, who knows? But okay, let's be honest. But like when people say geography, no, they teach geography indifferently. They teach you how to conquer over here, how to steal shit. That's what they really get. That's what they really basically trying to teach you necessarily as a kid necessarily, and they teach it in a way that it don't seem is that it is, right? Like, okay, around what
You're kind of
Can't hear
lagging,
you.
brother. Your internet's lagging.
I can tell you the difference between the West African and the East African countries. What's on the West and what on the East.
Yeah,
Oh yeah,
sure.
yeah.
Go ahead.
East is
I
full of
would like to
degeneracy.
hear this.
That's why I claim my
Yes.
Ghanaian side for a reason. But yeah.
You know, East Africa consists of Ethiopia, Eritrea, Sudan, Somalia, Tanzania, Kenya, Rwanda, Somalia,
No,
and
Rwanda
West
said
man,
Africa.
man,
Somalia.
see,
Djibouti.
that's the degenerate shit. Like they'll put him on that. The problem is that they put the degenerate people up front necessarily.
Yeah.
Like okay, like back in the day, rap used to be necessarily a pretty decent thing, right? See what I'm saying? But what happened was they started putting degenerates, they started putting drug dealers in it, they started putting quote unquote
They don't.
all the idiots up front. And that became the face of hip hop. Like hip hop used to be intelligent, poetic music. Now it became,
Like
man,
Ice
bro, all I
Cube.
do is yeah, nah, I ain't gonna go that far now. But I mean, what's that KRS One necessarily? What's that? Most Def, Child Quad Quest. We talking about people next to. We talking about Nas, people like that. That was the forerunners of hip hop and rap necessarily. By controlling the
What does
media
this
apparatus.
idiot have to prove? No, no. Look at this guy on the crate right now. Look, what does he have to prove? Look at him.
No, but can I ask you a question?
About 10 IQ. Imagine he falls and bangs his head off the concrete floor.
Would you consider Migos legendary because someone
No.
No,
said
I don't
that?
consider any musician legendary. And the reason why,
Okay,
imagine this,
thank you,
imagine this, right?
At least I know you guys.
You know,
have
in
brains.
America, right? When I started, like when I was listening to hip hop, right, or the new generation hip hop, which I cannot stand, I've listened to
Like the
Lil
old
Pump.
hip hop.
Yeah, I listened to Lil Pump, right? Imagine his lyrics go, you know, I'll say it on, you know, from memory. Gucci gang, Gucci gang, Gucci gang. And then he goes from there, my bitch loves doing C-word cocaine. And then he just says some degeneracy that doesn't connect or make any sense at all. But he gets so much
Yeah,
views and
Gucci gang,
people
Gucci gang.
in the comment section actually loving his music. And then I'm there thinking, American woman. Because the true IQ of America is showing.
They go
It's become
Gucci
diluted.
Gang
When I tell you, it became more diluted over time, man. Like I'm not lying to you. But basically, they having basically a cultural erasure over here on a level that's so fucking high and so potent that you really can't. If you ain't necessarily here and you ain't necessarily observing of it, you don't see it. So for me, it's like I know that's not how rap is supposed to be, because if you go back 30 years ago, then you have people like I said, like Nas, he's talking about, oh, get your money together necessarily, open your business necessarily work with another goddamn brother and build you another business and take that money and invest that shit in different African countries or invest that necessarily in the Caribbean. That's what he was rapping about. All of a sudden, you know, that generation of dudes just basically got silenced, or they records did not sell. Let's put it like that. And all of a sudden you got Gucci gang, Gucci gang. All I do is slang, Gucci gang. And I'm saying,
I mean,
like,
look at what Ja Nazola said. He says, and I quote, you know, from Lil Pump's lyrics apparently. If that's what you call lyrics, me and my grandma do the same. Jesus. I can't, man. I can't.
Her Africans do their own style rap, but it be in different languages.
Yeah, Afrobeats.
No,
talking about the-
no. Afrobeats is Afrobeats. There's Afro rap.
they're coming for it next.
Just
No.
making a
I'm telling you, they're coming for it next, because have you seen what's the dude? What's the name? Remy necessarily. When he first came to the scene, right? all of a sudden, the girls was nice. They was beautiful. They was dark skinned. All of a sudden, bro, as he's got more popularity, all of a sudden, them still girls start getting lighter and lighter, bro. You start rapping about goddamn, you know what I'm saying, gang shit and gang shit. Now he running around with a road man mask, as y'all call
Oh,
it.
I have to
And this,
watch that. But
He must be a
the reason
colorist.
for that is you guys know Afrobeats is not just Nigerian anymore. You guys know that Afrobeat is everyone now, right?
yeah,
Ghana, Ethiopia, South Africa, you
South Africa got
name
their
it.
own thing.
Look, music in Somalia is trash, and I'll be the first one to say that. I don't like the old school drumming and the hip move. It's not it's a no for me.
Yeah, you got to
But
update, bro. You got to update. I mean,
yeah,
like,
100%, 100%. I
I
agree.
want to
Like
ask this
the music.
question. Is Afrobeats ain't nothing like rapping about drugs or fighting or none of that? What
Well,
American
okay. Well, see, I can actually explain this, but the history of Afrobeats was actually woke. I don't know if you know who Fela Kuti is, but it was
no.
political. Now Afrobeats is dancing degenerate music. It's transformed.
Yeah,
exactly how it happened though. I'm telling, didn't it happen the same way? Necessarily, it started off woke, necessarily right, since then people speaking what they necessarily want to
What
do,
is this
right?
woman doing?
This fat ass
that's a
bitch, man.
dummy.
Man,
She's too big
man.
for that. Oh my god. Sorry.
Hey man, the average pound of a U.S. goddamn female is like 180 pounds now. I don't
Oh
even
yeah, by
fuck
the way,
with
another thing I forgot. What look, our large. If you go to McDonald's, right, the large in the UK is you're small. That
what?
shocked me. Yeah, it's that bad. I mean, the large portion in your country is like triple our large portion. There was a comparison on YouTube that was showing this, and I was actually shocked.
Oh,
You
That's why
guys,
these
when you
motherfuckers.
say when you guys say in America you do everything big, you really mean it.
yeah, we sure do. I'm not gonna lie.
I
I
don't know.
buy I buy big cups of diet soda every day and drink it.
And everything in your country is artificial. I mean, look, in America,
Everything,
right,
bro.
you eat a lot of processed food. Everything is processed. Like you don't have time to cook your own stuff. Like, look, because processed food is so much cheaper. A lot of Americans tend to go for processed food. They don't think about healthier options or healthier choices because of the expenses, and plus because of the timing that you look in the UK we have work holiday, meaning that in the summertime we get paid leave, 30 days
They
of
put
paid leave.
What?
chemicals in the food too.
What?
Oh yeah, we get
Nigga, what?
paid leave. We get paid leave in the UK where we get
How
holiday
long?
and we get paid
How long?
30
How
days.
long?
30 days.
You got a fucking month off?
Yeah, and when we ill, we also get paid.
No,
We get
it's
sick
true.
pay as well.
They do.
Like, let's say you're not feeling well, and let's say for 2 weeks you're not feeling well. You just call your job and they tell you, okay, it's all right, and you still get paid those 2 weeks. There's nothing you can do about being sick.
I'm telling you, Americans work everybody work like they own a fucking plantation because everybody that's the work model, a plantation.
No,
This
my
country
God,
was built
do
off
not
of
say
plantation.
Oh yeah, no. We get paid like all year round, of course, as the British Kush just said. But yeah, we get paid all year round. Like we get sick pay, holiday pay, we get all types of pay. We get all types of perks as well. Like if you're not feeling well and you can't do anything about that, then you're staying at home. You still get paid. And plus, we don't work insane amounts of hours. We do, it depends on your job, right? We do, let's say,
Bro, we
4
work
days a
12
week.
hours. We work
If
12 hours
you're
a
working
day,
like
bro.
12-hour shifts, if you're working 12 to 10-hour shifts, you could do 4 days a week, and you need the Fridays off, Saturdays off, and Sundays off. We don't work like madmen.
Nah, bro. I
We do
said this
8-hour
shit.
shifts. We do 8-hour shifts, 10-hour shifts, 12-hour shifts. Our work-life balance in the UK is actually okay, not as bad as America.
Nah, that's shit. Like I said, they work that shit like it's a slave plantation. That's literally how they work it. But it's 12 hours a day.
Oh yeah, we also get bank holidays off. We get bank holidays off, meaning that if there's
What's bank holiday?
Bank holidays tends to usually be Mondays. Like literally this upcoming Monday, where I don't have to go to work.
What's a bank holiday though?
Bank holidays where all the banks are shut, and basically we don't have to go to work then.
Oh, okay.
Literally says in the name. But we don't have to go to work on Mondays, because it tends to be Mondays anyway.
You know where they get their milk crates
the
from?
Africans talking about bank holiday. I'm like, what is that? And they're dancing and their cultural music on bank holiday.
I mean, I'm actually amazed. America is just, you work like workaholics for 60, 70 hours a week. barely any time off, no work holiday pay, no sick pay, no nothing. He's just God.
But
That
don't
No, you work at
the
the same. No.
but
You
don't
think I'm lying, but
Don't
that's the motive, bro.
American
That's
have
that's the motive.
like their salaries are higher on average, right?
yeah, but then their rent is much
No,
higher as well. That's
no,
another thing.
no. Exactly though. No, that's what I'm
It
saying. That's what I'm
equalizes it
saying.
out.
No, no.
It equalizes it out. If your rent is very high and the standard of living is pretty high, then of course the salary has to be high. So it equals everything out. So even though their average salary is much higher, they're still living in a worse condition than us.
Basically, that's what I'm saying. Cause like the rent, now let's say you may make $3,000 a month, or let's say $4,000 a month, right? But then your rent, let's say the average person may make like 3,000 and some change, right? Let's say $3,000 and some change, right, a month, right?
What's your average
But
monthly salary in America?
it depends on what kind of job you run. But let's say the medium income, let's say, is $45,000, right?
A year,
$45,000, right?
annually.
Yeah, a year. But average, we talking about like, you see what I'm saying? Not that you ain't doing nothing with no specialty skills. You may be like a police officer, EMS, may work at a warehouse, something simple like that, right? What that person is doing, he's probably getting anywhere from 45, maybe 50, depends on like a police officer, you may get like 50, 55, right? But you're getting like 45, you probably get $45,000 necessarily. Your rent necessarily is like $12,000 a month though. So when you understand that, it's like, or 13, depending on if you're trying to get a really, really, really nice spot, if you paying like 15,000 a month or whatever, but you only making like $3,000 a month. So it's like half your money just went to rent. Then your car payment, how much is your car payment? Your car payment is like what's 400. Now the car payment just went got absolute shit. So the car payment is now like 600, 700 or $800 now for car payment. So I'm like, how would you motherfuckers eat? That's why every bitch I see, I saw before I left goddamn United States was selling pussy. But I mean all of them.
Look, there's a reason why a lot of Americans are going to European countries and living there and never come back to America. I've seen a lot of videos where a lot of Americans are saying they're much happier in these European countries than they are in America. I mean, there's a guy I know.
Ghana.
There's a guy I know. Yeah, I mean, there's a guy I know.
I come with that.
You came to Uganda. Now, why are you living in Uganda now?
Bro, I'm in Uganda, bro. I've been out here chilling for the last 2 months. I gotta go back eventually at the end of this month. But man, I almost started making plans if I can go ahead and live here finally, because I can't. Man, after you seeing goddamn it was you go from goddamn 180-pound bitches talking about I'm fine, then you come down to goddamn Africa and you see a chick that's 130 pounds with a booty so goddamn big you can literally put a fucking cup on it, goddamn it. Bro, I swear to God, I ain't leaving this shit, man.
They got some fine African.
All right, please chill.
Oh shit!
Hell,
look, this is what I was gonna say, right?
Never.
Look, this is what I would say. I know somebody in the UK, right? Who came from America, who used to live in California, and the first time they seen, because again, when you go to a job, right, you're gonna sign contracts, you're gonna have to go through the schedules and a lot of stuff, right? When this person found out about like holiday pay, sick pay, like bank holiday pay, like bank holiday, like I mean, you find out all the stuff and all the perks that come with Christmas, where you're off Christmas, but you also getting like there's so many. And but when this person, in Christmas you also got like in Christmas people, some like the low level, or not low level, but people that work labor jobs like warehouse and etc. They tend to work in Christmas because everything is like their money's doubled. So when you're earning, let's say £14 an hour, or like £13, that gets doubled. So now you're earning in Christmas about I don't know, about pushing 20, £26 an hour, £27 an hour. You're earning a lot more in that Christmas period. Those 2 weeks you're earning so much more. And what I'd have to say is, look, I was shocked when I found out, because it gave me a shock when I found out in America, you have to actually pay for the ambulance, and people are actually considering the price of an ambulance in your death. Like, imagine this, right? You're having a heart attack, and you're considering your finances and how much an ambulance is going to cost you. You're having a heart attack.
And the air, bro. You have to remember, you have to pay for the air, bro.
Jeez.
You have to pay for that fucking air, bro. You think they playing out here, bro? Do you know how much to get air it is in the ambulance, man? Guess.
Damn.
It's $800, $500, man. The good air is $800.
$800 for air.
Hospital
You
is so
dying. You like, do you want the good air or the bad air? You like, fuck it, give me the bad air, I guess.
I can't, bro.
everything in America is overpriced.
America's a social experiment, man. I can't.
It is. I've been saying it's a social experiment to see how far you can twist people and see in what way you can twist them. So when I started figuring that shit, I was like, I'm gonna get my ass out of this goddamn experimenting and figure out what the fuck going on with the world. And as I started exploring this, when I started exploring South America, I came to Africa, and I went to what's that fucking name in that place?
What is this
Indonesia.
idiot doing?
He's
The
the
pot
worst.
challenge.
I'm trying to find a video where someone actually eats it.
What the fuck is that?
Pod challenge was something that happened a long ago, like probably 2 years ago, where people would eat the
Okay,
Tide
so
Pod.
you're eating bleach and shit like that. Oh yeah.
Yeah, it sounds like something people would do, especially the younger generation. I don't know what's wrong with them. I can't relate to these people. People
American
calling
moment.
Migos legendary. I don't want to talk to those people.
American moment.
I want to find a video where someone's eating it, not like pretending that they're
Country is
gonna eat
falling
it.
apart. America
Huh?
rank. I say you see that America is falling apart, and you see they're 400
It
years,
is.
so it's over.
I'm telling this, but this bitch is about to really blow up in the worst one or two ways, man. Because like, let me put it to you like this: the military is a joke here now. The financial system is a joke here
Al Capone.
now.
Wait. H block.
Never mind.
If you truly believe that, come on the panel so I can educate you.
America is the best country in the history of the Uruguay. Do you believe
No,
that?
Al Capone. Al Capone American. If
Uruguay,
you
do
truly
you
believe that, come on the
I
panel.
don't. Uruguay, I don't believe that. I mean, I think that there's good marketing, but I wouldn't say that America's the best country.
No.
I can't
It's
say
like
that.
any place else in the world. If you got all the money in the world, any place in the world is the best place to live. Let's be honest. And over here necessarily, let's be for real. Because like in America, if you got enough money, you can go out there and go shoot a grad. You can shoot somebody's grandma and walk off. You got enough money.
Thanks.
You can have a lawyer necessarily to say, you know what, that grandma looked kind of suspicious. I saw her put her hand in a purse real quick, and I don't know if she had a peppermint or a pistol. So I had to shoot her. Like I'm telling you that you think I'm lying, but like if you got the money, but you can pay for it. Like you see what I'm saying? Everything is negotiable, bro. Even your life.
They're gonna make Africa great again. We're gonna make them great like they always did.
Ja, you don't truly believe that, right? You don't believe that America's government runs the UK. You truly don't believe that.
Yeah.
No, they don't.
Sorta,
It's
yeah.
actually the other way around.
What?
I mean, if you're gonna, how about this? Is it more likely that America runs the UK or UK runs America? Come on, which one makes sense to you intellectually?
America runs the America runs the was it NATO? So I know we know Britain jumped out of NATO. But
the British were never anybody. If look, we're going to use history as an example. Other than the Romans, more than 1,000 years ago, the British have never ever been invaded in the island or ever been controlled.
There's nothing over there to get, though. There's nothing over there.
Many people have tried to conquer the UK, or again predominantly England as well back then. Not a single person succeeded, other than 1,000 years ago with the Roman Empire.
Yeah, nothing in there to get though. That's what I'm saying. Like in the modern day context, you know what I'm saying? Like if you're gonna invade someplace, unless you just invading it for territory necessarily, or for people. And like most countries are not invading people for people.
I mean, to be fair, how about this? When the British were fighting all of those superpowers in Europe at that time, they still had enough, reserves in their military to actually go to America and burn the White House down. I mean, that makes. To be fair, that kind of makes its own noise in a way, because again, we're facing so many problems. Okay, no, we are. I don't know why I'm saying. Like, look, again, you know what? Fuck it, I'll say we because I'm.
Hey, bro, I be doing it too. I be like, got them red, white, and blue. Them colors don't lie. Eagle sound. But I didn't do it before.
I mean, Al Capone American. That's your preference, right? You rather live in America than Europe. I'd rather live in, I don't know, Congo than America. That's too far. But look.
Don't say that.
No, I'd rather live in any other European country besides Belgium.
Stop.
besides Belgium, because Belgium is, not too many things to do there. I'd rather live in any other European countries, like I'm talking UK,
I don't want to go
Germany,
to
even French, even France. I'd rather live in France than America.
Hey man, I like my
Yeah.
pistols. Fuck you, guys.
I don't want to go to
I like
none of
my
those
pistols. I'm not
big
gonna lie to you.
countries.
Yeah, I mean,
Hey,
like even the UK, I rather. I mean, to be fair, you can see the again. There's a reason why many scientists come out from the UK and many people of knowledge. That's all I have to say. Al Capone American.
hey, bro, and there's a reason they got a military base and U.S. got a military base in damn near every country on the planet, bro. They teach you how to make your AR-15 at school. So, hey man, I'm just looking at how effective the goddamn skills is. I'm gonna start to see if I can get goddamn half these Africans to start thinking this way. We'll be all right.
Africans don't have the capacity. They don't have the capacity. I'm sorry to say that, but Africans they care more about tribal problems than economics or military growth or country development.
That's fucking true, man. Cause I ain't gonna lie to you. When I was out here talking to some goddamn Ugandans, I was like, what? I was talking about business. They're looking at me.
Someone got them.
Business? Fuck
back.
your mama.
Yeah,
They was like, nah, we don't do that. We don't do that around here. But then when I talk to the Indians, but see, I understand why though, because if you're not being educated to necessarily to think like this way, or being or necessarily being in an environment where you have to constantly think about these things, you're not gonna think about it. And then necessarily, I ain't gonna lie to you, compared to the rest of compared to America, coming to me coming from the American quote unquote mindset, this bitch is paradise. You got fruit trees in here that you can get, that you can go get to. I'm like, you got fruit trees? I mean, you ain't gotta go, you ain't gotta go pay a little bit $5 for fruit. They was like, hell no, you can go get a fruit tree right here and eat. I'm like, oh, I see why y'all motherfuckers goddamn calm and shit.
Alexandria,
like,
come on. You want to move to Spain? You want to move to your colonizers.
Man, come on, man. These Africans ain't. I ain't gonna say. Hold on. I be saying that shit like I ain't African sometimes. I be like, no, they do call me white man over here, so never mind. So technically, I guess I'm a white man now.
Oh, you're the same as me. I mean, I get called Indian, white, or Arab, so we're similar on that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I thought I was crazy because I was over here. One girl, she was like, "Oh my gosh, I was looking for you one day. I told the people I was looking for the white man, and I'm saying he was brown skinned. He kind of talk funny. I'm like, oh no, motherfucker, you talk funny, but we ain't gonna go over there. But
I mean, Al Capone, if you again, I challenge you to a debate. You need to prove to me. You need to actually persuade me, or actually show me, empirical evidence on why America's better than the UK. I'd like to see that, please.
Hey, Josie, where you from again?
The only thing you can say you get better in America that you can say you get better in Britain is probably you get more space, you get better food. I guess you get what do you call it? Better food portions. I'm not gonna say quality because I came to Uganda I ate Uganda and I think I just ate my first real chicken since I've been in Uganda. That's my first real chicken. Like I think it's a joke, but I can taste the difference between this chicken and the chicken we eat in America. That shit ain't chicken. This shit is chicken. Like so, I had to change my definition of how I call chicken and goat because I've been eating goat since I've been here. Because that shit has been amazing. But being on.
I mean, you should try the Eritrean deluxe where they eat something called kitfu. Eritreans. If you heard of what kitfu is, it's basically raw meat dipped in spices.
You a bad man. I can't do that though, bro. I
can't. Every rude boy can explain to us how they can eat that.
You're a bad man. I can't eat no raw meat, bro.
Okay.
Well, I'm gonna try some African food when I go to Houston. I'm gonna try some restaurants.
Okay, so the point of showing these videos in the beginning, we were having a conversation about how TikTok is destructive, how challenges could go viral, and how usually it just happens to be Americans are showing this type of stuff. And it's just interesting how the Chinese, you're not going to see viral videos of the Chinese doing stuff.
Oh, no. You're not going to find a Chinese person dancing for billions of views. No,
the
you're just not.
fact that people don't realize they're being played, it's very interesting. Just very interesting to me. But yeah.
Kaizo, come on the panel, man. He's always cloud watching in every like show that AM puts on or other people. He doesn't commentate, he just cloud watch. AM, just tell Kaizo to come on, man. Stop cloud watching. Dusty Kenyan. Half Oromo.
So we got Ghanaians on here, some Eritreans.
Yeah, I'm Ghanaian. AM's also a Ghanaian tether, but I'm the true Ghanaian.
Wait, what?
AM's a Ghanaian tether. I'm a Ghanaian.
Yeah, I'm Black American, so
yeah.
But I fit in well around y'all if I'm around a lot of Ghanaians. They probably will accept me.
In Ghana right now, we have a lot of Black Americans coming in and creating a life for themselves.
Oh my gosh.
That's not really a country I want to go to, but I don't got nothing against Ghanaians. I already have a list of countries when I want to go to the African continent.
We're not Nigerians. That's what I have to say.
I believe. I also
tell
Spoken like a true
Uganda, if he's in Uganda, hit me up, man. Because I'm like, I've been saying and he ain't said shit all day, bro. I'm like, you're called Mr. Uganda, and I'm in your country, and you ain't said nothing. I'm very disappointed in you. Tell him I'm very disappointed.
Wait, what did you expect Mr. Uganda to say? Welcome to Uganda.
I mean, tell him like, hey, but he came to America. He'd be like, hey, I'm in America. I'd be like, what part? He'd be like, I was there. Like, hey, man, let me get you a tour of the city, a tour of my country. He ain't said shit since he been here.
I'm going back to Ghana soon. You know what? I'm gonna record the city for you. Don't worry. I'm gonna record City Life for you.
Hey, I know African Millennial is in Canada and you in the UK, right?
Yeah.
Do you ever experience racism in the UK?
Not really, like not to the level of as America or Canada. I would say in the UK there are some groups that or some people that don't like. I mean, look, in the UK, black people are not the sole focus here. It's the Asians, South Asians that are like.
Well, racism in Canada exists, but it's not like other places. In fact, black people are not even the worst off in Canada, to be quite honest. So,
who the worst off in Canada?
The native Indians.
They get oppressed bad in Canada.
Well, yeah, the descendants of the British or French are like, this is your own country and we stole it from you, so you're a loser. So they don't really respect native Indians. I'll be honest, they don't.
Nah, they don't respect them here in the United States. They not even South America.
That is shocking. I mean, look, in the UK, the blacks are not even the main focus. It's usually the South Asians in the UK. I mean, they're the reason why, movements like the English Defence League or Britain First started anyway. But, black people are not helping themselves with this fucking knife crime shit that, that's been tearing up the UK, especially in London.
Hey, Mo. Why are you coming to Ghana when no West Africans don't like you, Somalis don't like you? Why would you come?
Bro, you know what a joke is?
You said it yourself in the last stream, right?
Well, yeah, I'm saying a lot of people don't agree with my viewpoints, yeah.
But you know what I like you stand up for what you believe, guys. Some people like to Niger, they'll give in, man. If people don't agree with them, sometimes they'll give in and start. I like to Niger though. He has a lot of important points.
But you just name called him.
I know I did.
It's like, yeah. You called him out and then he said, you know what? Nah, I like him.
That's some man shit you don't understand, but like I don't have to necessarily like you, but I can understand. But I can respect you. That's the difference.
Yeah, like there are some people they backtalk you, like they don't call name, but they make it. They hide behind something. They're not straight up forward. Sorry, hold on.
Basically, they fake.
Solo, he's gonna come for you now. Bro,
no. He's
just called in.
No, I was having
This is not the spirit of Pan-Africanism. How dare you?
I just got good ideas, right? It's just that people
You
don't
got good
sometimes.
intentions.
Listen. I don't want to hear anything about Tunisia. I myself like him, but I don't like. He's the wrong messenger. I'll just say that
No,
because
I mean, no,
I
I
think
disagree
no,
with
he is
Niger a
the
lot of
wrong
times, but
messenger.
historically,
I don't want to
the one
hear
that
people that are 50 plus talking about what we have. You gave us nothing. You gave us
I mean,
nothing.
it's
What
their
did we
generation why
inherit?
Africa's in this situation
No,
anyway.
I don't want to. I don't want to hear certain old colonized people talk about what we
No,
need
but
to
it's the
do to
truth.
move
AM,
forward.
Soloher, you have to agree
You
as
should have
Africans, right?
done something when you were our ages, and you
AM,
didn't.
AM, and Soloher, you two have
Yeah.
you have to agree as Africans, right? That it's their generation that cooked Africa for us.
Thank
They
you.
destroyed Africa, and now they're talking about Pan Africanism. How does that work?
Listen.
Africa's in this
Just
situation because of your generation.
Africa
No,
is
I
not.
disagree. I
Why
disagree.
would you disagree? Why would
No.
you disagree?
Okay, so fine. Why do you disagree?
I disagree because just because one generation failed doesn't mean the next generation can't pick up. It's just that you guys are cowards.
No.
You don't want to
So,
do.
they never
though.
failed.
You guys
They
are
left
cowards.
Africa in pieces. They left it so bad off that there's nothing to fix.
Dude,
Okay, so they
the
failed.
70s and 80s, you didn't want to be there. There were so many civil wars.
So many ethnic wars
Like,
on
bro,
every
that
side of
has
Africa.
nothing to do with the new generation today. That
but
has nothing
someone-
to do with them. That was
No,
their
you guys are
parents and their grandparents acting like cowards. That was
And
what
now
they
today they're
did.
coming. Oh, but back in my day, we were united. Africa was no. Tell the truth.
Listen,
There was 1,000
but-
ethnic wars in
But why
each
you
city.
complaining? Why not fix it? Why?
I'm not
what's the
complaining. I'm just saying that they're
complaint
hypocritical. They're
Yeah, we
hypocritical.
will.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, we'll fix it for the next generation. We'll actually do better than the previous
need that, Rob.
generation.
Well,
Always
you need to
making
get started
excuses.
because no, you guys need to get started because all I hear is you guys bashing Pan Africanism all the time, every day.
No, it's hypocritical. That's what I'm trying to say, Soloher. Their generation was responsible for Africa, and look what they did. And now they're talking about Pan Africanism. Explain to me how that works.
No, but
Thank
that's
you.
what I'm
Why
saying.
didn't they
No,
discover
it's not
Pan
just that.
Africanism in the 80s or the 70s? Now they're here talking to other people about Pan Af. What did you do when you
Yeah,
were 20,
Soloher
30,
is the
40?
Somalis that tried to
Nothing.
educate me on
You didn't
okay, the
do
Somali
anything.
people used to live like this and that, and now they can't. And now they're telling me about back then we were all unified. I'm like, what the bollocks? Somalis were never unified. Somalis were never. All of the Somali tribes were never under one tribe, one banner. So stop talking to me about BS. Stop talking about unification when you've done nothing for unification.
Somalia was a great. I
No,
remember
Soloher, there was no unified Somalia, as they like to call it. Somalia was
need
created in the 70s, 60s.
But listen, it doesn't need to be unified. It just needs to be living in peace, and they used to have that.
No, they
So
didn't.
it's not. No, they used to be. No, what you know? What threw off Somalia after the United States invaded them because America was so mad.
No, I'm talking even before that.
No,
even I'm talking like let's say
No, bro,
early
wait,
19th
wait,
century,
huh?
late 18th
Huh?
century. There was no
America did not
unified
start the Civil
there was
War,
no
man.
unified people under one
Soloher.
group. Huh?
Learn the history before you start talking shit.
Yeah, no, Soloher, there was no unified Somalis beforehand.
I never
It was
said
everybody.
unified. I never said unified. I said they had more
Bro.
peace back then.
That's not true.
There-
There was a
there's
Civil
no-
War before America, bro.
Wait, one
Learn
second.
some history, bro. Learn history.
Before anybody comes at me attacking the older generation, I still have life left in me. I don't plan on dying without doing anything, but they did. I mean, I'm just being honest. These previous African generations got
Oh, we were
independence,
Pan-Africanists.
and then what did they do with the independence? They give us land.
Before I say
Kaizo.
that, I just
These African
Hey,
families
Kaizo,
gave
we
their
gotta call out
kids
these hypocritical
land
Pan-Africanists,
that
man.
wasn't even that's
These people are
not
insane.
fertile. You're telling me, oh, you're giving me acres of land, but I have to build on the. Why didn't you do that?
listen, and I'm saying I agree with you that they failed in certain aspects, right? However, I'm saying you gotta
Look what Tom Lake said about Kaizo.
You gotta pick up the remains and try to fix it. And for you, Kaizo, if you remember, me, you, and Aphrodite were on, and he was telling me about what he's doing and what Pan Africans are doing, and he was telling me that owning a donkey and camels was what makes you a Pan Africanist. Well, I just want to tell him that
Oh shit, he said that. But we get roasted for having camels.
Yes, he said he needed to have donkeys and camels to be a true Pan-African. Well, he didn't say it like that, but he was implying if you watch.
I mean, camels originated in Africa anyway, so why not have them?
Yeah, exactly.
I don't. Well, my point is, well, fuck the camels. I want to get myself some monkeys. Right?
Why?
Because.
Just go into your family house. You'll find loads of them.
Oh shit!
You're so mean.
It's all what?
You're so mean.
Fuck yourself. Anyway,
Yes, I do.
Yeah. Anyway, what I was saying to what AM was saying, all I'm saying is fine, they fail. But sometimes in history, a lot of countries, things don't work out. The next generation is supposed to pick it up and kind of fix it. Blaming and past don't fix nothing. So the question is, why aren't you doing it?
No. I don't want to hear that. The Chinese, the Singapores, all of these other people. Look at Saudi Arabia. That's a vision. But these African leaders that are going to Europe and crying and then saying, "Oh, the West was so evil."
Do you see a Saudi Arabian saying, "I'm going to America"? No.
Soloha is a maid, man. Every time he calls in, he's always washing dishes, and he's trying to deny it. Why deny it?
I'm trying
to. Yo, hold on, Soloha. I got a question for Soloha. Soloha, do you know how to use the mute button, bro?
Well, okay. When I'm talking, wait. I'm sorry. Okay, when I'm not talking, I'll put the mute button on. Sorry about that.
Yeah, thank God.
Yeah. Anyway, about some.
Also,
just tell me about Somalia.
Talking, okay. Somalia did not get destroyed because of America. They had a civil war that went into all sorts of shit, man. Stop blaming the West when it's a dusty Africans, man. It was this.
Yeah. That's what I said. Like, it's Africa's fault. The older generation cooked the continent, and now they want to say we were united.
That's the issue with Pan-Africans, man. They start bringing up the white man when there's no need.
Oh my God! It's always
inferiority complex is showing, Kaiser. Inferiority complex is showing.
Right. You know what I mean? It's always the Pan-Africans saying
because you got NATO, my friend. I don't think Africans really understand this, man. If NATO was working together, that means because, like, first off, it didn't take them separately came over here and beat the fuck out of half of Africa and half the world by themselves. Just necessarily just single groups. If they combined their force and came over again, y'all motherfuckers are fucked. Like, I don't think y'all really understand that shit.
Okay. Tell me what the difference is, right?
Whoa. Okay. All right.
Wait. Tell me no.
Wait. 1 second. Kaizo and then Alkel Bilanga. Go ahead. They just called in.
Yeah, I want to ask you, Pan-Africans, or anyone really, a question. Why do you think Africa is it? In the situation that it is, why do you think Africans are poor? The countries the way they are. I got the answer.
Oh, I got the answer as well, Kaizo. Simple. It's very simple. Oh, Mr. White Man, I love you. We love you as Africans. Please come in. We love you, Mr. White Man. Teach us about Jesus. No, I'm just saying. No, I'm being honest here. Look. The Africans, they hate each other. This tribe hates that tribe, so they're gonna use the white man to get rid of them, and they're gonna be a puppet for the white man. The end of.
Basically, that's it. That's basically how they got into the whole. That's how they basically took over the whole entire African continent. It was like, oh yeah, you don't like him, cool. I will help you fight him.
Look.
Then you fight him, then we'll come and knock you off later on.
They're gonna have to beat them through whatever means necessary, even as tricks as low as divide and conquer, because they understand African countries are not united. There's too many different ethnic tribes, too many different people, so they're gonna turn those tribes against each other. They're gonna let them do the work for themselves. Those tribes are gonna do the work for the British, and while the British kick back and just enjoy the situation until the point it reaches that they have to intervene, and then they're gonna give the solution. The solution is we're in charge, and you're gonna follow us. It's simple as that.
Basically,
it's a basic strategy to use.
So Mo, what are you gonna do about it?
I've said this a long time ago.
You're obviously like. Go ahead.
Look. I've said this before. Before you move to stage 10, stage 11, about improving the economy, having a good president that cares. No, everything has to be solved from the ground floor. And what I mean by that is the first thing that Africans need to do is solve the tribal problems. Each country needs to work with another tribe and solve this problem, because again, people can take advantage of that. The British are known. They first what's called strategy they use upon setting on a new country is divide and conquer. They need to know information is the key. If they understand what tribe hates what tribe, the historical events that took place, then they're gonna formulate a strategy to make those two tribes fight again. They're gonna deplete each other, and then the British are gonna come with a solution. So then you need to come forward and say, okay, they're gonna use this strategy to try to bring down these certain African countries. So then we need to unify the tribes among that singular country, and then we're gonna unify the people through that. You need to have a common cause, a common ground. Very basic, but Africans don't understand
So
that.
how do you get? But okay, so how do you get this kind of information to those relevant people who should know but seem to act like they don't know?
Well,
They should
They
know.
should
They
know.
should know
Africans,
somehow.
what? Hold on, wait. The Africans need to be told this because they don't know.
I mean, look what the
Exactly.
CIA did to
My
the
mom doesn't
South
even
American
know
countries. They
who a
turned the
lot of these.
people against the
Wait,
government.
my
They
mom
turned the
doesn't
people
even know
amongst the
who a
people.
lot of these African presidents in the '60s was, and I'm like, okay, I wasn't even alive. You
Yeah.
were, so how do you not know who this is? They don't get taught any of that. All they get
Yeah.
taught or were taught was British colonial British
Bullshit.
colonial education that is even outdated. If you look at the
But
British curriculum today, it's not even the same as what they're being taught. That's
So
actually really embarrassing.
the issue here is the education system needs to be changed. However, whoever is supposed to be responsible to fix it is not educated to even know that they're being manipulated. Because
Look,
if a
before we
school or college or university is teaching and they don't know that they're still teaching based on old information, it seems like those people are uneducated to be
So
educated.
you're missing the point. It's not that they don't know, they don't care. Look, Africans don't work because they think they're doing
No,
a
no,
good
I
job.
didn't
They're
say
just
they know.
working to get paid.
I
No,
didn't.
they know. So I'm telling you, they know. These people just don't care. They're there to get a paycheck. That's the problem with Africans. They're not there to
oh,
try
they
to
don't.
do
Yeah,
some
they're
grand
right.
job, right?
Did you
Adopting
guys see?
Africa.
Did you
Yeah,
guys
go
see
ahead.
the picture of the African leaders packed it like sardines in the
Oh
bus?
yeah, the embarrassment. I've
Hold
seen.
on, hold on.
Yeah.
The whole Africa situation. That was like the whole Africa situation
Yep.
in a fucking nutshell. These leaders, bro. That's
I
how
agree.
most Africans are when they see a white man. Yeah, Mr. White Man. Like they just want to kiss their ass because they think the white man has money. Like they just want the money. Like they don't give a fuck about dignity, pride, none of that. Yeah,
Bro,
hey
Mr.
man,
White Man.
Biden
let me
Biden
tell
came
y'all
in
something
Air
I've
Force
learned.
One. The European
Wait,
presidents
wait,
came in, planes, first class, private jets. African leaders get on this crummy little minibus, go to make your way to Europe through a shitty little second class plane. All of the African leaders crammed in there. We're gonna pay a visit to the Queen, our master.
But by the way, Mo, the Somali president was crying because the queen died, bro.
He was not crying. Wallahi.
That's fucking
Nah,
embarrassing, bro.
that
That's
was not
embarrassing,
crying. He
bro.
was not crying. No,
That's
show it.
embarrassing.
AM.
Crying, bro. He had
I'll
his
show
head
you.
down, fucking looking sad and crying and shit, bro.
I'm gonna show you. Wait,
It's
let's
like,
see.
why
But look,
mess it?
I think he was just putting on the show because he just wants money from the UK. Like he
He
wants
does a
donation.
buck dancing for the white man, man. That's sad. That is very
Exactly.
sad.
Fucking him. If he did that, actually, that's embarrassing.
That's what he does, bro. You know, this guy,
Yeah.
he's so fucking like I'm so embarrassed about the fucking Somali president. Everywhere he goes, he's begging for money for donation. European countries.
Okay,
like,
guys. Again, I have to say this right. H-Flock, your tribe. That's all I'm saying.
man, fuck the tribe. We talk about Somali. You know, I don't give a fuck about no tribe, bro. That's that primitive shit, bro. That you own that shit. I'm not on that shit.
Yeah. Listen, if you're all free, you're all free. If you're all monkey, then you're all monkey.
Let me tell you something. When I got here necessarily in Uganda, I was like, I saw people all having like at least we call them like old school rifles, right? And I mean like the old school like 1930s, 1930s rifles. I'm sitting here like, man, that thing can't even shoot. It may jam. So I asked the guy, I was like, well, sir, how do you like if you wanted to get new rifles for your company or whatever? How do you do that? They was like they out loud that you can't have no new rifles here. And I'm like, what do you mean? So how you can? Bro, I'm not gonna lie to you. If I got 500 or 5,000 goddamn African Americans and some white folk with the kind of weapons the dog got over here, I'm like, bro, y'all can get goddamn kind of taken over real quick. And I ain't saying it like scary, but I mean like, bro, you should have better weapons. and I was trying to talk to the dude. He was looking at me like I was crazy, saying that you need better weapons. But he was like, "No, it's okay. The country said this is what we should have, and you can't have any kind of rifles or whatever. Now all the rifles are given out by the government." And I'm like, you don't see an issue with that, but like, I don't know, man. I don't know, man. I think I'm too American. I think I don't know. I don't know.
You might be too American because honestly, what can you expect from a group of people that call white people superior? Sorry,
What?
you can't expect anything from them.
You lying? You don't do that. They do that over here.
The white man is superior to your bunch.
Well, they don't say it, but they act like it. So yeah.
Exactly. I agree with AM. They talking about this pro black, but the way they behave is like they're fucking basically behaving like the white man is more superior. That's why I don't take none of these Pan Africanists serious, bro. I really don't.
Man, look at these monkey sims smiling there, man. It's beautiful. Like, yeah, we still
That
got
is so
bus.
that is so fucking embarrassing, bro. Like I have never seen any image more embarrassing than that in my entire life.
And they ask me why I'm
Look
not
how fucking happy they are. They look like little kids, bro. They're waiting for a candy. Look how fucking
And
happy they are,
Kaizo,
bro.
H Block, they ask me why I'm not Pan African.
And look how they're
Pan-Africanism
sat
is a
next to each
joke.
other,
It's a
man.
fucking joke, Mo.
They're not even having like proper space, man. They're all like literally
Pretty
packing
much.
like sardines, right?
And
This
this
is
is
crazy.
COVID. This is during COVID times, bro.
Africans are not even Africans, so I'm not sure what Pan African even means.
Apparently, they're the leaders of the continent. Imagine that.
Huh?
They're the leaders of the continent. Imagine that.
A lot makes sense if that's the leader of your continent.
That's why Ethiopia is superior. They said we're not gonna allow this business like here.
But they still send their president, though. Ethiopia, look, the prime minister didn't go, but he still sent his
Guys.
president.
Djibouti also never sent him their president. Just letting you know. We never took the L2.
Right, Djibouti's not a country, bro. It's irrelevant. It's just a military base, bro. It's nothing. Djibouti, I don't even take Djibouti serious, bro. That's not even a country, bro.
It's really not. It's really
Did
not.
Djibouti go?
We are just a military base.
Djibouti is just a military base for the world powers, bro. That's what it is.
Ouch.
Yeah,
we are a country. Thank you very much. We have at least 1.2 million people now. Just letting you know.
Okay.
Your whole GDP depends on the military bases, bro.
Bro, our GDP is bigger than some. Look, I'm not gonna send shots, but you know what I mean. It's there. Our GDP is relevant.
Do you guys even do anything other than the military bases, man?
Yeah, we have. We basically are in charge of all of Ethiopia's imports from ships. We make money off that too. We also make money of because we control who enters the Red Sea, right? So we also give access to the Red Sea. There's a lot of things that we do that makes money for the country.
Yeah, let me ask you a question.
Even though we have like 7 military bases, we still have a relatively peaceful. Even though we're run by a dictator, we're still relatively peaceful country.
Why do Somalis think that the Red Sea belongs to them when it actually belongs to Djibouti?
No, it belongs to Djibouti. It doesn't belong to Somalia.
No.
Somalia
it stretches all the way to Somaliland, though. It's not just Djibouti. It stretches all the way to Eritrea and Somaliland, though. And so the Red Sea is owned by all these countries: Djibouti, Somalia, Eritrea, and even Yemen.
No. But I'm talking about the access point. The access point of Red Sea is Djibouti.
Yeah.
Not really, though.
Yeah.
No.
Opposite us is Yemen. Yemen gives the opposite side of the access, and we also give another side of the Red Sea access.
Yeah, exactly. Because
Look at the
basically,
map.
what we're saying is you don't have to go through Somalia. You can just go through the middle.
Yeah, directly towards.
No. You still have to go to Somalia. If you're doing a route from Asia to Europe, you still got to go.
No.
You got to go to Somaliland.
You can use the Indian side.
No, because you could be on the side close to Yemen.
Pull out the map right now. You still do, bro.
Yeah, I'll show you. Pull on the map. You could be on the side close to Yemen.
Yeah, you can use Yemen or
the Gulf
India.
Aden to the Red Sea. You don't need to use the you don't need to use the Indian Ocean. You don't need to use the Indian Ocean. You use the Gulf Aden.
It's just Djibouti, man. That's the only.
Yeah, you can use the Gulf Aden towards the Red Sea, and you don't need to come across Somalia.
Okay, you said Gulf Aden. Gulf Aden is all Somalia. You know that, right?
No,
just
Gulf of
said
Aden
Gulf
is
of
also
Aden.
Somali, yes, but then there's
Yes,
also
so
Gulf of Aden.
you
Wait,
contradicting yourself. You said you got to go
No,
to
no,
Gulf
wait,
of
wait.
Aden.
You know, let me answer.
That's
Gulf of
Somalia
Aden
though.
is also no, no. Wait, Gulf of Aden has two sides: the Somali side and the Yemeni side. The Yemeni side you can use and enter towards Djibouti. You don't need to go to the Somali side of the Indian or the Gulf of Aden.
To get to Djibouti, you have to go across the Somali waters, bro.
No, you don't. You
Yes,
really
you
show
do.
the map.
100%.
AM, show the map.
Do you know
You don't need to.
what nautical miles are?
No, you don't need to. You can be
You
on side of
only counting
No, actually,
the
he's right. You gotta
land.
get through Somali waters.
Yeah, Somali
You gotta
waters.
get.
You don't need to.
No,
No, no.
no,
The
that's not
Somali. Wait, wait,
understanding
wait,
what
wait, 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 wait. There's two
nautical
sides.
miles are.
No,
You don't
no,
you
no.
don't
Wait,
understand that.
wait. There's two sides. Okay, you have to agree with me, Algebon. There's two sides of the Gulf of Aden. Yes or no? There's a Yemeni side of the Gulf of Aden and the Somali side of the Gulf of Aden. I'm talking if you use the Yemeni side of Gulf of Aden and then go towards, you're still using the Gulf of Aden towards the Red Sea. You don't need to have access towards Somalia.
Wait, isn't that
No,
Somaliland?
Not Somalia, but Somali waters. Somali waters.
Wait,
yeah.
wait,
Countries
isn't that
What
have
is Somali
Somaliland?
waters? Tell
miles
me.
of their look. Every country has owns miles in the sea from their shores. It's called nautical miles. So you
What
Okay,
we're
still gotta
then.
go
talking
through
about, if you
Somali waters.
you see,
Wait,
But
yeah,
your
but
Somali
Wait,
waters.
wait,
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 wait.
no,
why are you
no.
awake at this time?
Isn't that Somaliland though? It's not. Is it like the one that's near the Gulf of Aden?
Yeah, but that's also a different argument. Look, listen to me.
Yeah, that's
Alcabon,
another argument.
Fair
Somaliland is
point.
not a
Why are
country,
you
bro.
awake at
Alcabon,
this time?
Alcabon. You have to understand that water that's used, or that the water you're talking about, the Somali waters, there's non-existent because that would encroach on Djibouti and Yemen's water. If you're saying Somali water, that would encroach on all three. That doesn't make sense.
no, no, no. You're getting it wrong, man. He's
Look, let me show you a
Mo, I
picture. Let me show
understand
you what
what
I
you're
mean.
saying. No,
Let me show you what I mean.
Mo, I understand what you're saying, right? What H block is saying that there's Somali to one side, and then there's Yemen to the top.
Mm-hmm.
So to go past, you need to go in between those countries.
Let me
You
show
get
you.
what I
Oh
mean?
no, it's better if I
Exactly,
explain it. We're not
Yeah,
doing
exactly.
it
That's
anyway.
what
show
So
map, man. Show map.
so technically,
Wait.
Somali can both
Kaiser, you
Somalia
gonna send
and
it?
Yemen.
No. Look. You guys are missing the point. It doesn't matter if Somalia is one side
Wait.
because what the point here is, if that water is not all of Somali water, you can go through Yemen. As in, there is still a second option you can use. The point of
Well, yeah, you
Djibouti
have to
and
keep to the
Somaliland.
coast of Yemen. Yeah.
The point of Djibouti and Somaliland is they actually control the Gulf of Aden, so they can just say no. So meaning you can't go through that region without going through Djibouti or Yemen. So that's the whole point of those two countries.
Exactly. I mean,
So,
like
but
we blowing this over like
Bro, so
over.
Somaliland is not a country, bro. It's a de
No, but
facto
wait,
region. That's not a
wait.
country.
Listen,
Not
Kaiser.
a single country in the world recognizes
But it doesn't
Somaliland.
matter if it's not a country. The problem is it controls its own affairs. Somalia cannot enter Somaliland's affairs.
That's true.
You can't.
Yeah,
There's a reason why
they
when the
can.
Somali president tried to visit Somaliland, he was told and warned that not to visit because it's not going to be good for him.
Forget about Somaliland. The president of fucking Somalia can't even leave Mogadishu. He only controls Mogadishu. He can't even control outside Mogadishu. Al Shabaab controls it. So Somalia is not really a country now. It's a failed state. But in the future, when it becomes a country, Somalia then it has to control all its
So much hope in
territory.
the future. But look, again, listen. Look at the Google map I sent AM, and you can show it, and I can explain what I mean. Look, why am I showing the French version? But fuck it, go on. Let's go. All right, go on. I sound like a hotep now, a French hotep. But yeah, just yeah.
No. Look, yeah, Dia, I'm talking about the area which it's already taken by those countries in Africa. Because if you go the other side of Gulf of Aden, that's just Yemen. I'm talking about that other region there that's actually connected to that. Okay, I'm talking about that little spot. Do you see that spot where Djibouti is? Right? You cannot. Okay,
Yeah,
the point.
zoom
The
in,
argument
AM.
here is this. Yeah. But hang on. Let me give the argument here. Right. You can come from Kenya, right, or even
Zoom in more,
Oman
AM.
or China, and then you can go through and basically use the Yemeni side. You don't have to go through Somalia. You can literally just go through Yemeni Ocean. Apart from that place where Djibouti is, where you can't go through that space unless you actually pay Djibouti tax. You can literally hide all the way around, go through the.
That's exactly what I'm trying to say, but these guys don't
That's
understand
my point.
Somali
So,
waters. No,
that Yemen and Djibouti area, that's the only area which, like, no other countries can go through that space.
bro,
But the other
it's
way,
2-hour boat ride
right
to Yemen from Djibouti. An hour and a half, I would say, at least max.
I don't know.
Okay, Kaiso, I understand what you're saying, but look, if you trying to get access to any other African country, like in southern and eastern countries, you still got to go through Somali waters. If you
Yes, but we're
to
talking
the East
about
Coast,
Red Sea specifically.
Yes.
No, no, no,
You
no,
can
no.
Talk about
escape.
Red Sea,
No,
but
no, no.
that's a
H-block, H-block.
small
You can
part.
go through Indian. You can go through Indian waters, man. You don't have to go through Somali water.
Indian Ocean, yeah,
Because
but like then
the
you have,
Indian side.
then you have to go all the way deep to the Indian Ocean, and
Right,
instead of
right,
just
right.
going,
Exactly.
you have to go the
Yes,
long way. You
Yeah,
know
but
what I mean?
that's the
exactly.
way.
So
There's many
it's
ways
more
to avoid it. That's
expensive.
my point. H block.
Yeah, it's more expensive. You're right, H block. But like the point is, like with Djibouti and Yemen, that's the only area where there is no other way. As in that, you have to pay tax to those two countries. But if I really
Exactly.
hate
No, but
Somalia, I can
here's the
go
thing, guys.
around,
Here's the thing, though.
go through
If
India, and
Somalia was a government, a true government, and they had a control over the Gulf of Aden and the Indian Ocean, ships would rather go to Somali waters and pay those taxes than go all long way because they're gonna lose more money going long way. You see what I'm saying?
true, true, exactly. Yeah, yeah, 100%, 100%. You're
Look,
correct.
Ethiopia doesn't have a navy, so our navy is usually patrolling that or the Red Sea waters. Eritrea doesn't have a standard navy, so it
Are
also
you
gives
sure
us
you
further
guys are
access.
actually making a difference? More, wait. Are you
Oh
sure you guys are
shoot.
not actually?
No,
Guys,
no. I understand. Look. Solo, I understand that my country is a puppy state of the West. I'm not gonna sit here and act like it's not. Look, I understand. I'm not gonna send shots if I understand. My country's also in the same situation. Yes, we're
Yeah,
all
yeah,
in the same fucking situation here. There's not
yeah.
an
So
African
H-block.
country that rules itself.
Yeah, if the
Look,
Somali government put in like seaports along the way for like refueling and all that stuff, they could make a lot of money. If they were
yeah,
actually organized and actually set up.
Sudan has a decent navy
Wait,
as well.
one
Sudan.
second, one sec. Yeah, Mo, finish and then I'll
Oh yeah, I
enter.
was gonna say in terms of like, look, the exit point is Egypt. There's a reason why Djibouti and Egypt is a very very key location for the Western world. There's a reason
Mo,
why
if
they
you talk
invest.
about the Suez Canal, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, the Suez Canal. There's a reason why Egypt and Djibouti are like very good terms with the Western world, so-called, and Arab world. There's a reason why. All because of those two strategical locations, and plus the closeness and the entry and exit point of the Red Sea. Because 80% of the world or European countries' natural gases and oil comes from there, so they have to keep it like in a position where they can actually ship through or ship their natural resources through there. So it's understandable. The second point I was gonna make is again, there's not really a challenge for again, if you talk about the lower parts of Red Sea, there's not really too much challenge for Djibouti because Ethiopia is landlocked. Eritrea doesn't have too much of a navy. Most of its forces are land forces. So it just gives the option for Sudan maybe and Egypt to also dominate the Red Sea. And Yemen
Okay.
is in a war of its own. Saudi Arabia, yes, but they have some forces in the Red Sea, but most of them, at least 80% of them, are on the other side because Iran's there as well. So they have to be ready for them.
Mr. Nice, did you have anything to add?
This sounds like real Pan-Africanism. Like this. I just want to just go ahead and say that this sounds like actual Pan-Africanism, understanding your situation, understanding your military situation, and actually talking to finding solution. The shit that motherfuckers be coming over here talking about. Well, I think the Lion King or the Black Panther shit. This is actually what actual Pan-Africanism really looks like. Is men from all different parts of Africa coming together to get a decent understanding of what the condition is, what you need to do necessarily to fix it, and coming up with solutions to how to fix it. That's basically really what it is. Just saying.
Mr. Nice, this channel and all the other channels have been Pan-Africanists from day one. They just like the bash, right? Because you don't go start a channel. You don't go
How come not a single person know what Africanism really means? Because everybody has a different idea. Everybody has a different definition. Like they can't even agree with each other. Like what the fuck, bro?
Pan-African, look, the ideology of Pan-Africanism is unity among African countries, either through again, because I don't believe in Africa becoming one state. That's a war that you're asking for right there.
That's stupid.
No, Africa is too big to become one state. First of all,
no, you
Africa,
can't. No, you're asking for.
Africa is it's the second biggest continent after Asia. Like America, China, India, Russia, and Canada all come fit in Africa. Like saying Africa as one state, bro. That's just impossible.
I disagree. I think it comes down to
what?
You have.
What the fuck?
You're talking about the entire African continent becoming one country. That's a war.
You gotta specify.
No, I
what
disagree.
Do you disagree with, man? Wait, what do you?
How's that not a war?
The reason why I disagree. The reason why I disagree is because it could happen if you have like a fearless leader who's able to do it. It's not
Wait,
impossible.
Man,
wait,
It's not.
anything is
wait. Are
look,
wait,
let's
wait,
just
wait. Are you arguing that Africa could become one country?
you
Because
say
I
arguing.
don't understand how these Africans are gonna get along if they can't even get along in
in their
their
But
own
that's
own
what I'm
countries, in
saying.
their
nation.
own
I,
cities.
but that's what I'm trying to tell you guys. It always takes okay through the
Why
Roman
does
Empire,
Africa
right?
need one country? We all
I
speak
never said
different
it.
languages.
I never said we needed to. Look, India, China, Russia, they have people who speak many languages. But they're
They do.
united not
Okay,
because
so sorry. Let me ask you a simple question.
wait, let me
What's the
finish this.
population?
Let me
Look,
finish
what's the
this though.
population of
Let him,
Africa?
no,
Answer
let him
this.
finish. Let him
Like,
finish. Let him finish, bro. Let him finish. Just let him finish.
Right. So you're saying that your argument is that we have too many languages, we have too many different ethnic groups, too many tribes. That is very true. I don't dispute that. But when you look at the rural, Africa is not the only place where they have to deal with this sort of thing, where they have different many ethnic groups. It just comes down to a leader um who's strong enough to make people unite.
Are
And
you
just like
sure?
any other country,
Are you sure,
it's
brother? You
it's
know,
not impossible. It's not
so
impossible. It could
so
happen.
are you sure you're making a good argument, man? Like, listen, Nigeria has over
It's not.
200 languages.
There's no
Yeah,
good argument there.
yeah.
Listen,
Soloha, listen. Hang on, Soloha. How many languages does
can
Russia?
have
I mean,
one
Russia
you
have?
can have one leader you can have one leader who will dominate
Solo
over
her,
the
what language would you speak?
I think you should
English.
just go with no I would
No,
say
no,
Swahili.
Soloha. I've asked
I
you a
would say
question. Yeah,
Swahili.
how many
like,
languages does China have?
we'll go with my.
Yeah,
Hell
let's
no.
use my
Okay,
mind.
that's fine. But this is how I would do it. We would speak the
my hell
language
no.
that's
Huh?
most spoken,
No,
because you don't
listen.
want
This
to
is
speak the language.
Nah,
this is
my is the best language in Africa, hands
Yeah,
down.
Hell
okay.
no.
this is pan
What makes it the best
delusionism,
language?
Soloha. Pan delusionism.
Banoni and Delhi.
That's what
A'udhu billah.
Not Kaizo, nothing is impossible. For you to say
No,
that,
no, no. Listen. So this is why I don't like
Alhamdulillah.
Pan Africans, right? The IQ level Pan African is 2. Of course, nothing is impossible. We're not dealing with possibilities. You have to deal with probabilities. This is
exactly.
insane.
Thank you. So we agree
Bro,
Of course,
then.
anything is possible.
look,
But you
look,
don't
look.
want
The,
to, oh, tomorrow I'm going to be a billionaire. It's possible. No, you got to look at the reality. How do I get at least
this is what I'm gonna
$50
say, right?
tomorrow? This Pan
Think
Africans,
about it this
man,
way, right? Kaizo,
talking
imagine they're
about
saying that the two
possibility.
biggest language groups, or I can think off the top of my head, is Yoruba and probably
Nah, it's
Swahili.
Hausa. Nah, it's Hausa, my
Hausa.
friend.
Yeah, but look, the problem is it's going to be difficult for some people to learn Hausa. And what I say by that is, again,
And
people
there's
look,
some
everybody
people
has
who
like every
don't
like a
want to
different
learn
tone of language.
Hausa. It's been called a terrorist language.
No,
So
yeah, no, not just that. Look, some people are used to more of like, because again, every language has its own tonal sound, right? Like when that's the reason why this. I don't agree with all the bullshit classifications, but I do agree that some languages are very like difficult for certain people to learn it. Look, when I
That's
speak
true.
in my own natural when I speak in my own natural language, I've got more of the now. It's like that. You understand what I mean, innit? I've
I
got more
hate
of that.
that Arab sounding thing, man. It's almost like they're trying to get chewing gum out of their throat.
But look, while more of the Hausa language is more of like tonal. So like how do I explain it?
I think Swahili is pretty good.
Yoruba, like more of tonal. You get it?
Yeah.
It's gonna be much more difficult for me to like, let's say someone from where I'm from. It's gonna be difficult for them to understand it or fully learn it.
They'll just be saying, trying to talk to people. I can't stand the Arab language, man. Like,
it's not Arabic language.
Any language that has that thing that you just described, I hate it. Even the Somali language, it's not too bad, but it's so similar. Like what I hear, that is like,
I think it's worse.
man.
I think Somali is worse than Arabic when it comes to that.
Yeah.
There's nothing wrong with
So
that.
why you
man.
acting like Kaizo? 20% of Swahili is Arabic. 30 actually no, 30% I'm sure.
Actually, it's funny because I heard Swahili and it sounds nice. It sounds fine.
I'm not against
But
Arabic,
it
man.
has actual like Arabic language. Are you willing to learn that though?
As long as it doesn't sound bad. Look, as long as it doesn't sound bad in the ears, right? Like for example, the Indian language has that D thing that like there's certain things they say that has to do with D and it's so heavy, it's almost like a machine gun went off. right?
In India South, nothing like the South Asian language speaks nothing like Arabic. Arabic's going more the like, you know what I mean? Like they don't have that. Yeah.
Wait,
No,
I have,
but
I have a question for Solo, right? Why not everyone not create their own language that they can understand? Why did we have to share Swahili and other group of
That
people?
takes too long, man. That takes
Well,
too long.
okay, we were
That
talking Swahili. We did the same thing. It took too long Swahili.
well, okay, let me answer your question. If okay, this we are assuming that there's a unification, right? And then we have to pick a language to talk. You want to pick a language that the majority of the
Oh,
population.
by the way, Solomon, before you continue, I'm going to make one point. The most spoken language in Africa is Arabic.
Yeah,
Is it?
that's really not the most spoken language.
I mean,
well, we can't use.
No, wait. English is actually.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, you should say by Africans. Let's say that because I don't consider motherfuckers who goddamn.
Kaizo, isn't that a big lol?
Yeah, but no, you don't want to speak it.
Language.
But you don't want to speak it because you're trying to get rid of the other invaders' language. So why would you go speak that, right? Like you don't want to do that. You want
I'm just saying it. I was giving you a fact.
Yeah. Can you imagine the African president addressing the people in English? It's kind of embarrassing, man. Or in Arabic, it's kind of embarrassing, man.
Hey, rude boy, Eritreans also speak Arabic, especially the Rashidas and Jabratis. So stop waffling like you're not involved.
But to answer what's his name's question, why should we develop? He's saying, did you say just develop a new language?
Yeah.
But make it easier for Africans, like, you know, all Africans. And that's what I'm saying. It's difficult. That's what I'm trying to point out, Solo. It's difficult to, and again, it's near impossible. I would actually go as far as to say it's impossible to unify Africa and create a language out of thin air.
I wouldn't say it's impossible. I wouldn't say it's impossible. No, it's possible, and it's also difficult. It's difficult. If you say it's very, very difficult, I'll agree with you because right now the situation is difficult. However, to use the word impossible, it's like saying there's going to be a black hole tomorrow. That's impossible. Right?
No, what I'm saying, if the process, if you need this process to be done, you need to go to the kids first. How you do that? You go to the schools first. So if you
I wouldn't mind learning Swahili. Swahili doesn't have too much of a tonal language, so it probably would be like it would be easier for me to learn it than like, you know, Hausa and all the other languages that you guys suggested. Swahili would probably be the closest thing for me to learn.
Yeah, Swahili.
Nigerians are not gonna
learning that language at the age of 5 and 4. By the time they become adults, before you even know it necessarily, the entire population will know Swahili within one generation. That's like 5 years, 10 years.
Look. My parents know how to speak Swahili. Like, it wouldn't be hard for me to specifically learn it.
Yeah, but to answer the what's his name's question, I would say that you do need to develop a new writing language. That's what I would say. Unless we're gonna take up on
anything, so, you can just use one that already exists. Man. West Africa has 200 ranks. Well, hang on, so listen.
Okay,
you gotta listen sometimes, man. West Africa already has 200 writing systems, right?
Okay. Yeah, Kaizo. Don't even suggest like Gi's language, bro. I mean, like, I'm not learning how to like Ethiopian writing system is cooked. That's the honest truth.
Right. Look, it's actually the Somali one is similar to the Gez. So you can use Somali, you can use Gez, you can use the 200 West African. There's only things writing. There's so many already.
I agree. I didn't know. That's why I said create a new one. So yeah, I agree with you.
No, they're already.
But however, so we'll come with an agreement where we can adapt one of those writings because I just don't think it's right to take
Swahili language. I would agree with.
Right.
The writing system and all the other like. Look, if how about this, right? Another question that I write: what is the law? What are the lawmakers gonna like? What is the system? Like, there's so many things that.
Sharia, man. Use Sharia.
Mo would like that. If you talk like that, Mo would like that, man. Because you know that's his language.
The indigenous Africans, what?
Mo's gonna have his moral. Mo's gonna have his moral police, man, to fix all you women who don't fall in line.
That's good. Yeah. We need to fix women. Also, look, we need to have a Judeo-Christian or Islam religion. We can't use Uga Buga for our religion now. We can't go around worshiping spirits and then killing our kids and stuff. We gotta keep a civilized
Nah,
religion.
that type of behavior won't be indulged. Like, what kind of madness is that?
Islam or
I call
Christianity, one
upon
of
you
those.
to give me like they call spirituality for like money. I need cash. Give me cash.
These people are dancing. Yeah.
Okay, sacrifice his child. All right, I will. What?
Yeah. No, look, African spirituality is devil stuff, man. Like if you come
Yeah,
to
you're messing with
Tanzania,
jinns.
yeah, and also they imagine
serious?
what they're doing in Tanzania, right? They're capturing people that have white skin, what you call albinos, and then they're using them for rituals, man. These people are evil.
A'udhu billah.
I want nothing to do with these people, man.
No, Kaizo, be honest with me. They're messing with jinns. There's no spirituality is jinn. You're messing with jinns.
They're mentioning jinns, demons, and all these spiritual stuff, man. How are you gonna kill a baby and start cooking his hands, thinking it's gonna give you magic power for money? Like if that would happen, don't you think that guy would be rich? Do you think the witch doctor will be sitting there in a hut?
Witch doctor's the biggest scammer around, man. I give you money. I do witchcraft.
In fact, you know what? Tanzania is a worse country for this. You know, they had the Maji rebellion, right? In Germany, it's my rebellion. So this witch doctor convinced these low IQ people that if they just put some oil with some magic spell on it, that the bullets will bounce off them, and this niggas died. Yeah, type it on Google. Maji rebellion. This is madness.
Like Kaizo, it sounds those what's it called, those Christian pastors in Africa. Oh, Jesus will be with you. He's through me. Give me your cash, and I'll give you Jesus' presents.
You cannot, Pastor. I cannot have a baby. I have been trying for the last 6 months. The Lord,
if you give me $500, I pray for Jesus to give you a baby.
Give me $500 and come to my temple. I will give you the seed of Holy Union. And then the guy does Michael backflips all over her. Those people are mad.
No, there was actually there's a Canadian church where if you give $500, you sit at the front. People who give 200 sit in the middle. People who give 100 sit to the back, all the way to the back. And anybody who gives less, than
donations, man. Nah, listen, at least on YouTube we're more honest. We tell you to give donations, to help out, but we're around, exposing you like that.
Oh my days! I'm telling you, man. There's so many scamming business going on in Africa. Man. All of them using.
So we cannot use an African spiritual system, man. We don't go around wanting people to start eating people like in Uganda or killing.
Yeah, that's not happening, bro. Like people are gonna riot.
Let's just keep Christianity and Islam. It's done good for us. Let's keep a modern civilized religion, man. Let's not go back to Wooga land.
No, man. There's no way I'll keep Islam or Christianity. No way. No.
Okay, how about the principles of Islam? You don't have to keep the religion. I'm talking about the principles, like the family unity.
I have something, right? I don't know what's going on in other countries between Christian and Muslim, but in East Africa, they're fine.
They're fine, yeah. Islam and Christianity.
They don't got no beef.
True.
In Tanzania, 50-50, Christian 50-50, Muslims all live together.
Bro, in my country, like there's there was a church and a synagogue, like in my old neighborhood in my old country. There was like a church and a synagogue, like literally 2 rows down. And I'll see the pastor in the church always speaking. I don't know. He learned the Latin language, which is weird to me, but yeah.
I have a question.
But in Ghana, it's the same thing. When I was in Ghana, you had like a whole bunch of Christians and Muslims like praying the same place. So I don't know. I think there's certain countries that I think are being destabilized. Yeah, like Nigeria and like other places. But you're right. It's weird.
Yeah.
I
think we're led by a dictator there, so we don't really have a voice.
I have a question for Pan-Africans. You guys always saying, "Oh, the white man made our religion look bad," but no, but you guys really were eating people and sacrificing Ike. So that's reality.
Wait, I have a question for Kaizo. Can you name the Pan-Africanists who said that?
Yeah, I can name many of them. Tanaja is one of them.
He didn't say that.
How do you know he didn't say it? When I'm telling you, he said it.
No, there's a conversation that them two had.
No, Tanaja and other Pan-Africans have said the same thing, saying like, "Oh, the white man made our religions look bad, and they gave us their own religion." That's
our religion
was
bad. Look. Tanaja also said to me that it's okay for them to eat, or because we were questioning, ethics and morals, right?
Eat dogs and monkeys and stuff.
Yeah. You said it's okay for Africans to eat monkeys because I'm not going nowhere near a fucking monkey,
We don't
let alone
want
eating it.
pandemic,
I don't really care what you eat. Nah, I don't really care. Like, if you want to eat squirrel, you eat squirrel. If you
The
want to eat
fuck you mean
raccoon,
eating a monkey?
Nah, you might get cross species diseases, man. You know, this was the
Yeah.
reason why Ebola came out, man. It's these people that eat all these animals. I'm not gonna say
Where
these
the
people
fuck do
they
we
are, man.
indulge in eating monkeys and bats? The fuck? There's sheep and goats there. You can make lamb. You can make, so many
exactly.
other stuff.
And imagine this here. Remember in Ghana, right? They were like they're preferring to eat a dog, than to eat a goat. The goat was cheaper than a dog.
And Kenyans don't do anything.
As a Ghanaian, tether.
I'm sure they do, man. These people are disgusting monkeys too. So trust me, I'm not Kenyan. I'm just gonna make that clear. I don't claim this country.
What do you mean? Oh, please, man. I love how Kaizo switches, man.
Before my tribe was Muslim, we were Jews, so we're still eating kosher food.
Shalom, brother. Shalom.
Shalom.
Yeah, exactly, man.
I like how Mo also switches countries, right? First is Djibouti, then Ghana, now back to
No,
I'm
serious.
No. I'm talking about historical events. Like, look, some Somalis worship that dusty whack, but some of them were Jews as well.
Oh yeah, they used to kill the ancient the cows and stuff for the. At least that's not as bad as killing
Bro, they worship
albinos.
something called. They had a person who's the wax commander. I think Ayanle or some shit. I studied that.
Ayanle. But they were like the angels.
Yeah, and then they had like who was like the man of justice. What the fuck? Look, this is what I'm saying, right? Luckily, my tribe again were Jews, so I didn't have to. My people did not partake in that.
Man.
Yeah,
shalom, man. Yeah,
because
at least you didn't have to go through these degenerate. No, Solo. Let me make it clear. I am not Kenyan. I am Black British. That's my country. I will never claim any other country.
Bro, you also don't forget Oromo as well.
I'm gonna check all your streams.
That's ethnicity.
I'm gonna watch all your streams, and I'm gonna pull back. I'm gonna get one of the videos where you said you're a Kenyan.
No, there's no streams online. All my streams are gone, so that's not possible.
All right, we'll see, man.
Yeah, but then also you have to understand, Kaizo's also from the Horn of Africa too, so he's also Oromo too. And
but I won't.
And the Oromos were also predominantly Muslim or Christian, and before that they were also indulging in wax. So your ancestors are indulging that bullshit too, Kaizo.
Yeah, Kaizo. Yeah. Claim your dusty Oromo.
Yeah, they worship that dusty wax and his side piece Ayande. I mean,
claim your dust, bro. You gotta claim your dust.
Yeah. Any of my ancient gods, one of them is called Eberichi, one of them is called Nyasai, one of them is called what? Fair enough. But I don't claim these things, man. These are demonic spirits, man. So I don't claim.
Wow.
I only claim. I only claim either Christianity or Islam. Huh?
How can you even prove they're better?
How do I? They don't kill people, man. They don't have some weird rituals, man. Killing shit.
Are you sure?
What the hell?
Are you sure? Wait, I thought last time I looked on the news, the Taliban just blew up somebody.
That's a Taliban.
The Taliban are not a representation of Islam, though. There's a difference.
Okay. The Al Shabaab just killed a whole bunch of people.
Al Shabaab is worse. Like, you're bringing out fucking terrorism. Nah, come on.
Wait. In Nigeria, they just kidnapped like what?
Don't even say Boko Haram. Don't even say that.
Bro, we're talking about religion here. We're not talking about.
Yeah.
We're not
do it in the name of religion. Oh wait, hold on, wait. I think Iran and the moral police. They just.
Oh my God! Now he's bringing up Shias, bro. Listen to me. look, Sola, you're reaching right now.
No, you guys are saying we should pick a religion, right? And I'm just trying to show you these
Christianity or Islam, man.
No, you're bringing up what's it called? America's Most Wanted and fucking.
Listen, you guys, listen. If we had to do math, right, and compare to the amount of murders Islam and like Christianity versus
don't put them two in the same sentence. Christianity by far.
What? If we had to compare to
actually,
African,
that's a close one. I would say they're pretty both bad.
No, right. Christianity by the numbers, scale.
The Islam terrorist,
the Lord's Resistance Army, the Holy Crusades.
It's more recent, but let's not act like Christians didn't do slavery and all that.
Exactly. So when you guys try to diss African religions and say, oh, they do this, they kill people. Yes, they can be modernized. However, they're no way close in terms of.
But isn't that part of it? Like, even if Is even if your spirit tells you to
It's not
sacrifice
gonna-
some stuff, aren't you gonna sacrifice them?
It's not comparable. It's not whether they sacrifice or they just kill you. It's just not comparable in the scale.
That's brutality. What the hell?
So
No, it's brutality.
Bro, Kaizo, don't you see the logic
That's
here?
brutal,
A
man.
jinn
It
commands you
doesn't
to
make
sacrifice
sense.
something, you're gonna do it.
No, I'm not saying any of the murder or the killings are right. I'm not trying to defend it. All I'm saying is you guys are trying to sound like these
Okay,
religions are
why is it?
peaceful.
Yeah, no, they are peaceful. A lot more.
No,
Listen,
they're
listen.
not.
Yeah,
I just
let
gave
me
you
ask you.
the moral police just killed a girl for no reason. What peaceful?
Okay, now you're using. Wait, listen to me. You're not gonna find
So what
a
do you want
modern
me to
Muslim
use?
condone. No,
What
Kaizo,
do you want me to
wait,
use?
solo her. You're not gonna find a modern Muslim who's gonna condone any of the behaviors carried out by this
Yeah.
very small percentage of
The same
these
as
extremists.
Africa.
Okay,
Even
but
under
let's
Shia,
ask
yeah.
yourself this,
Even
Solo.
under Sharia, that is not right to kill someone
Yeah,
because
exactly.
their hijab was a little bit exposed.
That's
So
what
they're
they
actually
say.
going. No, I know Sharia, right? It's not. It's illegal in Sharia to kill someone because their hijab wasn't on properly. That is not a punishable crime by death.
Muhammad said kill the unbelievers.
What?
That's all I
Solo
gotta say.
her.
No, wait,
Solo
solo
her.
her. Muhammad never attacked anybody unless it was provoked. So let's say Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, let's say the Muslims were attacked. Then he will stage a war. But then he will not target anybody innocently.
The non-believers. The
Listen, if somebody wait, solo her. If somebody
I'm not
went solo her, if somebody went up to your tribe and slayed all of them, are you not gonna take action or are you just gonna sit back?
But no, he killed non-believers just for not believing.
What? When? Bring me the context and proof.
Just for not believing in Islam.
Where's the proof? I want to hear this, please. Where's the proof? Because I don't know any of this.
Sorry. I feel bad that I can't give you the proof because I'm not in position to do it. But
Come on, man. That's BS, man.
Okay, fine. I'll concede on that. But the point is, these religions you guys are trying to promote as better. All I know is that, and everybody's a witness that compared to African beliefs, they
Do you know why?
Kaizo, if let's say Kaizo, I'm gonna ask you a question. Let's say if Africa was Muslim by the time the European colonizers or all the other colonizers came, if Africa was mostly Muslim, you think Africans would have fought back and absolutely ended them with viciousness?
No, of course not, because they would have been civilized, right? First of all, these religions gave people civility. Why do you think? Like, for example, let's say if Somalia was actually a country,
savagery, civility, because those people who invaded
wait. So you gotta be more civilized, right? When someone is talking, you gotta let them finish, right? That's what civility is. So yeah, look, right? If Somalis were unified and they want different sultanates, right? They would have been able to beat the European invaders easily, right? Some tribes went out there and started, I'm not gonna mention which tribes, most tribes, one of them, went out there and booty clap for the white man.
They'll know. Yeah.
Right. These sacks, booty clap for the white man. Just like my tribe, one of my tribes too, the Wanga, right?
But to be fair, there was like look. There was no actual booty clapping. Like, okay, but then I'll explain it better on your stream when you do it. Like, I'll explain it better to you.
Oh, okay, yeah. I'm gonna actually do the stream there. But anyway, the point is, right? If we were unified, like Somalia was unified, right? There's no way there would the British or the Italians or the French would have been able to colonize that.
Bro, it took three superpowers just to keep the Somalis in place. Like, it took three.
And another country that had a full, sort of like modern civilized religion was Ethiopia, right? Ethiopia, in the end, didn't get colonized in a normal sense because they had a unification. Exactly. But what happened is the northern Habeshas went all the way down and unified the southern people, right? That's what the point is. These African dusty religions are uncivilized. There's no rules. There's no order. They're not really there to build nations. So you're right, Soloha. Christianity and Islam ended up the effects of some people ended up killing more people only because they were successful civilized religions. African religion was wooga wooga in the forest, man. So of course it's not going.
That's the problem with the Somalis. They talk all of this stuff about what's it called, like unity, and they're trying to preach it out. No, the problem is like back then when it actually did count, everybody was fighting everybody. The problem is the tribes were not unified. That's the reason why we got colonized in the end of the day.
Yeah.
Everybody was so focused on defending their own territory, they never thought about, okay, let's unify like the Habashas. Like they were.
Yeah, Janzo, there's nothing cap about what I said. Look, Christianity and Islam is more civilized than any African religion. And when I say civilized, I'm talking about basic rules, order, structure, and people working together in a unity. there really are no African traditional religions that are actually even a religion, man. They're all just weird little ooga booga stuff that they kill
There
albinos
was
in the
one.
desert somewhere. Which
I
one?
There was
it's
one, but
unfortunate.
it's pretty much dead now. I mean,
Oh,
it's
But
okay,
just
maybe
guys,
it was
and
one of
also
them.
don't forget, let's say 2,000-3,000 years ago, where people assume Africa was like uncivilized. There was a lot of civilized people 3,000 years ago. There was pictures of like what Somalis would be wearing. They're wearing white ropes around them, and they had like a sword and a knife and a dagger. So they had like several weapons. Like again, like there's also people like in Africa that were civilized at that time, and they were
Yeah.
traveling the world. There were books written about them. You know about the guy that was from Somalia, Mogadishu, who wrote a book on his travels. I think Saeed of Mogadishu.
Wait,
Yeah,
when
yeah,
you guys
Said,
say
And Kaizo,
civilized,
wait, 2 seconds.
word.
Solo, 2 seconds, Solo, let me finish. And he also met Ibn Battuta, the famous traveler that everyone knows about. And they actually wrote each other about each other in their own books. So Ibn Battuta wrote about Saeed of Mogadishu in his book. While Saeed Mogadishu wrote about Ibn Battuta in his book, and they both traveled the world.
Yeah,
And
you
it was
see,
Saeed of Mogadishu that also gave Ibn Battuta like the knowledge on China, because he went there first. And he told him all the stuff that he needed to know about China.
That's true.
Like
And also,
there's
Sola,
so
you
many.
see, there's a Pan African on the channel, on the chat, Jan Zola, saying demonizing African religion is a Western viewpoint. See, it's all I've proven my point. There it is.
Listen, you are demonized.
There's your man. There's your no.
agree.
Listen, Solo, killing human sacrifices here, drinking people's blood here, and
I'm
then
not
using
saying what they
body
did.
parts
I don't
from albinos
agree with what they did. I don't
in
agree.
rituals.
Okay, was that everybody?
Not all of them, but a lot of them. Not all. You're right. Not all.
That's
but
not
a lot
true.
of them
In
did.
Ghana, they don't do that shit, and you can't
Are you
even say
sure?
African. Yes,
Are you
100%.
Are you sure?
They don't
Bro, look, I
cannibalize.
can
Do
dig
all
up Ghanaian history right now. Let me type in Ghanaian human sacrifices. Yeah, Ghanaian human
tribes.
sacrifices. I can't. But watch this, man. I'm sure I'm gonna find it.
They can't.
Let's
You
see.
talk to AM. That's her people. She'll fix.
Ooh, here is Ghana human sacrifices in relation to worship of idols and whether a person who refused a position as chief will be sacrificed. Bro, it's there.
It doesn't even. It still doesn't prove the fact that it's not
Prove
as it's savagery as
that is savage,
Look,
man.
it is.
Sacrificing
Look.
people, man.
I'm gonna say one thing, right? If you are talking to jinns and the jinns are spiritually commanding you, which is already a massive no for me, and now they're telling you to sacrifice other human beings for their own pleasure, then I'm sorry, that's brutality.
That's a little bit extra, man. So just accept it, yeah. You got you African tradition beliefs are just dustier. It is what it is, man.
That's
we
not
have to
true.
thank God for Islam and Christianity for civilizing us, man.
Alhamdulillah, Kaizo.
Yeah,
You
alhamdulillah,
guys are
man.
possessed, man. You guys have been like.
Hey, Kaizo, man, you should take your Muslim side, man.
Man, I gotta think about that, man. It's too much work.
More
Too much work.
man. But all I'm saying is, if we look at the number of people killed through all
Whoa, John, where's the child sacrifice in Islam? Where does it say sacrifice a child in Islam?
Listen, don't forget, Muhammad did the worst thing when he married that 6-year-old girl.
No, he was given at 6 but married at 15.
Still, no. Stop your lies, boy. 9 years old. We talked
I'll bring the
about this
documents. I always got receipts for everything. Give me 2 seconds.
Nah, so man, let's respect people's also like the religious
Wait, I'm plus. You shouldn't be laughing, bro. Like, come on. You're hunting down villagers, putting them on a stake and talking to a jinn. Oh, Mr. Jinn, man. Like, rain me some
they
money.
will sacrifice their chief, man. Like I just checked out Ghana right now, man.
Come on.
Let me send the link right now on the chat, man, because these people are savages, man.
Listen, the point we're trying to prove here is, was these African religions more savage than
Also,
Christians?
let me ask you a question.
Muslims?
Why are you in a Christian country in the West, yeah? Because you this is the other thing with Pan Africans. They're always complaining about the West and everything. And then why are you not in Ghana?
Because religion or beliefs has nothing to do with where you are.
Why are you not in Ghana? It's because the West is superior. You got to acknowledge that, man.
Okay, it is, but it has nothing to do with.
Finally. You're honest at least.
Listen. All I'm saying is, you guys can't be demonizing African beliefs and trying to imply that they're worse than the Christianity and Islam. It's not close. It's not comparable. This does not mean that these African beliefs are perfect. Just like Christianity they modernized themselves. For example, a few years ago, homosexuality was illegal. Nowadays, it's like just to say that it's
No, that's not modernizing. That's going back. That's going back.
well. Either way,
Yeah,
they're modernizing the religion, right?
no. They're not. They're not. Yeah,
Well,
I don't know which Christian you're talking about, but it is against the law for in the Bible, right? And the law states in Leviticus chapter 18, "Thou shalt not do with a man what thou supposed to do it with a woman, if thou art a man." So
I don't think
this
it
new
seems
age
like
stuff.
that adds up.
Okay, it doesn't say like that. But the point is, it says don't be gay. Okay,
you're a liar.
no, I'm not a liar, Soloha. That I'm not quoting direct quotation, right? It says do not
You just said,
screw.
if I could have known better, if he didn't step in, you would have got me. So
No,
that means
Soloha, you're missing. Sometimes you're not listening. So it says the same thing, just not with those words. It says don't be gay. Yeah, it's just not
Bro,
direct
morality
translation.
was brought about by religion, Kaiser. The whole concept of morality,
That's not
modern
true.
day morality as well, was derived
religion.
from the concept of religion.
No.
Yes.
What did you say? Say
The
it
whole
again.
concept of morality was derived from
Okay,
religion
here it
anyway.
is. Let me read.
How is it
Yeah,
not
let
true?
me
Solo,
read the
wait,
exact.
Solo, I'm going to challenge you on this topic. So how is it not
No,
true? You're telling me there was
it's
morality on this earth before religion came down, or
Yes.
Abrahamic religions?
No, listen. Just like you were born knowing how to have sex.
No. Wait.
Oh, listen.
Listen.
Okay, let me finish what you're
Okay,
going to
I'm
say.
going to challenge you after this.
Okay.
Oh yeah,
so-
well, hang on. So this is what it says, Soloha. It says here, you shall not. Okay, it says here, yeah. They are not okay. Nor shall you take a woman as a rival of a sister. Nor shall you take a man, and engage in homosexuality. So it's pretty clear. So don't don't do it.
Right.
But
Man, you
I think, Mr.
confused.
Nice, do you think that the Bible needs to change?
No, not really.
Oh, okay, good.
Well, what it has changed though. They try to change it to include that it's acceptable.
But here's the thing.
Soloha,
Wait. You can say something and it goes against your religion.
Yeah,
I
Soloha.
agree. But what I'm saying in today, like society, like the church is trying to kind of like make it acceptable. Not make it, but
church?
kind of like.
Which
Then
church,
you,
Soloha?
hold on. Then you're not following what the religion say. You cannot be like, oh well, school. What the Bible says. It's not important. We're gonna do what we want. They say, oh God, you love us. It goes against the entire religion. I mean, I don't care what you do. I don't care. You can do whatever you want, but
I agree. But what I'm saying is, they're now okay. Nowadays, gays can get married in the church, right?
No, it depends which church you're talking about. Some corrupt churches allow that, but no, that's across Christianity that is seen as wrong and a sin.
Okay, I agree with you, but that's what I'm saying. Their religion is now coming around and making it acceptable. Eventually, they're gonna write it in it, so it's permanent. Right now, they did not. It's more like verbal acceptance within the church. Eventually, they're gonna put it in print, but they just need the generation.
So, no way. The Bible talks about the end days, right? Of where there's gonna be same thing with the Quran. All sorts of like all this weird shit happening. So some churches are becoming corrupt, and they will become corrupt. But in general, it's not. The church still has a stance, right? It's like there's certain things it thinks is wrong. Homosexuality, the church stands that is wrong. But yeah, people are becoming more, corrupted, I guess.
I guess you could say that they're becoming more corrupt. However, it's the way the church, like, okay, I remember in the United States, right? There was this lady, they're like, these gay couple came in to get married. And she's like, listen, I'm not going to marry you because it goes against my religious belief. Bro, they went hard on her. Like the whole country was like accusing her. But the funny thing is, just before that, they passed the gay law. The laws to allow gays to get married. They were saying, oh, don't worry. If somebody wants to get married and if it's against your religious belief, you don't have to do it. However, when she refused, man, like they were calling her church, trying to get her fired from her government job. Yo, it was crazy.
Yeah.
It was crazy.
Wait, solo her. From your own opinion, do you think people are born gay, or do you think that it's due to the environment?
To be honest with you, I think
were you born this way, or did you become?
What kind of fucking question is that? Fucking asshole. Yeah. So look, I think that there are some kids you can tell are like born that way, and I've seen it
No,
before,
no.
right?
There's not a single child on earth born gay. Is in the it's in the environment because no child at 4 or 5 is thinking I want to dress up like a girl. No.
Yeah, I'll get to that.
Go ahead,
right?
go ahead.
Yeah, so I seen some kids who do act like they seem like they were born like that, right? Now, and then I seen grown-ups who are not. And I heard it they said, "Yeah, I'm not gay, but you know what? I'm kind of curious." And it just kind of shocked me when he said that. And I'm like, "Why would you want to even, you know?" And then I realized, you see the way the television and the media, like, people become curious to try things. That's why.
So, man, it's us.
Look, can I listen? I'm gonna interject.
That's
Firstly, there's not a single soul on this
can't
earth,
believe you've actually
living or
talked
dead,
to people
ever born
that said
gay.
that they're curious. Anybody
He's
who's
he's talking to
curious
kids,
is
man.
gay.
Exactly.
About being gay. This guy is
Look, Solar, you can't have an intellectual debate with a 5-year-old. You just can't. Second point I was gonna make is you cannot say that, you know, due to how children act at a certain age, they might not act in a no. They develop their manhood and they develop their the urges of, you know, the man traits later on. I'm talking in the maybe in the early teens and stuff. But through their early age, they're not focusing. Their number one focus is not on, oh, what should I identify as? What are my gender expressions? That's not their main focus. Their main focus is coming home from school and playing games, going out or going playing with my friends outside. Their focus is very basic. They're not thinking about this. But again, the agenda is being pushed nowadays that children can. Again, in the UK, they're trying to push this law that children are allowed to change or transition into whatever the heck they call it, trans woman, I think. Into a trans woman in the UK at an early age. That's what they're trying to push in the UK, and a lot of people are not having it.
You know, this is why when I hear people say curious, it means they're not. It's just that their brains have been like rewired by watching the media and the things they've been told, and all of a sudden they want to try, right? But I do hear some people.
Solar is a little. Solar, man, you're coming in sus, man. Yeah, you know.
So you're
Def-
talking about, on the mic.
Sorry, say it again.
You sound far from the mic.
Oh no, it's my phone. I was too far from my phone. Sorry. I don't know. Anyway, go ahead. But what I was saying is, I think nowadays there's something in the environment and the food that's fucking with the genetics.
The food is making people gay.
Bro,
Solar, man, you're funny.
I saw that. Come on, bro. You and every boy need to come out at the same time, man.
Oh, let's go.
Come on, man.
Haven't you guys look? We are spilling so much shit in the water we drink, chemicals that alter your DNA. It's true, man. You guys,
Nah. Listen, Solar,
Water makes you gay.
Solar, that's not true. Yeah, look, the Greeks are ancient. Solar, the Greeks are ancient people, man, and these niggas were like effing little boys, man. So it's I don't think things are making us gay. So,
oh my days, man.
Listen, man.
So do you have something to tell
it's
us?
just that society has been more welcoming. So now there's less consequences.
No, it's just an
for
agenda they were
being
pushing. Because again, if you tell a lie so many times, it becomes
less
truth.
consequences for saying that you like men. They're
Yeah.
even trying to push pedophilia.
Yeah.
I don't know if people have noticed that, but they're trying to normalize
Yeah, they
things
will
that
actually
were
push
done
back.
in private. Now they're trying.
Oh,
to
now
be
they're trying to
like,
normalize
"Oh,
nonsense. That's
we
mad.
gotta love everybody." So that's what I've been
Yeah.
thinking.
Yeah, they literally hold on. They
Hey,
pushed a
I was
law
up there
in LA.
tomorrow.
Listen, they
Yeah.
pushed a law in LA that a dog can have sex relationship with I think a teenager in LA.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
That is fucking disgusting.
Yeah. So they are
But yeah,
pushing it. This is the problem. We are trying to agree with everything, and we think everything should be okay. Listen,
Hey, but as a person of faith in the Abrahamic religion, this is all predicted. I mean, like again, this is all towards the end of time. I'm just saying.
True. Yeah, that's true. It's all predicted.
Sounds scared, man. Like I think he thinks the world is gonna end soon, man.
No, it is. Like it's predicted it's gonna end at one point. The world will end.
Mo, do you think it's
Why?
gonna end?
All of them. why do you think all of the Abrahamic religions have similar endings? Like they all believe that the end is gonna come when you see the Euphrates River drying, and in Islam, again, you see the Euphrates River is almost done, and now they're waiting for the gold to be found in Turkey, and it's pretty much the end. But again, like you can clearly see that the end of the world is, again, if we're talking about it from a religion perspective, it's close.
It's like when I was a kid there, like 2000. The computers are
Oh
gonna
yeah,
go
2012. 2012 you're talking about.
Yeah, I remember they like telling me, "Yo, back up your computer, unplug it. It might go crazy." Yo, 2000 came. I remember we were all just sitting like 2012. We were just sitting in our living room, just wondering what's gonna happen.
Yeah, I remember that. Everyone was talking about
David made a
2012.
movie. David made a movie 2012.
I
A good
know.
movie.
Everyone's talking
I
about
feel that
2012, the end of
movie
the world.
is great. I
Yeah,
like
it was a
that
good movie. Not honestly, it was a good
Bro,
movie.
whoever pushed that rumor must be laughing.
They're dead by now.
It actually was true. Just that it wasn't a big deal. Like it was just a small little computer error that had to do with like the clocks and how computers work, but it wasn't nothing like crazy.
Well, that rumor was worldwide.
Interestingly enough, all these super religious nut jobs sold their houses, they sold
Oh
everything
yeah,
to get
I
ready
even
for the apocalypse.
yeah. I even remember they used to say Jesus was God. No, Jesus was the Son of God, and then sometimes in 2000 they switched to saying that he was God, and I'm
No,
like,
but
wait.
again, but solo her again to all the Christians. I wanna look. I wanna ask Christians about this whole Trinity thing because it doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah,
That's bullshit.
Yeah, like it doesn't make
It's a
sense to me.
Catholic invention. It's not a Christian invention. It's a Catholic invention that a lot of black
I've
people
not
just
seen this
thought,
in the Ethiopian
yeah.
Orthodox Christianity book. Like I've not seen this Trinity thing they talk about.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it was
Yeah, it's not even in the
weird.
Bible, man.
It
It's
was
not in the
weird
Bible.
because I grew up as a Christian,
Yeah.
so I felt like I seen the evolution of the religion where Jesus was the Son of God, and then all of a sudden he's the God. And then I remember I went to the church and I said to the pastor, I don't know, man. Ever since I was a kid, they keep telling me Jesus was the Son. Now you're saying that he's the God. He's like, no, you're just trying not to understand. I'm like, I think I understand. He's like, nah, man, you gotta like read it over. Anyway, in the end, they threw me out of the church because I couldn't agree.
I mean,
No,
I debated a Christian. Do you know
he
those
even
wild
said
pastors when they're
himself.
going past like certain places in the city? Oh, it's the end of the world. Jesus is here to save you. Those crazy men in it. I was walking
Yeah.
past one of them, and he said to me, "Jesus is here to save you. Take this Bible. He's here. God Himself." Like, I'm there, like, okay. I said to him, "I'm going to challenge you on the concept of your belief, right?" I said to him, "Explain the Trinity to me." He explained it, and I go to him, "Okay, I can already see some flaws in the Trinity." And he goes to me, "What are the flaws?" You said to me that Jesus is God, but also the Son of God. So he explained to me how God, like, how can He be the Son of God and God at the same time, but also have a divine spirit called the Holy Ghost, whatever it's called? How can there be three entities in one if God in your own description is one, but He can be three? Explain to me in what logic that comes from.
The way they explained it to me was that since God put His Son on earth, like that Son was a piece of Him, so therefore He was Jesus through the Son. So when He
But
died,
then how
His
can God
spirit.
die to a nail? And how could God die like that? Explain that one to
But
me. God died.
why would God, instead of saving His people or giving them the proper message, why would He go through all that anyway?
Explain to me. How, yeah, exactly. Why? Look. God. Look. In Islam, we don't believe God is Jesus is a prophet of God, but he's not. No, he's not God, because we believe God's like God's. There's a reason. There's a reason why God, like, in one of the Jesus stories, God Himself was so powerful that a bit of His light destroyed an entire mountain, like a fraction. Like God's entity is too powerful to be in a human's body. It just you can't fathom the power of God and try to put it inside a human body. It doesn't make sense. There's no logical sense behind that. But when you argue this to a Christian and say that God split a fraction of Himself, but then also split into two other pieces, creating the Holy Trinity, which is again one. You can't be a monotheistic religion and have an entity of three. It doesn't make sense. There's no logic. Yeah, go ahead.
Also, He said Himself. Jesus said He's not God. So
He said it
exactly.
Yeah, He said in the Bible He's not God.
So yeah, exactly. No, yeah, tell me one phrase in the Bible, in the Old Testament, where Jesus says He's God. One phrase.
Even New Testament, it doesn't say anything like that. I think Christians just I've been brainwashed by the white man.
Yeah, he said himself. He just here. No, he said that he's here to follow my father's will. That's
Guys, for all the
so.
Christians, right? Please follow the like the Ethiopian Bible. There are some books in the Ethiopian, or there's some stories and some books, some Christian books in the Ethiopian Bible that's not in the traditional Bible of today. There are some stories that this Bible or the European version of Christianity doesn't contain. Like there's some missing pieces. The Ethiopian Bible is more complete. It has some stories that's not in the Christian Bible. So if you're a Christian, please look into that. That's what I would advise.
And a question about that is it true that the Europeans probably stole Christianity from the Ethiopians and then kind of changed it to fit their
Yep.
narrative? Because
Probably, yeah.
I was watching go back to Africa or so, I can't remember his name. And what he showed me seemed like Christianity was in Ethiopia way before the Europeans figured it out.
Oh yeah.
No.
Wait,
Of course it was.
It depends which country. Like,
the
obviously,
only other
most
country that
Europe,
was
that's true.
Christian before Ethiopia was Armenia.
Oh yeah,
Syria was-
right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Syria was actually the first country to be Christian, then the other ones.
Yeah, Armenia, then Ethiopia. So if you want to go and actually practice true Christianity, then look into the Ethiopian book. That's what I would suggest.
I agree with that. The King James Bible is. Anyway, I'm not gonna talk about King James, but clearly that's not
What, he
the
was a
one.
homosexual?
So yeah, he was. So the Ethiopian
Kaizo, in the Bible
Orthodox
itself,
is
right?
superior to
Jesus was,
whatever
God himself.
European, whatever they're talking about.
Wait,
So
AM, say that.
if you're following Ethiopian Orthodox, that would be the right form of Christianity. Any other form of Christianity, I'm not too sure about that.
And I was gonna say as well, in the Bible, God was outsmarted by the devil. Explain how that works.
Guess he wasn't that smart then.
Wait, Mo. You got to find out which verse is this. I don't know.
I'm gonna pull it up. There was a
this
verse
sounds
where
very
God said, it was one of the prophets, right? God said that I believe that this person would remain the same. But the devil challenged him and said that he's only loyal to you because of all the goodness you've given him. So God takes away the goodness that he's given that certain prophet, and now then that prophet rejects God and starts to disbelieve and does all sorts of madness. And the devil says,
no,
I told you you're right. I told you I was right.
No,
And I was
that's
like, what?
not true. Wait.
I'm
That's
gonna
not
bring up
true.
the
It's
verse.
opposite. It's opposite. What happens is that's Job's story, right? Actually, Job doesn't betray God. That's the real story. I don't know where you got that one from, man. But
gonna
it's the
find it.
opposite. It's opposite.
No.
Like for Christian.
No, it's opposite, Mo. I don't know where. Maybe you read some like crazy like conspiracy theories. But
Listen,
it's the
most
opposite, it's
Muslims
opposite.
gotta make your shit look better than yours. You gotta know that.
Huh? What's this guy saying?
I didn't hear him as well.
No, I said Mo's a Muslim, so he's gonna make his shit look better, sound better.
No. I don't. Look, even if I was on other panels, I don't bash other.
Yeah. No,
I just
Job
have
actually.
questions.
Job remained loyal. Mo. That's the story of Job. Yeah, the devil tried to trick God, but in the end, Job actually. Job's wife became a dusty, and then she rejected God. But Job never rejected God in the end. So, in the end, God gave him better wife, better kids.
No, I'm not talking about Job. Let me try and find it for you.
Oh, okay. I don't know the other one then.
Wait, what other one?
Yeah, I don't know the other one.
Exactly. I don't remember. I only remember Job.
I do not know another story.
But I have a question. Mo.
Yeah.
Mo. Is there anything about Islam have you ever questioned? Like, have you ever stopped and say, "Hey"? No, I'm just curious because
Yeah. I'm gonna say this right now. If you're a thinking man, if you're a critical thinker, yeah, go ahead. Finish your sentence.
Right. No, because I think you're the perfect Muslim to answer this because you seem like you practice the religion like very heavily, right? So, I'm always curious, like if is there ever something that you'd be like, I don't know if this is true, or I gotta think about it, or do you just believe because you know in your heart it is right?
Okay, so this is what I would say, right? In general, if you're a thinking person, if you're a critical thinker, then you're gonna challenge everything that you're reading. You're gonna want like actual you're not just gonna follow it, right? You're gonna also have to believe in it, like believe in it either like intellectually, or you're gonna believe in it spiritually. You're gonna believe in it somewhere, right? Before you read something, right? You're always gonna have questions. You're gonna have doubts. You're gonna have. It's part of human nature. You're gonna challenge what you're reading.
That's true.
So there were some parts in Islam that really did where I really had to look into it. But again, it all comes down to you challenging. Look. Literally, it states in the there was a narration in the I think I forgot who it was from, but in the Quran it goes, if you're a thinking person, then you're also gonna think about the Quran. And you're gonna challenge. You're gonna also, process everything you're reading. You're not just gonna say it. You're also gonna wanna know behind the reasoning behind it. Yeah. So I would say in your general question, Soloha, yes, I also had, again, as you said, some doubts, but that I had to clean out and redo some real research on.
So when you do your research, right? Like for me, like when I do my research before I started, like I got out of Christianity. I didn't use. I find that sometimes religious people use the book, the religious book, as proof. So it's like you can't use the same thing that you're trying to figure out as proof. I don't know if I explained that properly, but you can't
I
use it
get
as a
you.
reference, right? Like for example, I was having a debate with my friend, and he's like, "Well, the Bible said so," and I'm trying to tell him, "Look, when you write an essay, the teacher always tell you gotta find a different source. You can't use what you're debating to prove what you're trying to say, right?" So when you were looking hard into it, did you do that, or you just like went to other scholars? Um,
Okay.
uh,
So this is what I did. I did a bit of
yeah.
everything. So I did go to other scholars. I did look at the book, but I also looked at some information outside of the Islamic, jurisdiction. Again, so look, how about this? I did some YouTube videos that help as well. Where are you cleaning dishes still, or?
Yeah,
No,
Oh,
no,
by the
sorry,
way,
man.
oh no, don't worry. So yeah, I was saying in general, right? I did look into again in Islam anyway. I did look at some things that were outside of the tradition of Islam, and when I say that I mean that I looked at some YouTube videos, and what I mean by those YouTube videos, there were some YouTube videos or some points in the Quran that were in the Quran before man knew about them. So like the expansion of the universe, there were some things there in the Quran that were way before what man comprehend today as scientific knowledge, or scientific inventions, or scientific innovations. There were some things in the Quran that were there before science found them, and that also did help elevate my curiosity towards it. So I did. You know what? I'll actually find a YouTube video. It'll make more sense.
I just want to pretty much elaborate. How you doing, everyone? The panel.
How are you, man?
we are doing good.
Good morning, good
Yeah. What's
night.
up, Brian?
Hey, what's up? Good morning, good night, good evening, wherever you might be on this planet. One thing I would say to sometimes we have a tendency of looking at it, the spiritual aspect of the Abrahamic religions. Are you watching this, Control her?
Oh, I muted. Sorry.
uh,
One thing we have to pretty much look at it. I mean, there was a world and groups of people and ethnicities that don't exist now, that existed in ancient times, and it's pretty much documented in as far as historical records. We know that empires like the Assyrian Empire existed, which is collaborated by secular history along with the Abrahamic religion or biblical history. We know that the Persian Empire existed. They, like I said, archaeology confirms this type of thing. We know that a group of people called the Canaanites existed. Again, archaeology confirm it with secular history. So, how the way I look at it, I look at mostly secular history, and it's pretty much interesting. Like certain characters in the Bible, like for example, King Nebuchadnezzar did exist in the Bible, and is also collaborated with numerous documentations outside the Bible of cuneiform texts. Same thing, obviously, we know the Nile Valley region, which is now in Africa, today's Egypt and Sudan. Tahaka's pyramid, which is now in the Nuri pyramid complex in Sudan, was mentioned in the books of Kings and Chronicles that ruled what is both regions today, and that's pretty much confirmed archaeological texts, along with the numerous ruins in today's Egypt and Sudan, and also all the way down to the Levant. So we have to take that in consideration too, where history pretty much confirm, the religious texts today.
Yeah, those were good points, man. You came in right at the perfect time when Mo was trying to give example as to why he believes. That was like perfect timing.
Right. But I think the United States is better than Canada in all respects. So I heard. Had to say that.
USA forever.
Definitely.
Sorry, say it again.
I said USA forever. Canada is docile.
You wish you lived here. I'm sorry you hating, man. I'm sorry.
First of all, I'm not hating. I'm just saying fact. Y'all need protection from the United States.
It's facts, man. Canada don't have no culture. You don't have nothing like New Orleans there.
Why would I want a culture where I have to look over my head because bullets might be flying? Why?
Oh, sorry. Did I hear Brian say that America's better than the UK? That made me fly back in. Or did I hear it wrong?
I would say the Americas is the best region in the planet. The Americas, and when I mean the Americas, I'm gonna factor out Canada because Canada don't have no culture. But
I'm sorry,
the United States going all down to all the way to Argentina. We're the best.
All of the most intelligent people from this planet came from the UK. I mean, intelligence itself.
Where's the UK space agency today?
The most intelligent people are Eastern Europeans.
Okay. Before you talk about the only reason why the Brits don't have a space station is because there's nothing there to colonize.
No, what I'm saying is, where is your space industry? We have numerous different space companies. We have
the Brits don't need
to. Space. We have God, so many. Astra. I mean, that's coming up. In the bounds. Even Blue Origin. Where is the British equivalent?
I mean, I was gonna ask. It's not bad, Brian. It's similar to when the Brits asked the Americans, "Where's the history?" It's very similar.
Oh, actually, I would say in this part of the world we do have a history. I'm not talking about.
Mate, the pub down the end of my road is older than your country.
That's what I'm saying. I'm talking about the Americans. Americans, what I mean is we had in this part of the world, we have one of the second largest pyramids in the world. Nowhere that in Europe, actually, in Mexico. We have Machu Picchu. We even have somewhere in Mississippi where it's
in Europe, you're talking about, ancient kingdoms like the ancient kingdom of Greek or the ancient kingdoms of Italy, where the Roman Empire roamed as early as, I forgot, maybe 1000 BC or something.
That's what your food sucks in most European countries, especially Britain.
European countries have more history than the Americas, I would say.
I wouldn't say that. I mean, in Americas we have ancient history, like the Aztecs.
Someone turn off the vibrator. Someone turn off their vibrator, man. Thank you.
We had.
By the way, I was gonna say again.
We had
Brian. If you're looking at it from a point.
Let me finish. We had the Aztecs. We had the Olmecs. We had the Toltecs. We had the Mayans. We had the Moche. We had so many in this part.
And how about this? The Greeks solo them. I'm sorry. The ancient kingdom, like the Bleachers. Okay, if you look at the historical context, Greeks history is much better than the Americas. Roman history is better than the Americas.
So. I mean, I'm getting really
the previous conquerors of Spain, the Muslims, better history than the Rome. Look, there's so many historical viewpoints in Europe compared to Americas. America's the only thing that carries these Aztecs. I mean,
not only Aztecs, we have the Mayans.
And the Mayans.
We also have the Inca. We also have the Moche. We had so many different ones. Too bad Canada don't have too much, but we had so many different ones.
Canada's not even in the argument. Let's just say Canada's not in the argument.
Hear that? I didn't hear that, man. I didn't hear that. Listen, this guy was saying that America has better women than Canada, and I'm like, listen, California, sorry. And I'm like, listen, California is a place that attracts a lot of prostitutes. No, listen. No, it's an entertainment spot, right? And guess what you're gonna attract?
Let me see. You got California, you got Miami, you got come on, man.
Yeah, but
it's numerous cities. I mean, what do Canada have? What do Canada have really?
No, I'm gonna explain to you. One thing Canada has is we have natural women. When I say natural, it means like when you
Dirty women that don't shower. Is that what you mean by natural?
fucking casual, man. Go
Fire
fuck
and
yourself. Okay? Listen, California, right? They attract a lot of like.
I will admit. I went to Vancouver a few times, Toronto, and I saw some beautiful women. I have to say, yeah, I did. But I still think we got more beautiful women, though. But yeah, it might
Yeah,
seem like
beautiful women when it
don't.
comes to like extension body parts, but yeah.
But they don't belong there. They're just tourists, and some of them are just
no.
Some
I
of them
mean,
are here.
I would say New Orleans probably even had better women than a lot of parts of Canada.
Bullshit.
Okay, how about this, guys? Look, the UK is not in the argument for it. Okay, you know what? I'll concede to that. But in terms of intelligence, no one can compete with the UK in terms of academia and intelligence.
Y'all got no technology. You depend on us.
What?
What are you talking about?
How do we not have technology?
What's your technology came from US?
But don't you
What?
guys?
No, that is cap. Most of the technology that you're using right now was invented in the UK. How about that? And I can prove it.
Okay, I want to hear it.
Give me some time. No problem.
Canada, like I said, Canada don't have. I mean,
where's the
guys
African
always
invention?
ask Canadians, you guys eat traditionally. It'd be like it's like crickets. It's typical British food, and I'm like, oh, that's what you guys eat.
By the way, how about this? The internet was invented by an English computer scientist known by Sir Timothy John Berners-Lee.
The
internet that we're using right now, came from the UK.
The computer was a gay British guy.
See, most of the inventions came from the Brits because we're more intelligent than the Americans. Simple as it is.
Yeah, even the computer was invented by a British.
Kaiser, we Brits are a higher wavelength than them intellectually.
Yeah, that's true. That's true, Mike. That's true.
It was a Nigerian.
He's American at heart, though.
Why we have more technology than Britain then?
Most technology we invented.
No, so, why do we have more technology? Because
how do you have more technology? You don't even have you don't even have online banking system. You can't use your card directly to pay online. Explain how you have better technology.
Yeah, right. Yeah, as a matter of fact, Africa, we do our banking purely on our phone. Unlike you Americans,
Exactly.
You guys so long to get there. Like back in 2000, before 2000, we were doing banking on our phone.
Exactly. They're so backwards, man. They're like 10 years behind the UK.
And
but you guys have been sending people out in space lately. Have you in Britain?
Yeah.
The only argument that could come from Brian, the space argument.
I was doing space though.
Wait. Is there any African?
Yeah, it was Brian gave you guys the fiber. I mean yeah.
Where are the African? Discovery.
The fiber that connects the internet that was developed by a Ghanaian, partly. And
but he lives in the United States right now, though.
Yeah.
No, actually, he's in Ghana right now. He's in Ghana right now.
Where did you?
Why didn't he have technology in Ghana?
And
by the way, let's shout out John, man. What's up, John? How you doing, bro?
I never heard him on here. Oh my god.
What's the word, bro?
What's up, brother?
Hey, so what's the word with you?
What made you get on here this suddenly all of a sudden?
Yeah, because I hear y'all capping about America and how about UK being better than America. Like y'all capping right now. But hold on. I'll give you this, my nigga. I'll give you this, right? UK is more sophisticated, yeah. But America, we have the military might, my nigga. You know what I'm saying? So like whoever makes the rules, whoever has the guns, we make the rules, we break the rules, bro. You feel me? Like
Tell him, bro.
How about this? You got the guns, we got the brains. There's a difference.
You guys can't touch the Ghanaian military for shit. Yo, you guys can't touch the Ghanaian military. Fuck you up.
Bro, but then how many wars did America lose? Vietnam, Iraq, Afghanistan. So many else.
The UK cannot make any type of economic deals in the world without the U.S. knowing about it. Though. Like you know what I'm saying?
No,
Like,
no.
they have to
Don't
vote.
break that down. Listen to me.
Like for example, the whole Iran situation, right? The UK they want to do economic trade with Iran, but they can't because America's gonna sanction it. So they have to
No.
listen. So they have to listen to Big Daddy
But that's
America.
not why.
Hey,
That's
hey,
not
John. Hey,
That is
Mo, and all these
John.
people hating America. They can't even come to America. How
They
you gonna hit
can't.
from outside the
Why
club,
would
bro?
I
You
want to
can't
come to
even get in.
America?
H
Wait,
block.
wait, wait.
H block.
Oh
H
my
block.
gosh, that
Why
was
would I want to
so
come to America?
funny.
You
H block.
can't even if you want to, bro. You're a terrorist.
Listen,
You
why would
can't,
I
bro.
come to the land of the donuts? They
Bro.
think they're the only
H
country
block.
that's free. America,
H
the
block.
land of the
You,
free. Like the rest of Europe is not.
you're a
Come on.
terrorist sympathizer, bro. You can't come to America,
Terrorist sympathizer. How am I terrorist sympathizer?
bro. You hating from
Nah.
outside, bro. You can't even get in, bro.
Oh, I forgot.
That
Anybody that hates America is a terrorist sympathizer. I forgot, man. You guys love your. Oh, you're not American. You're not patriotic. You're a terrorist. Get out of here.
Bro, why? Yo, H block. Why are the best actors coming to America?
Oh yeah, there's a reason why we don't know. The best actors come from the UK for a reason because we're a high wavelength. We're more
No,
intelligent.
the reason
Listen.
best actors come
I
from the
wouldn't call
UK
them more
because UK
intelligent.
has a culture of play and theater. It goes back like in the
No, no,
Middle
no, no,
Ages.
no, no.
Shakespeare.
Yeah,
But
bro.
y'all still
That's
don't
the
get
only
paid though.
reason, bro. They produce better actors, though. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah,
We're
no.
just more classier.
But they still don't get paid though as American actors. So
Hell no, man.
Amer-
They don't. They
Tell me
don't,
one
bro.
American actor that played a good British accent. You tell me. I'll wait.
they still don't make enough money.
Remember when they
I'll tell you.
stated that Pan Africans are
I'll tell
African?
you, bro. Robin Williams.
No, he never.
Yeah, he did, bro.
No, he
Perfect.
never.
Miss
No.
Doubtfire. Miss
Maybe to
Doubtfire, bro.
you. There's a reason why we dominate the Hollywood industry. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. I'm just glad that you guys are booty clapping for the white man. Shout out, man. Welcome to the club.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Right?
Hey, oh, Kaiser, we're Black Brits, man. Come on, man.
Oh yeah, that's
We're gonna
Oh
represent.
yeah, so you Kenyan now? You Kenyan now, Kaiser?
No, definitely not Kenyan.
We're gonna
Definitely
represent.
not Kenyan. But Black Brit, yeah.
I
You know
thought
what?
you was Black British, Kizoria.
I am okay. Now let's go through all the inventions here that was made in time. Okay, so let's go. You won't see
Educate them.
America in any of this list. Isaac Newton, okay, the guy that came up with that what you call that thing, gravity, right? The guy who discovered gravity, that's a British guy, right? The guy who invented calculus, right? Next one we have James Clerk Maxwell. Maxwell is like one of the biggest
Calculus, that's
scientists.
kind of
Bro,
controversial.
the guy who perfected the telescope was American, bro. Hubble's American from
The guy who
from New
invented
York,
it
bro.
is what matters. Doesn't matter
Maxwell,
who.
one of the founders of like modern like physics, or again British. Michael Faraday. Faraday again, another massive physicist. Charles Darwin. Okay, he doesn't count. Let's skip him. He's a dust. Where's the Americans, man? I don't really see many Americans.
The guy that created the internet.
Stephen Hawkins. Yeah, exactly. The guy who invented the internet. The computer was a British guy as well. So you got to look. You got to give us tiny little nation.
Nikola Tesla was
No.
American. He did become American.
Kaiser, we're gonna leave the gender pronouns to the Americans while we focus on the bigger things in the world.
Exactly. That's what they're inventing, man. All these new age stuff.
But
Like for
you
example,
British,
when the
British
UK
still don't have a robust space program yet, though.
it's a small economy.
Brian's still about that space up.
Actually, Queso, if you pay attention, it's growing and it's growing pretty fast.
Plagiarism in the UK.
No.
US.
Philip, I meant
more
UK has
respected
a small
over the
economy.
world though? Who's more respected?
The UK. The reason why the UK is respected is wait. The reason why the UK is respected, they weren't just a superpower. They were a hype ball. They controlled so much mass.
Let me explain it like this. We like UK people more, but we are more afraid of Americans, so we respect them more by default. If that makes sense.
Bro,
let me
jump in.
Canadian point of view, or are you talking about?
I'll tell you this.
Let me jump in.
The UK feels like
African millennial. This from a Canadian point of view, or from a Canadian, diaspora point of view.
Well, let me jump in real quick.
From a global point of view,
Canadians are
people like UK people
honest.
more, and they'll
But
expect
See,
Nah,
the UK did. Wait, Brian, there's a level of class.
Let me jump in, guys.
Wait, 2 seconds. Brian, there's a level of class.
And
The Brits did more harm than the Americans, but they're still loved more because of their class. That's all I have to say.
Yo, let Mike
Exactly.
talk.
Americans are not
Let me
nice,
jump
generally
in.
speaking, so we would like anyone other than Americans. But we
We're not
kind of
docile.
like
That's
Americans
why.
because we know that they have a really strong military. Yeah.
Damn
I don't know
straight.
if that's the
And
view.
that's a global
Oh yeah, the
perspective.
strong military in Vietnam, Afghanistan, and Iraq. I rest my case.
Let me jump in, fellas.
King Mike is here. Take the floor.
Thank you, my brother.
How
Okay,
you doing, Mike?
excellent. Now, let me explain my own perspective. Like African military just said, who's more
Mike, are
respected
you in America or
globally?
the UK?
Am I what?
Mike is American as apple pie in Texas.
Are
Exactly.
you smoking? Are you crazy? I'm not. I'm none of that crap, man. I'm none of
He's
that. I don't
he's
belong to
cerebral,
nobody.
man. He's
I don't belong
cerebral.
to nobody. But
He's American.
let me try to
Puppy is
balance
American.
the argument. So listen, African military who's more respected. I think one mistake you guys make is you guys focus on who's popular and who's respected and who's the celebrity and all that crap. Well, that's not the point. You have to focus on the actual facts. You understand? That's the deal. You to the US, yeah, globally everybody look at United States superpower. But what's the reality? The reality is
They're more hated.
United States military complex is owned by the British and the French. Now, let me explain. Some people might laugh at it. Like, for example, U.S. Military industrial complex privatized. Is a privatized in complex. For example, Lockheed Martin, which is a company that produces United States weapons, military weapons. Lockheed Martin is a British owned company. You understand? Now, let me tell you how United States became superpower, so called superpower. Well, the real superpower is the French and the English. Let me tell you why. Before the German lost the World War II, the superpower were the French and the English. They were colonizing the whole world. Now, during World War II, the German wanted to destroy the French and English and become the superpower and take over their colonies all over the world. All over the world, meaning Africa and every other, India and South America and all these places. But the German, now the US took advantage. And actually, during the World War, the Soviet got involved. And the Soviet began to gain power. And then the Soviets will get to the point where they were about to defeat the Germans. And the US, the French and the British had to jump in and realize that the US was the only country that could help them to defeat the Germans, right? And that's to make a deal.
That's
Like, listen,
absolute cap.
That's
I'll correct
that's
that.
not true because the U.S.
what's not true?
in the
What's not
war when
true?
The
no
US only
US
got
have,
involved for Japan, and
be-
it was
no
the English, the British
exactly
that gave them their navy for the
yeah
Americans to use, so they go to Japan because they had no navy of their own. It was the British that actually supplied their navy to the Americans.
that's not true. That's
Well,
not
you're
true.
making my
Yeah.
point
Exactly.
And
then.
they helped
No,
the
it's
Americans
not
helped with
true.
the French way. The Americans helped
No,
liberate
no.
the French. They never had nothing to do with they defeated the German army,
Yeah.
which was only a percentage or a small percentage of the
Uh,
military within
but
France. That's
are
what the
you
Americans did.
saying whether the US, the French, and the
No,
UK will
I'm
be
saying to you
alive?
that the heavy lifting was done by the British.
No. Are you
No,
saying that without the US, the French, and the UK would have survived the attack
Yes,
from the
easily.
Germans?
Yes,
No,
yes,
no, no way, no
yes.
way,
The
no
only
way.
reason why the Americans got involved towards the end, if I may say so, was because of the
Britain was weak
Japanese
by
incident.
then.
No.
Britain
Huh?
You're
was
smoking
weak.
something. Listen.
I'll
Germany
correct
would
you
have
afterwards.
listen. Germany would have conquered. Germany walked through. In fact, Hitler walked through the street of Paris. He walked through Paris.
Yeah, he
In
yeah.
Listen,
fact, listen,
French,
listen, listen. Let me
French
tell you.
was destroyed.
Let me tell you how
French was
Africa.
destroyed.
Let me tell you where the Africa came in. France had to abandon Paris as the capital of France and moved to Senegal as the capital of France. They abandoned
No,
France and went
I
to
never heard of
African
that.
colony.
Mike,
Listen,
Mike, you're
listen,
mixing up
listen.
the historical
You
events.
don't know you don't know shit about history.
I
France
do. I've studied it.
abandoned. Listen, listen. The French government abandoned France and went to African colony as a capital of France. They went to Senegal. Senegal was the capital of France because Hitler.
Listen,
They say go on YouTube and Google
the
the video
French
of
are known
Hitler.
for one thing
Well,
and one
listen,
thing
listen,
only. When things
listen,
get tough,
listen,
they pull
man.
out the
I will
white
get
flag,
to
and
my
then the
main
British
point.
come to
I'll get to
save
my
them.
main point. You distracted me from the point I was trying to make. But go on YouTube, you see a video where Adolf Hitler conquered France. He took a stroll on the street of Paris, the capital of France, because the French government they abandoned France and had to move to Dakar, Senegal. You understand? They abandoned France because France was conquered. France was conquered by the
Mike, that's not the
Germans.
first time the French
Wait,
were conquered.
listen, man. Let me make my point. Listen, it's
Germany
my
did it
family.
before.
Stop talking, man.
French
Let me
were
make my own. Let me get. I haven't even. Listen, the main point I'm trying to make. You allow me to make your points. Listen, listen. Germany literally conquered France and was about to conquer England completely. In fact, England would have been conquered if it wasn't the African,
No,
African colonies that supported African countries that supported England, and then the United States was the main, was the white country. In fact, the support of African
That's not
colonies
true,
there.
man.
Then
The
you
other
guys let me talk,
that's
man. You
not
Man,
get your
India.
chance. Come on, stop being
Let
pussies. Stop being
let Mike
dummies.
talk. Man.
You guys are colonial, conquered, dumb, colonial mental people. Relax. Listen, the reason England survived Germany German attack against them, seven up, seven up, sorry, 75% of it was because of the African uh, support, and 75% was the United States. But they gave more glory to the United States, and the United States gave them more support. You understand? So the point I'm trying to make is this: France and England had to submit their superpower stardom to the United States. Now, to today, but they made a deal that, listen, who will be the forces behind your weaponry and technological advancement and everything like that? United States, for example, the company, the United States military is privatized. It's not publicized. You understand? So companies like Lockheed Martins that produce weapons and things like that are British owns. You understand? British owns. You understand? So the English and the French own the United States military industrial complex. Well, US will brag and say, yeah, we're the superpower and everything. Because why was the strategic reasoning for them to do that? Was because England and France are countries that can't stand the rivalry against the Soviet Union, Russia, for example. Russia is the head of the Soviet Union, right? But they
wait,
realize that.
Mike, Mike,
Listen, listen,
Mike,
listen,
Mike,
listen. Let me
Mike.
learn. Let me learn. Let me learn. Let me learn. Let me learn. For a reason, because the the location of France and England to the Soviet Union is so close, right? But the location of the United States to the free Soviet Union is very far apart. So the rivalry between US and Russia, right, is based on two factors: landmass and the geographical location. For example, no matter how powerful French can be, no matter how powerful England can be, based on their size, those countries are too small. Two nuclear bomb can wipe out France and England. But for the Soviet to wipe out the United States, you need hundreds of nuclear weapons, right? And you also need a distance to get there. You understand? But the French and the English realized that. So they had to make a deal with the United States and say, listen, we'll make you the superpower. But however, will be it's gotta be a partnership. You understand? So for those Americans talking about America is this, America is that, without the French and the English America ain't shit. Trust me. Before the end of World War II, America was nothing. United States was no superpower.
Before World War II,
U-
firstly, you need to understand that
United
before
States
World War
was
II,
just United States
Mike,
was
you're wrong
like
the
about
British.
Brazil.
Wait, can I speak,
Barack
Mike? Before World War
Yo,
II,
he's
the
wrong
British were
about
the
Dr.
strongest
Obama.
empire still.
And that's what I'm saying.
And
You agree with me then?
yeah, look, certain parts I agree with you. Yes, the British were the strongest empire before World War II, and what happened in World War II was the German military has become so strong that it took several European powerhouses to try to deal with them. And at the beginning, what was it called? It was an all-out war between the British and the German and the French, because the French always get invaded anyway. The French are known for the white flag. Every time trouble comes their way, so the British tried to
Give me
dial them out.
examples. Give me examples. Give me examples.
So when Germans tried to set foot into mainland Paris and they took
No,
over,
no, 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 no. Before we move
wait,
forward. No, no, no. You say the French
Mike,
was
Mike,
always
Mike,
conquered.
Mike,
okay,
Mike.
What do
I'll
you
bring
mean
up.
by that?
Wait.
Let him
Okay, don't
land,
you know
By
about the
who?
British?
Mike, let
Wait,
him talk.
I'll explain. 2 seconds.
Besides the Germans, by
Wait,
who
wait.
else?
I know, Mike, I'll explain. Look, the
Mike, let
British
him
versus
land.
the French in the huh? In what do you say, Brian?
Besides the Germans, who could have conquered the French?
No. I'm just trying to tell
The
him to let.
British. Don't you forget the 100.
No, no. The
All
British
right.
and the French are the rivalries. Listen,
No,
listen,
and the British won in every
listen.
situation.
No, no, no.
Don't you?
Let me say something to
Wait.
you today. No, let
Mike,
me say
Mike,
something to you.
Mike,
No,
Mike,
Wait, wait, wait,
Mike.
wait. Let me say this. Let me say this. You continue. Let me say
Mike,
this and you continue.
Mike.
Wait, my friend. Let me say this before you continue. Today, the two countries, their rivalries are United States and Russia. But back then, it was the British and the French.
Yes, I'm not disagreeing with you, but I'm saying to you, in those conflicts, the British
But
won. Like
you
the
are telling me that anybody could conquer the French. What are you talking about?
wait. I said anybody who's a powerhouse. Okay, look, you know what? How about this?
Who
I'll
else?
bring up a
Who
list.
was the boss back
Wait,
then?
but
Who?
okay, wait, Mike. You understand that British beat them on several occasions. The German before World War II beat the French, like in World War One and in several battles they had before that. The French lost
The
in many
Germans?
occasions with many European superpowers, like the time where the French were. I think they were having a war with the. I think they might have been having a war with the Soviet Union, and they involved the Ottomans because they couldn't win. I forgot exactly what battle that was. The French are known for using others to help them fight and win. The British, on the other hand, are known for
Against
again winning, even though they win with more tedious.
wait. The
Wait,
French using us against who? Against who?
it was the French versus the Soviets, and I think they called the Ottomans. I'll bring
Come on,
up
stop
the battle. I'll
tripping,
find it
man.
and
Come on.
research it. Look, but in my opinion, look,
No,
what
there
I'm
was
saying
no
to you is that
Soviet. Stop.
wait,
Don't say the Soviet. There was no Soviet until after World War II.
yeah,
There
but
was
okay,
just
Russians,
Russia,
yeah. Let's just say,
Ukraine.
yeah.
The
Look,
Soviet was
but look,
created after World War II. It was a union that was
look.
created
Of course,
after World War II.
But look, listen to me. Listen, look. My point is, in terms of like global superpower for entire Europe, including the Americas, for a long stretch of periods, time talking centuries, it was the British that ruled. And what happened
The
in World
British
War II
and the
was
French.
wait. English, okay, like English was
In
one
fact,
and
the
the French
French was literally more powerful than the British to some
when
degree. That's why
no,
you have more French empires in Africa than British empires.
look, they dominated Africa, but they couldn't dominate Europe like the British did. The
But
British set foot in every part of the world.
the
They're the
British
only
dominate
hyperable.
Europe. Wait. Nobody
No,
dominated Europe. So stop
Mike. The
tripping, man.
only hyperable. Do
Nobody
you know the meaning of
dominated
hyperable is
Europe. Nobody
Mike,
dominated Europe. Stop tripping, man.
Mike. Look. Let me speak. Look, the only hyperable superpower in the entire world at the time, which is even above superpower, was the British Empire. The British Empire was the biggest
No, not
empire
in
ever known
Europe.
to
Not
man.
in Europe.
Look, if you let me speak, it was not just okay. Look, it was not in Europe, but it was in Africa, Australia, America. It was in every other
No,
part of the
you
world.
talking all that rubbish, man. The
Bro.
British was never see all that British
Brian, you can take
Empire
over, bro.
shit is facade bullshit.
Mike, let him explain, bro.
Well, go ahead and explain. Yeah, go ahead.
Look, my point I'm trying to say to you is like things changed in World War II. World War II was an all-out war between Germany, Soviet Union, or Russia, as you said, and America
The
and France.
Soviet was not
And
involved
look,
until Germany.
of course,
Until
until they tried to
Germany
expand
invaded
eastwards.
Soviet. Until Germany
Until they tried
invaded
to,
Soviet Union. Soviet
Brian,
did
you
not
take
have
over, bro. I'll be
business in the
gone.
war. The Soviet did not have business in the war until Germany invaded Soviet. And the reason why Germany invaded Soviet was because Germany couldn't access the mineral resources to make weapons from the African continent. They were defeated.
That's not
And
true. That's not the reason.
other part of the world, they have to go to the Soviets
No,
to
that was not
access
the reason.
resources.
All right, go ahead, Solar her. Throw in your arguments.
No, the reason why Germany, did what it did was because in World War One they were humiliated and they were forced to pay back a lot of money to these European countries. As a matter of fact, they were not even allowed to own an army. So
No, no, no.
somehow,
I'm talking about no. I'm talking about World War Two. No, 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 no. Listen, listen. I'm talking about World War Two. No, no.
no,
Before Germany invaded Soviet Union in World War Two. Listen, listen, listen. Before they invaded Soviet in World War Two, they were already defeating French and England. They were already getting ground. But what they couldn't access was the African continent and maybe South America and all these places. So they needed resources to fuel their army, and they had no choice. The only place they could gain their, they could access their resources was the Soviet Union, because the Soviet, which is Russia, was the only part of Europe that had a lot of resources. The rest of Europe is useless. They don't have no minerals, and which is today we see that Russia is the only part of Europe that has gas, right? And we can see today in this war that we got going on that the rest of Europe have to rely on Russia for gas and minerals. The only part of Europe is supposed to reach is Russia. And that's why Germany couldn't they conquer most part of the world, but the only part of the world they couldn't conquer was part of the world where they had natural resources. And Germany, the French and the British have to secure those environments, which will really the African continents. So Germany, as a result, to look to Russia to go conquer and take the resources to fight their military. And that's why they have to invade they have to invade the Soviet Union.
Hold on
And
one second. Give
unfortunately, that
like
was a mistake. You guys don't know nothing, man. Go ahead, go ahead.
Okay, let John Nola make a statement because I think he have a statement.
Now I was just saying that like Lockheed Martin. I don't know who told you that Lockheed Martin like was created in Britain. That literally came from the U.S., bro.
yeah, I
Lockheed
did.
Martin.
Yeah, Lockheed Martin. It originated
And Boeing, and
Los
Boeing.
Angeles. Look, over 100 years ago, on August 16, 1912, Glenn L. Martin established the Glenn L. Martin Company in Los Angeles, California. He started the company after building his first plane in Richard Churches, where he took a leap of faith on a risky and innovative new aircraft design on urging
Where's his
Manitowoc.
family from? Where's his family
He's
connected
from
to?
he's from the LA. He's from LA, bro. He's from
LA.
America, bro.
Man, get out of here with that
So your
LA,
whole
all that
listen,
LA throwing
your whole
up,
premise,
LA gang sign bullshit.
brother, your whole
Listen,
premise collapses,
listen,
bro,
I'm in
because you
Nigeria.
try to
Listen to me. I'm in
listen,
Nigeria.
brother,
I'm a
He's
you
not.
Nigerian
try to
He's
American.
not
build your whole
finished.
but you
Listen,
try
I'm
to
a
build your
Nigerian
whole premise.
American.
He's
Listen
not
to me. Let me
finished.
break this down to you.
No, 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 no,
I'm a
no, no.
Nigerian
No
American.
interruption.
Okay, let
He's not
Okay, go ahead,
finished.
go ahead, go ahead, go ahead.
Now I'm just saying your whole premise collapses because you try to build it on the fact that Lockheed Martin is originated in Britain when it doesn't. It comes from the U.S. and the U.S. is the biggest financer of Lockheed Martin. So it's like I don't understand where you're getting your information from, but I ain't gonna lie, bro.
Okay, let me break something down to you, right?
Mm-hmm.
Listen, United States is a country of immigrants. You understand? It's a nation of immigrants. We have Indian immigrants, Nigerian immigrants. You understand? Today, compared to back then it was German immigrants, British immigrants, Irish immigrants. For example, there's a guy named uh, Henry Kissinger. It's a German immigrant, but the biggest brain is CIA. You understand? It's German immigrants, right? For example, today I say me, I'm an American, right? I'm a Nigerian American. If I take my Nigerian intelligence and use to help America to advance, they have to come to United States government have to come to me like Mike. Yo, you got this intelligence. Well, guess what? Because I'm an American. I'm a Nigerian American. I'm a loyal to Nigeria. I always say I'm a loyal. I'm not break it down. I'm 50-50, but I'm still loyal to Nigeria because that's my roots, right? That's what I'm trying to tell you. But so what I'm saying is, back then, most of the people that were coming, most of the immigrants, they were loyal to their homeland. You understand? So when they come with the technological advancement, they were more. It was more something for the homeland. You understand? So the U.S. government has to be loyal to where they come from. So that's what I'm making. You understand? So Lucky Martin were people of the British descent. You understand? So they were more of England people, English people.
Yeah, but you
That's
can
why
say that
back then you
about
could tell.
all white Americans, bro. Literally, bro. So
Say it again.
you're just gonna use. I'm saying you can say that about all Americans at this point, bro. Like white,
No,
black.
no.
You can say that
Today is
about all of them.
different. Today is different. But we're talking about years ago. People were not really Americans. They were just descendants of people of different backgrounds. Just like in the 60s and 60s, 70s, 40s, the Al Capone, they would tell you is Italian. Even though he's an American citizen. They say Al Capone is Italian mafia and things like that. So this cats are more loyal to the ethnicity than America. You understand? So you have to understand America is not really a country of indigenous people. It's a country of different nations coming together to form America. You understand? And a lot of those people that were really advancing in America were immigrants. You
I
understand?
I respect what you're saying. I agree with you about the part about like World War II, how America pretty much saved Britain and France or whatever the case may be, right? But as far as Lockheed Martin, you're wrong about that, bro. That's an American corporation, bro. I ain't gonna lie, bro. The founders,
But 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 but, but let
they're
me break some.
American national.
Okay, go
They're
ahead.
American.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? They're
Let them
American,
land,
bro.
Mike.
They're born and raised in America. And what? Look, it says in Niles, Freeman, California, bro. They're American, bro. Like I'm saying, 1889, bro. So I don't know what you're talking about, bro. Like your whole premise kind of falls when it comes to that whole Lockheed Martin shit. I mean, but
Okay.
as far as like
But
America
what I'm trying to tell you is this. What I'm trying to
saving
tell you
World
is
War
this.
II, you're right about that. I give you that.
But do you agree with me about this? That before World War II, there was no the superpower of the war was England and France.
Yeah,
No,
United
everybody
States,
knows.
yeah.
Yeah, everybody,
United
everybody
States,
knows.
United States,
Everybody
United
knows
States,
before.
Yeah, I agree.
Everybody knows
United
before
States.
World War II that it was England and France.
Yeah, yeah.
However,
United States was
however,
the
Yeah, I
however,
agree. I agree with that.
however, though, Europe was pretty much devastated, and America helped rebuild it. Something called the Marshall Plan.
that's after World War II. But what
That's
I'm trying to say,
After World War II, and then it became de facto the American now power has become the most dominant force.
Yeah,
okay,
for sure,
I
for
agree
sure.
with
We
you.
all
I
agree
agree
on
with you.
that.
But listen to
We
me.
all
Listen
agree
to
on
me.
that.
But let me respond to that. Listen to me. Listen to me. Before before World War II, right? America was in the status of countries like Brazil, in South America, Argentina, this middle class world power and stuff like that. The superpower
Yeah,
were the
because
European.
America, right? Because America did not want to get involved in European affairs, especially during World War One. I
That's
mean,
what they
because
tell you in the curriculum and all that rubbish.
right. Well,
Listen
I'm
to
just
me.
saying. I'm just saying. I'm just saying.
Listen, listen, man.
I'm just
Listen,
saying. I'm just saying. I'm just putting it out there. I mean, but they did.
listen, listen.
I mean,
I get
always
it. I
America,
get it. I
always
get it. I get it. I get
right,
it.
right.
But the superpower of the European countries.
Back then,
Just like
back then,
yeah, just like in fact, let me tell you something. World War Two, what led to World War Two was Berlin Conference going wrong. Berlin Conference was the meeting between European powers. You understand? The French, the British, the Germans. You understand? It went wrong, and they had to go to war with each other. Who's going to control them? In fact, it was a war of Congo and countries on the primarily Congo, Nigeria, and all these African countries with resource rich. You understand? So Germany was getting hedged over. Germans had to plan that shit. You understand? Because they had to plan that war. So they were really getting edged over England and France.
Mm-hmm.
So the French and
And
the
Portugal, all that. Yeah.
England had to approach United States. You understand? Like, listen, because of this distance you have, because of this advantage you have from far away, it would take a long time for Germany to attack you. It would take a lot of resources for Germany to have to invest in a navy to sail to the United States to attack you. We need your help. And the United States in the beginning, in fact, was supposed to be Germany. You understand? Because the United States realized that France and England were conquering the war. and they want to stake. In fact, U.S. was colonized by England. At that time, England was really a country United States saw as a threat. United States on the continent wanted to establish a ground. They couldn't go further beyond Liberia. You understand? They couldn't go beyond Liberia. And they know Africans
Mike,
was
you
so
take too long to
wait,
make your
God,
point,
listen to me.
man.
Let me lecture you. Listen,
Yeah,
let me
but you
lecture.
just take too long, man.
But listen, man, listen. But I'm going somewhere. So United States to take advantage of it. They supported Germany in the beginning, but later on, they realized that if we support the French and English, we'll conquer Germany. But let's make a deal with the French and the English and say, listen, you sign over your colony in Africa and everywhere, and then let's make a deal like your military industrial complex will be the superpower. You understand? So it was a deal being made. So you guys need to understand this, man. So that's the point I'm trying to make here. You know?
Does anyone want to respond to that?
Let's solo her. Yeah. Let's solo her.
Can you hear me? No, yeah. So from what Mike is saying, I don't know if it's maybe some of it is true, but I do know one thing for sure is that in World War II, um, Britain was becoming weak because they spent a lot of their resources fighting Hitler, right? And then America wanted to completely stay out. They did not want to get involved. However, um, Japan attacks America, and that's when America realized, okay, we need to get involved, right? Um,
America
but
wanted
when
to
they
get
Based
got
on
involved
your
even before
curriculum.
that.
so
Even before that, America
when
wanted to get
America
involved.
joined the war, they were the most powerful because they were at their height in terms of like they had money, they had resources, they had new weapons, they have everything new,
No,
right?
that's not true.
No. Look, if you were
The
fighting a war
British
for a
gave
long
it
time,
to them.
no, listen,
Those
Mike.
weapons were given to them by the
Mike,
British
Mike,
and the
Mike, Mike,
French.
Mike, Mike. If you were fighting a war for 2 years, right? Don't you think you have depleted supplies compared to somebody who was doing nothing?
The weapon technology was given to them by the British and the French. The
Listen,
British and the
Mike,
French had to
Mike.
give it
What
to
I'm
them.
saying is, if you were fighting a war for 2 years, don't you think your supplies are depleted compared to somebody who's not doing anything?
Wait,
Anyway,
which
my
weapon?
point is, if you're fighting war, right? Don't you think your supplies are depleted compared to somebody who's not doing anything?
Do you know
Compared to
that?
another military?
Wait. Do you know that the nuclear technology
I'm
was
not
owned by
talking
the
about that. No,
Germans?
we don't want to go there
Wait,
because
wait, wait,
listen,
wait, 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 wait,
but
wait,
then
wait,
we're
wait. Do you
changing
know?
the
But
subject.
listen.
Then we're
This
changing.
is very
No,
important.
Mike.
I'm not
No,
saying
no,
no,
I
no.
understand.
Listen.
Oh, Mike. We're
Listen.
changing.
Let me say something.
You're
Okay,
changing the
go ahead. Talk. I
topic
will
when
talk
you
after
go
you.
there.
Talk
Yeah,
after you.
So one at a
right.
time,
That's
bro.
fine. What I'm saying is, if we go into that topic, then we're changing the topic,
No,
right?
I'm not
But
saying
anyway,
topic. It's the same topic. Go ahead.
it is part of it. But anyway, what I'm saying is,
It's the main topic.
United
In fact,
the United States did not go in because they wanted to help Britain. And second of all, Britain, after the war, Britain has to repay a lot of money back to the United States.
no,
Some of those European
okay.
companies had to pay back a lot of money.
No,
And
what's the master plan all about it?
what happened was, in some cases, Britain was prevented from developing even stealth aircraft because the United States did
There was
not
no
want.
step aircraft back then. Stop talking rubbish.
Listen, they were
Step
developing
aircraft is just something new 10 years ago,
Mike,
man. Come on.
Mike, you don't need to agree with me, but
But you
just let
talking
me
bull
just
crap, man. You just making up
listen,
shit.
Mike, you don't need to agree with me. You agree with me doesn't mean anything.
No, you making up
Okay.
shit, man. Listen, let me talk. Let me talk.
But
Listen
I
to me.
didn't
Listen to me.
finish, Mike. Mike, I
Okay,
didn't
go ahead.
finish.
But you talking bull
Okay.
crap, man.
Okay, that's your opinion, right? That's your
Let him
opinion.
win, Mike.
So, Mike, so
Listen, let me tell you something. Wait, shut up. Let me talk for 2 minutes and you continue.
He
Listen,
wasn't even
listen. Back then, the most technologically weapon advanced country was Germany. Back then, in fact,
I'm not
the nuclear. Listen, the nuclear
Mike, that was not
scientists.
the topic. That was
No,
not
no,
the
no.
topic.
Let me say this.
You were
Listen.
going off topic, but I'm gonna let you talk since you just want to say that.
Thank you. Let me talk. The only country that had nuclear knowledge was Germany. Unfortunately, before Germany were able to develop nuclear weapons, they were already defeated. So the Soviet and the Americans had to capture those German scientists, right? The American captured the half of them first. So they would want to
Yeah, but
give the
that
American, the
was after the
Soviet. No,
war.
wait,
That was
wait, wait.
after World War
Listen,
Two, bro.
the German scientists would want to give the American the knowledge of the nuclear weapon. Even and the other half would want to give the Soviet the nuclear technology. And guess where they get this knowledge of the nuclear power from? The nuclear knowledge from the Africans. Most of you don't even know that. My people, that's where they got the knowledge from. So the American got there first.
What this guy said.
Say it again.
Give their technology to these people and they don't have it yet. That's kind of
Listen, go and read Einstein's book. Go and read Isaac Einstein's book. He said it himself.
Africans gave the technology to the Germans.
No, the knowledge of. No, I'm not saying technology. I'm saying knowledge of it. See, listen. You have to understand is this: the Europeans, their knowledge of advancement come from the Africans. You understand?
Okay.
Listen. Einstein himself, go and read his book. He will tell you when he was telling Eisenhower, who the president of the United States at that time, I forgot his name, I can't remember. He was telling you, listen, I got to know from the African, and he said, listen, the place you can get the uranium is a place in Africa,
Congo.
the Congo, where you can get uranium. The African told me this, right? The Africans give him the knowledge. Just like Dogon told the Europeans, like, listen, this is start and all that knowledge of the astronomy in the space, the space information. We're African, we have the knowledge, but unfortunately, we don't understand it, but we just have it because our forefathers, our ancient forefathers were more knowledgeable than us, they're more advanced than us.
No,
But
Mike's
we
definitely
just
right about that. Solo. The material made for the atomic bomb came from Congo. That's what ended the World War II, bro. Literally.
the uranium that they
I don't
used to
know
make a
where they
nuclear
got the
bomb
uranium.
came from the
I don't know
Congo.
where they got the uranium,
It
but I'm
came
not
from
going to say
Congo.
that.
No, it came from the Congo. The uranium they used to bomb Hiroshima and
Everybody
Nagasaki
knows
came from
that,
the
bro. That's a
Congo.
well-known fact, bro. That's a well-known fact.
The uranium they used to bomb Hiroshima and Nagasaki came from the Congo. If you don't know, go do your own research.
That's
You
a
don't know
fact.
shit. And it was the Africans that told Isaac, they told the Europeans the knowledge. They gave them the knowledge.
No.
Most of
Giving
you don't know,
knowledge and showing where it is two different things.
bro. You talking
No.
Why you
Serious.
a pan? You
No,
a Pan
no,
Africanist
seriously.
though? Why you taking
If
credit away
I
from Africans, bro? You thought
But
you're a
what
Pan
I'm trying to,
African, right?
let's keep all that. Let's keep to the main topic. What I'm trying to tell you is this:
but
that
wait,
knowledge was
Mike.
given.
Are you
Wait.
saying that? Are you
Let's
saying
keep
that
all
they
that
give
bullcrap.
them? No, Mike.
But
Are you saying they give them
listen.
the mathematics and all the technologies to make it happen, or are you saying they show them where the
I'm not gonna
uranium
get
is?
into all that. Let's not get into all that. I'm
But
not
you're
getting to
making a
that. That's
claim
too
that's
deep.
unclear. But you just made a claim that's unclear.
But
Like,
if I have to get into that, it's gonna take me like 30 days to explain it to you. I
I
don't
know
want to
you
go into
already
all that.
take
You
90
understand?
days to explain. You already take 90 days. What another 90
But
days
I
won't
only
hurt.
spent 3 minutes, man. You already distracted me. That's too deep. I can't start getting into that with you. You understand? How they went into all that process. If I have to get into specifics, take me not only 90 days, but probably 3 years. So I'm not gonna get into that. But what I'm trying to tell you is this: the French and the British were in the continent for 300 years before the American didn't know nothing about Africa, dude. The Americans were trying to get a foot on the continent. The only place they could go was Liberia. They couldn't get beyond Liberia. You understand? But the French and the British were deep. In fact, let me tell you something. The French, British, and Germans were the one that were on the continent.
Portuguese.
But let me tell you how the
Portuguese.
Germans get the advantage. The Germans were there for knowledge, but the British and the French was there to claim territory. You understand? So the
Resources.
Germans were more there to acquire information because they knew the African had the information,
That makes
the
sense.
Asian
Yeah.
information. You understand? So the German got ahead of the French and the German as far as information wise. I'm sorry. The German got ahead of the French and the English as far as information wise. But the French and the English had advantage as far as territory wise. They have more territory on the continents than the German. But the German have more knowledge of Africa. The African give the Germans more information as far as the the knowledge of nature and minerals and power and resources and things like that. The Germans were ahead. So the German scientists were ahead of the French and the British. You understand? So during the so-called World War II, the Germans were ahead in sort of weaponry and things like that. They were ahead. They already figured a lot of things out. But the Germans in Europe already conquered the French. In fact, they conquered the British. They were 10% away from conquering the British, but the British had to take a step to resort to align with the African people and the United States to help them, right? So
So
if
the
you go to the
United States
francophone
on that.
African countries, a lot of African soldiers helped the British to fight against the French. In fact,
Wait. Are there any rebuttals to that? Just wondering.
they have no rebuttals, man. It's that bullshit. Man.
Go ahead.
Come on, Mike. Everyone
I
have an
agree.
opinion, bro.
Now listen. Now I agree with Mike for the most part, bro. No cap. Like I
We
agree with him
can't.
for the most part. The only thing I just disagree with him about was the Lockheed Martin thing, but everything else he's saying is fact, bro. The uranium came
Yeah, but
from Congo. The
do
uranium
you
came from
realize it's
Congo.
not clear what he's saying?
The Germans they went to Africa, but they were mostly studying. They didn't do it like French and the Brits did, like as far as like conquering and colonizing and stuff like that. They more that's why German scientists were like elite, bro. They were above Brits and you know what I'm saying, Americans and everything. That's why Americans after World War II they recruited the scientists from Germany. But I agree with you, Mike. I agree with you.
Not just the United States recruited German scientists, also the Russians too, because
Mm-hmm.
they were in regards to certain technology, especially rocket technology, very very advanced. For example,
Yeah, but
let me land, brother.
Russia,
Let me land, bro. Let me
I'm about
land.
to, now,
Let me
okay, now
land,
I'm about to ask,
young
all right,
brother. Let me land.
you got that, you got that, Mikey, you
Like
got
for
that. All right.
example, scientists like Vernon von Braun, who was German, who was an ex-Nazi, who pretty much helped propel the United States NASA in regards to the moon program and also traveling into space was due to German scientists. I think that was project what they call I forgot what was it, Mercury. They like I said, Russia had a group of scientists, German scientists. So did the United States have a group of scientists, which helped propel the space race back in the late 1950s all the way to the 1970s. Was started by, technically speaking, German scientists in both sides, both from the Russian end and also the United States end. The most prominent scientists from the United States, in the United States, who were ex-Nazi in the United States, was Vernon von Braun.
Okay, yeah.
But after World War II,
How about Einstein? Wasn't he one of them scientists they took, or he came on his own will?
No, not. I mean, he migrated to the United States, but he wasn't one of the scientists that they took after World War II.
Did he do any work in the United States besides publishing the E=mc²?
That's a very good question. I haven't really delved deeply into that. But in regards to rocket technology and stuff like that, it was scientists of that ink of Vernon von Braun and his group, and
I think it was German, but I'm not sure. But he definitely came from. He was in Germany. I think it's
right, but
German.
he wasn't part of Project Mercury. He was not.
No. Listen. When it comes to at that time, when it comes to knowledge of the universe, right? It was in Germany. They spent time in Africa learning the knowledge of nature.
Right. Well, I'm talking about something specific. I'm talking about something specific.
Listen to me. Let me land.
I was listening.
Listen.
Land. It was something specific, something like the space program. It was mainly, because the United States and both Russia took scientists in Germany because they were advanced in rocketry technology. So Russia took some scientists, the United States took some scientists, pretty much prisoners in a way, but in a quote unquote way, and utilized their brain power as far as what they knew, and created, both from the Russian end, the Russian space program, which they pretty much beat us or beat the United States in space back in 1957 in Sputnik. And also, the United States utilized the Germans, and one of the most prominent German scientists was Werner von Braun. And I like Werner von Braun due to the fact that he had a whole lot of ideas in how to way to colonize the planet, and we studied him in school back in the day.
Okay, let me break it down to you. As far as the knowledge of nature, the knowledge of the to become metaphysics, which is the roots of physics, philosophy, and technological advancements, which is knowledge of the Africans, right? Now, when the Europeans came to consider Africans, the Germans were more focused on the knowledge, while the French and the British were focused on land grabbing and things like that, territories and things. So when it got to the era, the Germans became more advanced than everybody else. Now, when it got to the war, the Germans knew they were more ahead in terms of knowledge than the rest of them. That's why they were able to be technologically more advanced. No, now after the war, everybody was hunting for the German scientists. The British, French, and the US were hunting for the German scientists. But the Soviets, what most people don't understand is this. After World War II, after Germany was conquered, the Soviets got to Germany before the West. The Soviets got to most of the scientists before the West got to them. You had the Soviets were always ahead of the West during that time. The Soviets, in fact, were the first to create this space technology. They got to space for the American. Doing the United States, teach us that we conquer space everybody before everybody else. But no, the Soviets went to space before America got to space. You understand? Because they had access to the German scientists first, the best of the German scientists. You understand? Now, these German scientists, I've read a lot of them. I've read a lot of their books. And a lot of them attribute their knowledge, the roots of their knowledge from the Africans. Because they said when we were when the Berlin Conference, how we're going to get into Africa was in Berlin. The Germans were more focused on acquiring the ancient knowledge of the Africans, whereas the French and the British were more focused on acquiring territories. You understand? So the Germans, in fact, from where I'm from, the Yoruba land, when I study my history from my own people, the people that were there to study our ancient tradition and our ancient knowledge were the Germans. Even the Dogons, go talk to them. It was the Germans. They were more focused on knowledge, while the British and the French and everybody else were more focused on money. You understand? So eventually, the Germans became more intelligent than the rest of them in Europe, based on their interest in acquiring knowledge from the Africans. So what we're seeing today is a situation where the Germany unfortunately fell, but the Soviet and the West were chasing the scientists, right? And the were able to gain more of the German scientists because Germany fell. And what Germany fell was because, of course, the during the war, Germany was getting ground, and the West, the France and England realized that the territory was so small that they couldn't also sustain the battle between with the Germany because Germany had the most superior weapons. So they had to resort to forming alliance and making deals with territories beyond their territory, right? So they have to look into Africa and they have to reach out to like kind of recruit the Africans to fight on their behalf and also the Americans. But America took advantage of making deals, whereas the Africans didn't make deals. So the American make better deal of saying, listen, for me to support you, you have to sign over your colonies on the continent and all these places to me. That's why today the African colonies were more they used to be French and English colonies, and more they used to be more loyal to the England and France, and more submissive to the Americans than to the Europeans. For example, Nigeria, for example, were more I won't say submissive because I won't say it's the Nigerian people, but I would say it's the colonial morons that were put in charge. It used to be more into England, but today they're more into America, right? They're more submit. The American pretty much control the colonies today, not only Africa but even the South America. They used to belong to Spain. You understand? The colonies have to be signed to the United States, and the United States had to make deal with them to before uh, assisting them to defeat Germany. United States played the game well, and that's after World War II. United States became a superpower. That's what I'm telling you that the technological advancement that the German and the French, sorry, the British and the French had, they had to agree that we're going to sign it over to the United States. And not only because they were so dumb to do that, because they also realized that they were facing the Soviets, which is a huge landmass. There's no way them as these tiny countries can face. They have to use the United States as a country that's a huge landmass and also far distance from the Soviets to be able to face and battle and compete with the Soviets. So that's why the English and the French have to sign over their power to the United States. So what I'm telling you is they were not so stupid to just do that, but they had to make clause in the agreement that listen, we will own the technology, we'll always be the one ahead of the technology, but you are going to be the face of the superpower of NATO. So you guys need to understand that. The England and the French are the real superpower of the West, not the United States. The United States is the face.
Bro, they conceded their power to the U.S. So how are they the fathers of America? I don't understand that. Like, how are they above America when they conceded power? They was losing. They lost territory. You know what I'm saying? They were losing colonies in Africa and India. That's what really rocked Britain. You know what I'm saying? Like that's what hurt their economy. And then the war. You know what I'm saying? The war was dragging. Yeah, I don't understand how Britain and France are above America when they had to concede their power to America. Like
They
they had to
had
sign
to
their. Yeah, they had to. You know what I'm saying?
because of the Soviets. And that's why they're
And the
walking
Germans.
to that's why today they're walking to defeat the Soviet by crossing the territory side by side. You understand? Side by side. You have to understand the Soviet Union after during the Cold War was expanded all the way to Poland and most of the European countries today, most of the Western European countries today. But they have to walk on cutting it down. Now to today we got the last straw is Ukraine and Belarus. So now the war we're having today is on the Ukraine side, right? So they had to cut it down. They had to work on it because the Soviet had a huge territory in Europe. They had most part of Europe. You understand? So they have to start cutting it down. And let me tell you something you guys don't understand. Let me tell you how Black Americans need to understand something. How you guys were used to win the Cold War. The Cold War was basically a war, was an extended extension of World War II because World War II never ended. World War II, they claim it ended after Germany was defeated. But after Germany was defeated, the war continued between the Soviet and the West,
And
right?
Japan in the West.
No, no, Japan was defeated after World War II. Japan and Germany was gone. Trust me. Now the Soviet, the Russian, we should call Russia today, or the Soviet, but many countries were conglomeration of the Soviet, right? So now what happened was the two countries became nuclear powers. They didn't want to. They couldn't engage each other directly, because a nuclear war, nobody wins a nuclear war. So now the war now became a war of economy. Who's going to control the global economy, right? So now, who's going to control the global economy will depends on who control the global territories. So now the two countries, the Soviet Union and the West, with the West meaning the United States, the Western Europe, England, France, and the Western European countries,
Yeah.
they have to decide who's going to control the global resources, meaning the continent of Africa, South America, Asia, and all these places, right? That's what the war was all about. So now the the main the main territory, the most important territory that he needs to conquer was Africa, right? Because that's the most resource-rich concept, the most resource-rich territory. So now both sides realized that they couldn't engage each other directly, but they have to fight proxy wars. Proxy wars meaning that the territory they want to conquer, they have to use the people to fight each other to decide which side they're going to take,
Mm-hmm.
right? Now, on the continent, they have to make their case. That's why in the 60s, the English, the French had to start, and even in the United States, they have to start being friendly to the black people. They became friendly to the black Americans and say, listen, we're gonna stop racism. We've been racist towards you for 300 years. We put you on slavery. We Jim Crow. They're gonna hand Jim Crow. We're gonna hand racism. We're gonna be nice to the black Americans. Now on the continents, we're gonna start colonialism. We're friendly now. We repent because they know that the Soviets, the only way the Soviets are gonna win against them is to get the black people on their side.
Yeah.
So they have to play that game with you guys. And they start signing civil rights. And they start promoting, oh, my little king, and all that bullshit. And they say, the African leaders like, oh, this guy fought for independence, all that bullshit. Those independence and civil rights were not real. It was just game. Like, we'll give you these because you fall with your repentance. No, it's a bullshit, man. Then repentance. Because the Soviets are playing against the Soviet were pleading a case to the Africans and the blacks, the diaspora, like, listen,
Mm-hmm.
we never enslaved you, we never colonized you, we are your friends,
Mm-hmm.
side with us. But the American was saying, listen, the United States is a black country, we have black people here, and that's why they started promoting black American celebrities in the 60s, like Michael Jackson, the Jackson Five, um, James Brown, uh, Muhammad Ali, all these celebrities, and started
Mm-hmm.
pumping them all over the world.
And
And
yeah, they was using those celebrities to push their democracy too to other countries abroad too. You know what I mean, like
thank you,
they were using
you're
American
smart.
culture as a tool. I'm not dumb, like, you know
As
what
a
I'm saying? Like
two, oh, this
for
guy, you're
sure.
smart, man. I
But it,
like you. I
but
like you. I
that's
like
what I'm
you.
saying. But I'm saying that's what they're doing. Even till now, they're doing that. Like
They're
America,
doing this now. Even remember in the
they're
60s, Rumble
using
in the
listen,
Jungle.
they're using the African American culture as a weapon,
That's
like,
a
you know what I mean,
weapon.
to Africans, bro, or just people around the world in
Exactly.
general, bro. But
In
it's a
the
fact.
60s, in the 60s,
It's a fact.
they have to push their fight between Muhammad Ali and
Mm-hmm.
Joe Frazier in
Yep.
Congo.
Yeah.
Rumble in the Jungle.
Rumble in
Remember
the
Rumble in
jungle.
the
Yep.
Jungle?
Yep.
Yeah, exactly. Even today, they have to make the head of the United States military a black man. Remember that the black guy that's
Yeah,
the
yeah, yeah,
yeah,
yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
yeah, they do that, just to
They
make the
put
Africans side with the Americans.
even the spokeswoman for like the White House, she's like Haitian American or something like that. Like they just use
Yeah,
black people in
sure,
general
that's the game, you
as
know
their
what I'm
face.
saying?
But
Yeah, it's
that's
the
how you
game
know
global
America.
support.
But the U.S. is so crafty, bro. That is just like it's so crafty and deceitful at the same time because they come and they put these people like Obama and all these black people as the face of America. But meanwhile, they don't have no good intentions for Africa or black people in general. You know what I mean? But they're just using us. You know what I'm saying? That's a
No,
fact.
exactly, it's a game, exactly.
It's a
But
game.
the Soviet didn't have any of that. They didn't have their black
Again, yeah.
celebrities, anything like that.
hmm But
So the Soviet,
even the African Americans that were going to Russia, they were treated better in Russia than they were in America, bro. It's crazy, man.
Yeah, so basically that's how they won the Cold War, and you know, and basically the African fell for it, and they were all like, okay, we're going to take side of the Americans because America is the country that's and things like that. The England and France, they supported the French and the English and Americans, and the Soviet kicked out of Africa, and they decide the disaster was this during the time of the Cold War when they were all battling for the continents. Someone like Idi Amin will tell the British or the American journalists to bow down to him. He would declare himself as the conqueror of the British Empire, the last king of Scotland. He got balls to talk shit to America or talk to shit to anybody, even the Soviets, because he knew that if one of them is sold him, he would side with the other one. You understand? Like
Yeah.
country of Nigeria in the 70s had more the Nigerian currency, like the naira was more powerful than the dollar because the government could tell the Americans, like, listen, if you fuck with me, I go side with the Soviets. So the African countries had more balls back then. You understand?
They were using Russia as a leverage.
Exactly.
Yeah. But
They
that's how it
got
should be.
balls
But
back
even
then.
but listen. But it should be like that even until now, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like Africa or black people in general, they shouldn't be picking sides as far as like the Ukraine and Russia war. But use them for leverage, bro. You know what I mean? Be wise about it. Don't be siding with America or just side with Russia. Use them as both as leverage and
That's
benefit
the
from it.
lesson they
Yeah.
learn. A lot of them they learn their lessons because during the after the Cold War ended, when they all sided with the West and the Russian the West,
But listen, I'm talking about even now, bro, because
that's what I'm saying.
this whole rush, this whole Soviet the whole Soviet war, like it's this is still a continuation, like right today,
It
it's like a
is. It never
continuation
ended. It's not
yeah.
over. Trust
It
me.
never
It's not
exactly.
going to help the nuclear war. It's not going to help the nuclear war. But
Exactly.
what I'm saying is the Africans
Exactly.
made a mistake in the 70s when they decided to side with the West and turn their back
Mm-hmm.
against the West, the Soviet. Now the
Yeah.
Soviet, because they all turned it back on the
Mm-hmm.
Soviet fell, right? In the 80s. Now when the Soviet fell,
And all it did, it made them fall and emboldened the West to treat this, you know what I'm saying, to mistreat Africans at this point. Because it's like now we don't have no real, no true competitor, even though Russia's their competitor, but like they're above Russia at this point. So it's like, at that point.
yeah, they're
So it's
still
like,
above. But
now
what
they
I'm trying
starting
to
to,
say,
yeah, they can, yeah, I'm
but what
listening.
I'm trying to make is this: when African economy began to take a free fall, when I say free fall, I mean
Mm-hmm.
like absolute collapse.
No
What
resistance,
was
yeah.
in the 80s? Even many Africans, like this guy there, this you go to Danny show there, what's his name? Gas him up. He made a
Gas 'em up,
point.
yeah.
He used to say on Danny show, listen, in the 80s and 70s, African they used to want to migrate to America. You guys complaining about black immigrants. Black immigrants in the 80s and 70s, they were not interested in migrating because the economy was doing great. You understand? The Nigerians, for example, I remember my mom was telling me, like in the 80s, someone told her, like, you need to go to America. She's like, what? Why would I go there? Because
Mm-hmm.
our currency is the same. Our currency was equal. You understand? Back then, we were leveraging the Cold War situation to help ourselves. But the Soviet fell, and the West took they had absolute control of
Yeah.
global
Mm-hmm.
economy. They started dictating. They started having a
Mm-hmm.
monopoly of global economy, and they put the African continent on the back seat.
Yeah.
They started, you know, understand? And they
Yeah.
collapsed the African economy. They destroy everything. Where the Africans now are just in abject poverty, and they have to flee the continent to go to Europe and America and things like that. So the point I'm making is the Africans took a loss in a situation where one of these white men have to have the absolute power. You understand?
Yeah.
In terms of global affairs. So that's what we're dealing with today.
Yeah,
You know.
that's a fact.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
yeah. So they took their absolute control, and they took, and the Chinese kind of rose. Now the Chinese are the new threat as far as
Mm-hmm.
like challenging the West in terms of.
Yo, people are talking about the whole Ukraine and Russia war, but people should be watching out for the whole situation in Taiwan too. That's another Ukraine. That's another avenue where the West can use
Yeah, the
construct a war.
Taiwan Ukraine
Mhm.
is kind of like
The same thing in a way.
the
It's
China
like
and Russia and China.
it's like the false flag they can use the preemptive attack towards for a global war. You know what I mean? That's the excuse. Just like how Pearl Harbor was the excuse to enter into not they America wanted to enter into the war in World War II, but they used stuff like the Pearl Harbor as an excuse to enter into the battle. You know what I mean? Now we have an excuse, or just like 9/11, it was an excuse to enter into the East, Middle East and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? So they use these strategic things, bro. I swear, I
Yeah,
feel like
yeah. The other, at the end of the day, let me tell you something, man.
The
Let me
secret
tell you
government,
something.
they know it's go. They have a hand in it, bro. They have a hand in these attacks that happen on American soil. They have a hand in that shit, bro. Like if anybody believe like oh 16, 19 terrorists came and flew buildings into 9/11, no, America, the government, secret government had a hand in that, bro. You look, you can the smoking gun is building 7, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like how did building how did two planes take out 3 buildings? That don't make sense. You get what I'm saying? So it's like the American government is very, very crafty. And I'm not even saying the government, it's like the military industrial complex. They're the people that's behind the scenes, behind the curtains. You get what I'm saying? But yeah, you're right, Mike. You're definitely right. Mike.
Yeah, yeah, I hear you, yeah. Yeah, yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, everything's by economy, man. It's global economy. It's money. That's all it is, man.
But
But what I would
like
say
you
is,
said, mhm.
I mean, I just think we should understand, like, life is about interest, not really about race
Yeah.
or nation. It's not about race and oppression. It's interest, interest. That's all it
Yeah.
is, man.
Hmm.
This country act on interest. That's all it is. So people should learn to think on their own interests, rather than being oh, I'm a victim, I'm this and that and that. It's all about
Yeah, I
interest.
agree
Think
with
on
you.
your own interests.
Yo, listen, I be listening to you. I don't really get on the panel like that, but I listen to you come on. I be wanting you to come on the panel because for the most part, I be agreeing with almost everything you say, bro. Like I agree with almost everything you be saying as far as like African American situation like that. Like you get a lot of fight back from the FBA community, but like bro, I be agreeing with you, bro. I'm one of them African Americans, like the young ones that you said that you like more, that more open to Africa. Like I'm one of those African Americans. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah,
So
yeah.
it's like.
I rock with young Black American, young adults, young. I rock with the young ones, man.
Yeah.
I don't have nothing against young people.
Hmm.
I think this is what I think. I think it's not old generation, like the
Hmm.
old generation in the 60s and 70s, and
Yeah.
they're cool, but it's a generation
Hmm.
from like their 40s and early 50s and late 30s. Those guys are the ones killing you guys, man. Like they kind of color Genesis generation. They just want to be victims, man. You know
Yeah.
what I'm saying? They don't want you guys to advance.
The ones that grew up in the with the 70s and the 80s and stuff, and
Yeah, yeah, those
that
guys
went
are
through the capitalism.
they're confused.
Yeah.
No, those guys are the one that were led by the Al Sharpton and Jesse Jackson.
Yeah.
They were brainwashed to believe that the war is about being victims.
Hmm.
No, no, listen, man. Being a victim is not gonna. No one, that white man don't care if you're a victim, man. He sit on a white person and tell him I'm a victim of you. Doesn't give a shit, man.
That's a fact.
You have to step up and stand for yourself and build your life and build your kids' life and make sure your kids don't.
Exactly.
You have to go out there and compete. Like for example, let me tell you something, man. Like when I'm in the community, I live in America, and I'm in the community and I talk to young people. When I say young people, I'm not talking about just my African immigrant kids. I'm talking about even Black American kids. What I
Hmm.
tell them is this: listen to me, man. Stop looking at these white kids as your age mates and see them as your oppressors. No, see them as your competition.
Hmm.
You understand? If that
Yeah.
white kid is doing something, see what he's doing and do what he's doing and do better.
Hmm.
If you in the same school with a white kid, he score 80%. No, figure out how to score 85%. You understand? Be a competition. Don't say because he's white, he's better than you and he's your oppressor. You understand? Do better. You know, figure because white people what they look out for their kids. They're trying to make sure the kids become the best and everything.
Hmm.
No, what you need to do is what I talk to them is this. Stay away from things that's gonna ruin you. For example, in the black community, you have police out there looking for you to make a mistake so they can give you a criminal record. When they give you a criminal record, they know that that is gonna ruin you. That means no matter how smart you are, no matter how intelligent you are, you can never get a job. They use the law.
Well,
They leverage their law against
that's
you,
still a lie
right?
too, because you can still get a job with a felony too. That's another coping
Exactly.
mechanism.
They do all these things, right? They wait for you. They wait for you to get hooked on drugs and things. They do all these things. But what I tell my young people is, this, listen, don't try and be like the older guy that's on drug or they say that criminal record that's broke. Nah, you do different. You understand? Don't look at them as victims. Look at them as niggas. I'm not niggas, but I'm saying dudes that made mistakes. Not dudes that are victims. They made mistakes or they didn't think smarter. They
Yeah,
didn't, you know what I'm saying? You have to
yeah,
think
you're right,
smarter.
right.
You know, you should think smarter. But someone like Kyla Genesis will tell you that those guys are victims, man. They're like that because of 400 years of slavery, because of the white man. No, hell no. Don't listen to that bullshit about your victim. No, you have to fight. Meaning you have to figure you have to
It's
play a
like
game.
it's like they're trying to project their mistakes on us and
E-
tell us like, oh, we are victims. Like, no, we're not accepting that. Get the fuck out of here.
Exactly.
Y'all made that mistake. Y'all didn't fall through for us, the younger generation. So no, we're not
They
gonna
didn't
listen.
train you.
But now you see,
Instead of looking out for you, they
listen,
want
listen,
you to end
listen.
up like, damn man,
But
continue
listen,
to
but
do
now
that.
you see why. Now you see why a lot of young African Americans like I don't want to say we don't respect our elders because a lot of us do. We come from a conservative background, conservative family. But it's like, yo, some of these older cats, like some of these older dudes, you can't just tell me anything, bro. Like you have to prove to me, bro, because you guys made so much mistakes in the past, bro. Like, how can I trust your word, bro? You get what I'm saying? Like, how
They,
can I
they,
trust your word?
let me tell you what they did. They made mistakes, right?
Mhm.
A lot of them are regretting their mistakes. But
Mhm.
rather than them taking responsibilities for their mistakes,
Mhm.
it's okay to take responsibility in private and not put in public. But
Yeah.
when you engage in the younger ones, why
Mhm.
not take responsibility in their face and tell them that, listen, I made a mistake, man. Don't do the same thing. What they would do is they feel so ashamed, right? And they don't want to tell you that. They don't want to. They don't want you to see them as dudes that failed, right? What they will do is not tell you that. Listen, don't do the same thing I did. Don't mess with drug, man. Don't go. Did somebody offer you crack? Don't smoke it. When
Mhm.
somebody offer you drug, don't take it. When somebody tell you education is not important, don't listen. They're not gonna tell you that because they don't want to feel guilty. They don't want you to look at them as dudes that failed. But it will tell you is, nah, I'm like this because 400 years of slavery. I'm like this because the white man did this to me. You know, yeah, the white man, of course, came after them, obviously, but yo,
Mhm.
you have to play a part in it too. Yeah, the
Yeah.
white man came after me too. Because I came to
Yeah.
America when I was a teenager and I was in the same neighborhood, black community where they punch drugs and things, but I
Mhm.
chose not to put
Partake.
pick the drugs, you know what I'm saying? You see, you have
Mhm.
to take that responsibility because the white man cannot fuck you up unless you participated, unless
Exactly.
you know what I'm saying? Instead of
Mhm.
them telling you that, like, listen, even if the white man's coming after you, but you still have to make that decision. Even the white man say, hey, listen, I want you to be on drug, but you have to make a decision to choose whether to do drug or not. But someone like that, people, this generation, when I tell you that, they're not going to tell you that. All they're going to do is look out for themselves, not to look bad in front of you, not
Mhm.
to look back to you by telling you that I'm like this because the white man fucked me up. Nah, hell no, nigga. You the white man trying to fuck you up, or you accepted to get fucked up, dude.
Yeah.
Now tell these young guys, like, listen, yeah, the white man's gonna fuck you up, but don't fall for it. You know what I mean?
Right.
Go and compete against a white man's son. Like a white guy had a kid, it's same time have a child. You know what I'm saying? Let's not give birth to a child today. A white guy give birth to a child today. He's gonna teach. He's trying to make his son right to grow up to be better than my son. It's up to me to make sure my son go and compete against his son
Yeah.
and to be better than his son. It's up to me to do that, to raise my son. You know what I'm saying? To do the job, to you know what I'm saying?
But
To
we
make
have
my
to. You
son.
have to. You also have to admit that it's an unequal playing field too. At the same time, like I'm not to like you know what I'm saying. Not to not to be all woe is me and nothing like that, or try to be. You know what I'm saying?
No,
But
no, no. I
it's
get
an
it. I get it. I get it. I get it.
it's an unfair playing field. But still, that shouldn't deter us from for wanting to succeed, bro. At the end of the day, bro, like we still got to compete, bro. Like, what are we gonna lay down and just die, bro? No, bro. Compete, bro. No matter what,
But
bro. Whether we
listen,
have
I've
less.
seen situation, but you can't deny with me that there are many situations where a child is born in a super rich family and a child is born in a super poor family. The child is born in a super poor family end up being more successful
Yeah,
than a
cause
child born in a super rich family.
hmm
See, nature already designed everything to be fair in a sense. You
yeah,
understand?
that's
There's
true.
advantage and disadvantage on both sides. You understand? Let me tell you something. If you give birth to a child, let's say I don't know you personally, but let me assume that you're a poor guy, right? And you
I
give birth
couldn't.
to let me just assume that you're a poor person, right? And you give birth to a child into a poor situation where he's grown up not having ability to eat like 3 square meal or good food and not having to be able to have um luxury and things like that, right?
Yeah,
And then
yeah,
let's say you have a rich counterpart, a rich person that give birth to a child, another child, right? And he has everything, wealth and everything, right? Guess who's supposed to be more motivated to be more successful?
the poor child.
Exactly.
hmm
And I would tell you that from someone coming from Nigeria. Like in Nigeria, right? You go to Nigerian schools. The poor kids perform better in schools than the rich kids because they're more determined to be successful.
They got that hunger, that drive,
Hunger,
that determination,
exactly.
that
You're
drive,
supposed
that
to use your.
determination. Yeah.
Thank you. No, no, I respect you, but see, listen, I respect you better than I respect Kyla Genesis, man. But Kyla won't listen to me when I say things like this. You look at me and start insulting me. Listen, your
Nah, listen, I
situations
don't
for
know him like I don't even know him, bro. That's why I really don't want to speak about him because I don't know him. But from the things that I do hear, I don't really agree, bro. I be like I can't agree with it. Like I'm sorry.
you're
Like it
supposed
just
to use
come,
your
it
situation
just.
as a motivation. When
hmm
a white person insults you and things like that, that's supposed to give you hunger to want to
Yeah,
conquer
that shit
the
don't,
white.
bro. That shit don't phase me, bro. Like, like a
There
white
should
man
be a
can call me,
hunger.
bro. A white man can call me nigga in my face, bro. Like that shit. Like if I feel like if I feel like I can get away with it, I might. You say I might give him a little slap in the face or something like that. But I'm not gonna jeopardize my freedom. I'm not gonna jeopardize my job. I'm not gonna jeopardize my kid's future, bro. Like for to fight against a word, bro. Like that shit don't phase me, bro. Like,
Forget
you can
that,
call me a
man. This
nigga.
is how you fight. Listen, this is how
That
you
shit don't
fight.
mean nothing to me, bro.
This is how you
because
fight.
I because ultimately it's I think it's more it's beyond racism, bro. Like we were just talking about it earlier on AM's show about like the racism and stuff like that. Like honestly, I feel like it's a tool that even the whites like even it's used against them, bro, for them to make them feel superior to us, bro. But it's a tool from the 1% rich, the rich people of the world, like the 1% people that control the, you know what I mean, that control. They
Yeah,
use
they
stuff like
don't want you to
racism.
catch up. They
They
don't want you to catch
yeah,
up.
they
That's what
use
it
stuff
is.
like racism to divide whites against black, liberal against conservative. Like they use that shit to divide the people, so we don't come together to to topple the government. You know what I mean? Not just to topple them, but you know what I mean, for economic leverage or whatever the case may be. You know what I'm saying? So I don't
It's
really
not
fall.
even like
I don't
trouble.
fall for that racism shit, bro. That shit don't phase me at
They
all,
want
at
you. They
all.
want you to see yourself as a victim. And the
Yeah,
reality
bro.
of this life is victims don't win. Victims
Yeah.
never win. Victims are always looking for help. When
Mhm.
you say you're a victim, it's like you saying you're a patient, you're a sick person. Like
Right.
when you go into a hospital, right? You're a patient, you're a victim. So
Mhm.
you need help. You need someone to help you. You need someone to treat you and help you.
Yeah.
But when you don't think like that, when you see yourself as, no, I'm not a victim.
I'm not a
I
victim.
understand
What
I
you
was
talking about?
victimized. No,
Mhm.
listen, when you
But
see
that doesn't
yourself as,
make me a victim.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Like when the racism and the disrespect and the attack against you,
Mhm.
when you see yourself as someone that's victimized, but you see yourself as a victim, you understand?
Mhm.
See yourself as a victimized, and you say, okay, you know what? I'm gonna fight back. How do I
Mhm.
fight back? I gotta figure a way to win. How do I win? That's the game to play.
Yeah.
You understand? Get busy with the game to play to win. Meaning, what do you control? What do you do? What a, you study the game and then you go after it and play the game and win. You understand? You're competing. Let me tell you something. Some people will tell you that, listen, no, it's not fair because they're ahead of you. Now, fuck that bullshit. It's kind of like you want to run a race, right? Just because the guy started ahead of you doesn't mean he's going to win the race.
Exactly.
You know what
That's
I
true.
mean?
That's
They
true.
will tell you that, hey, give up, man, you're a victim
And
because
just
they're
because
ahead
you
of you.
come, and just because a person comes from luxury, that don't make him better than me, bro. Like
Ah,
end of the
fuck
day,
all
bro.
that.
That don't mean nothing, bro. Look, even
Exactly.
look at something like the COVID situation, right? Look at the COVID, right? You see how COVID affected all the rich countries in the world, all the powerful countries, America and UK. People are dropping like flies. But you look at somewhere like Africa, right, which is perceived to be the third world, this weak or and poor and this and that. Like COVID did not even it barely affected Africa, period, bro. So we have to start looking in a way like start looking at opportunities like that, like stop looking at the glass halfway full, and you get what I'm saying, like.
Yeah. The
There's
thing is this.
opportunity in anything, bro.
Yeah, yeah. So in America, like there's like 40 million black Americans. That's a lot of that's a huge number right there.
Hmm.
40 million people started to become successful. Damn, that's a threat, man. That's the biggest threat. But what they will tell you is they will tell you that you can't become successful. No, you're a victim. They started to remind you of when you were a victim so you can start thinking like a victim. You
Yeah,
understand? Yeah, you were a victim back then, of course, obviously, but yo,
victimized.
it doesn't mean I can't progress. It doesn't mean I have to be a victim. I
Right,
think like a
right.
victim, you have to compete. You understand? White
Hmm.
people practice racism against Asians, the Hispanics, the Africans, the Nigerian immigrant, everybody else. But everybody else are like, okay, that's a motivation for me. Let me tell you my own personal story. I came to America when I was a teenager. But before I came to America, right? In Nigeria, when I was in school, I used to be a lazy student. I used to sit in the back of the class. I used to sit in the back of the class, not paying attention. Just lazy, I'm telling you. I used to score low. But when I came to America, and they start telling me that, I started realizing they're telling me I went to one of the most racist school. I was in like racist environment. It was saying blacks are dumb, blacks are stupid. And my dad told me, listen, these guys are lying. Go prove to them that you're not racist. I mean, sorry, you're not dumb. You're not black and dumb. And I began to work harder just to like before I knew it, I started scoring more grade. I started scoring more better grade than the white kids. And I rub it in the face like, yo, fuck you, man. Listen, look at my
Hmm.
grade, you dumbass. You know,
Yeah,
you gotta go fight. That's the way you fight.
yeah.
You fight
Hmm.
by challenging the game. You understand? Like, doing for yourself.
Yeah.
Not by sitting back and just admitting that you're a victim and oh, I'm defeated and it's up to you to give me, you know, make me. The white guys are not gonna make you, man. They want to be on top. They don't want you to overtake them. But when you listen to this old generation black man like Carl Genesis and all these old people, they want to tell you, it make me cry because I want my black American youth to win, man.
Facts.
You know
Thank
what
you,
I'm
bro.
saying?
That's a
Some people
fact.
accuse me of hating black Americans. No,
Oh,
there's
but
no
no,
way
I
I'll hate
never
my
got,
people, man.
bro. As much as I listen to you, bro, I never got that from you at all. Like
Yeah,
you keeping it in a
exactly. I
hundred.
don't hate.
Like you keeping it in a hundred. You're not sugarcoating shit. You're not hiding it and try to, you know what I mean? Tend to our emotions and shit like that. No, you keep it in a hundred. That's what we need, bro. That's what all black people need to keep that shit a hundred. That's it. All
My
that
beef
faking
is my
around.
beef. My beef is the old generation. I with youth. I love the young ones. Every day I wake up, I see beautiful black American girl,
Hmm.
beautiful black American boys. I'm like, yo, I want these kids, man,
Yeah,
to be better than the
same.
white boys when they grow up. You know what I'm saying? That's what I
Facts.
see. And every time I try to envision them being there, I see these old guys trying to derail their destiny. And that shit pissed me off.
Hmm.
Like,
Yeah,
you
bro.
stop telling these kids they're victim. Tell them to go
Yo,
fight, go compete against these white boys, and you know what I'm saying? Go conquer them. Compete
yo,
against the Chinese and the Hispanics.
do you listen to Candace Owens?
Yeah, she talks. I don't agree with 100%. I'll be honest with you,
Mm,
because she seems to like want to be the talking point for the Republican Party.
Republican
I
Party,
don't agree
yeah.
with that. I disagree with that at all.
Yeah,
You
but a
know what
lot
I'm
of her
saying?
talking points, I'm not gonna lie, I agree with it. Like as far as
A lot of talking point,
her
yeah, she's speaking
conservative
facts
views,
to the community. Yeah.
yeah, her conservative views, I 100% rock with. You know what I mean?
Yeah. She speaks facts to the community, but she seems to like on the other end, like
She has a
starting
white
like
husband too. That's the only thing that kind of threw me off. Like, damn, you got a white husband. Like,
no, I
yeah,
mean I don't care who's anybody
yeah,
marries.
but
I'm not
majority of
against
your
that.
audience, majority of your audience is like white and
Yeah.
all of this. Like, you know what I'm saying? I
Yeah,
don't know.
she's a little bit she kind of goes a little bit like, oh, I'm
Like
taking
Ben
side between
Shapiro.
black
She's
and
like a
white.
yeah.
You understand? Like she's kind of like I'm taking side between black and white, like I'm taking the white people's side and things like that, which I'm against. I'm not interested in taking side between this whole race division shit. You know what I'm saying? I'm more taking side between right and wrong. You know,
Mm-hmm.
which she does take side between right and wrong, but
She does.
on the other side, she wanna kind of like, oh, okay, it's a black white issue going on in America. I'm gonna take it. I'm gonna take the white side, which I disagree. She could have just stick with, okay, I'm taking side between right and wrong. You know,
Mm-hmm. I
but
think
she,
she does that for the most part, though. I ain't
yeah,
gonna
for the
lie. I
most
think she
part,
does
yeah,
for
yeah,
the most
like I said,
part.
90%. She's more into right and wrong. Like, okay,
Because like just the problem with African Americans is like our problem is it's a cultural problem that we just gotta get that shit straight, and that's why I don't really fight too much against like Pan Africanists and even me like I have I agree with a lot of Pan African views as far as like returning to motherland and stuff like that. Like I agree with that. You know what I'm saying? Because I feel like America, the culture is just so toxic. It's like you just want to get away sometimes. You just want to leave out of here, bro. You know what I mean? Like
yeah, it's very toxic, especially this generation.
very toxic.
See, the thing is this, like,
And it's
what I was
getting
trying to
worse.
say,
And
young
I feel
people
like it's
is,
getting worse and worse. And then combine that with what's happening as far as globally with the wars. And, we were just talking about how Russia and America is eventually going to end in nuclear warfare. So what the fuck African Americans we gonna stay here and get and fight for America, fight for this place, America that we consider to be this racist country and doing this down the third to us, and we're gonna fight for them. That don't even make sense, bro. You get what I'm saying? So that's why I understand a lot of Pan Africans that want to migrate. They want to repatriate back to Africa. I agree with that, bro. I don't fight
yeah,
against them.
I think what people should not do in terms when it comes to this whole Pan African thing, Pan
Hmm.
Africanism thing is people should not follow individuals. Like
Yeah,
someone's telling you this is what you should do.
yeah,
Someone's telling you I'm a Pan African, this is what you should do. Follow me. No, don't follow
yeah,
anybody. What you should
hmm
do is figure what's good for you,
hmm
trying to figure it for yourself, and you can draw inspiration from individuals, right?
yeah,
No matter
yeah,
what it is,
hmm
and let's just say that pick a mentor wisely, right?
hmm
Be wise in picking information from individuals, but don't commit yourself with individuals.
Don't put your
There are a
eggs
lot of people,
in all in one basket.
yeah, there are individuals that will tell you that they will disguise themselves. They will say, I'm a Pan Africanist. Oh, follow me. This is what you should do. This is what you should do. This is what we should do. Nah, don't follow. Don't follow a man. Listen to a man
Exactly.
and figure out what you want to draw from them. There's always positive you can draw from anybody. That's why I say there's a sense out of every nonsense. There's a sense out of every nonsense, right? A guy can be talking a bunch of rubbish, but you can pick sense out of it, you know.
Hmm.
Don't commit yourself to individuals. Because a lot of people out here call themselves Pan Africanists, but they're really not. They just individual. They have the individual agendas,
True.
and they claim to be Pan Africans. And if you start aligning behind it, you're gonna be led astray.
Hmm.
Don't commit yourself to a man, to anybody.
Yeah.
You know, commit figure of principles and commit yourself to principles. That's what I can
Right.
say.
Exactly. Hell yeah. Exactly. That's a fact.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy, especially in the West. Like a lot of young people, man, they got too many like people just leading them astray. And you know, I try to help a lot of young people, man. Like, listen, you got to
Bro, you
figure it
got
out.
to, bro. It's critical, bro. That's what I'm saying. Like that's why I kind of understand Pan Africans, the ones that want to repatriate to Africa, the ones that's putting in the work and that's actually learning the language, learning the culture, and that really have that drive to learn. about Africa. You know what I mean? And it's something that you just don't. It don't happen overnight. It's something that you kind of. It kind of just got to be in you from the beginning, bro. Like you know what I mean? Like it has to be in you from the beginning to really have that drive for
This is
Africa.
what I can say. This is what I can say.
But
Like,
it's like when you look at America right now, bro, it's just so much. It's so much. It's just so much craziness, bro. Like you live here, so you understand what I'm saying. Like it's just so much ideologies, so much, like you said, so much people steering you the wrong way. You got FBA here, ADOS here. You got conservative this, liberals that, LGBTQ this. You know what I'm saying? It's just the music, the culture is toxic. You got it's just so much happening right now. It's just sickening. It's
this is my
toxic.
best advice. This is my best advice. Don't follow. Don't follow.
Hmm.
Don't follow what you're saying. Don't follow what you is
No, I
presented to.
don't. No, I don't. I don't even have
Like,
social media, honestly, like that.
yeah,
I
I
don't even
get
have
it. I
social
get it.
media, bro.
You
Facebook,
can
Twitter,
you can.
TikTok, none of that
Mhm.
shit, bro.
When
None
you
of those.
when you presenting all this information, all these media and all these things,
Hmm.
just view it and see it as information.
Hmm.
However, what's important is to focus on what is good character. Cultivate good character, right? Figure just see the information as just illusion, right?
Mm.
The true reality is to figure what is the good character. If you have a good
Mm.
character, right,
Yeah,
no matter where you go in this planet,
it take you a long way. That's a fact.
people will
That's a fact.
respect you.
Hmm.
Forget
Hmm.
I don't care how much African culture you learn or how much culture or other society
Yeah.
you learn.
Hmm.
Even if you learn their culture, if you don't have good character, they're
Good
still not going to
character. That's
respect you.
true. That's true.
You can come to my line where I come from in Yoruba
Honestly,
land.
good character, even good character can transcend language. It can transcend language barriers. You get what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
I noticed that because I traveled to like Mexico and to like you know what I mean different places or whatever, and like I was able to like connect with the people like easily. Like you know what I'm saying, it was easy with me. I
The way you
the
present
way I
yourself in
present
a very
myself
good
with
way.
respect,
Let me say
respect
something.
and
Like when
you
people
know.
say, like you said earlier, like, oh, you have to learn a language and things like that. No, you don't
Hmm.
have to be honest. Let's say you and I go to where I'm from in Yoruba land, right?
Hmm.
You and I land in a place, and you come with a very good attitude, right? Good character, and you don't speak a language, and I show up with a bad character, and I speak a language. Guess who
Hmm.
they're gonna side with? You.
Hmm.
They're gonna be like,
Yeah.
that man is a beautiful man because he speaks, he presents himself in a very good way. So character is the goal. The language thing is just, it doesn't matter. I'm telling you.
Yeah.
Language is just a tool for communication. That's what it is.
Hmm.
You don't have to learn any African language. Just have a good attitude, have a good character, know what you want in life, and do it
Hmm.
within the ambit of the rule of law. Don't break
Yeah.
the law. Just
Right.
go anywhere in the world. People will respect you. Like, that guy's a good guy. They will
Yeah.
talk about you like, when he came, it was so nice. Oh, when he came, it was so positive. When he
Hmm.
came, he respected the women, he respected everybody, and people are gonna respect you.
Yeah. That's
They're
yeah.
gonna
You're
respect
right.
you better than the next guy next to them that's speaking their own language. This always jackass. They're gonna be like, man, I like this black American guy and this idiot is over here. It's so stupid. No one cares about where they learn language or culture.
Hmm.
What they care about is how you present yourself.
Hmm.
That's what it is.
Yeah. That's true. That's true. Yeah, you're right. Hmm.
Yeah, it's so simple. Like in America, like the youth can easily overtake and just do great. But unfortunately, we have a lot of elders. They just leading this youth astray, man. With this victim mentality. Oh, you're a victim, man. Oh, you're enslaved. You come on, man. I don't understand what happened in the past, but come on, the present day youth, man, we're not the one that went through it, man. They have the future to work on. You know, that will be their future. Stop telling them they're a victim. Tell them to compete.
Yeah, you're right.
I want to
Yeah.
see. I want to see. I want to see. This is what I want to see in the next 20 years. I want to see the when I say ADOS or FVA, I'm talking about not because I like the group. I'm not talking about the group, the FBA or ADOS group. I'm talking about the children that are descendant of the people that were enslaved in America. I want to see them to be the most successful group in the United States above the immigrants and the immigrants. Even talk about my own group. I'm a Nigerian American, right? I want to see the Black American youth group be the most successful ahead of the Nigerians and the Chinese, the Vietnamese, the whites. You understand?
Yeah.
Because you got a number, you're like 40 million. I want to see you guys be the ones to be the most successful, running everything, dude. And you can do it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I know we can. Yeah.
That's what I want to see. I don't want to see these looking up to some immigrant that came in. Those of us just came in not too long ago. I don't want to see that shit. I want to see y'all running shit, man. If I want to see Nigeria running shit, I want to see them running Nigeria, not America, dude. I'm
Right.
like I don't want my kids to be running America. I teach my kids my culture, and I tell them, listen, I I want you to grow up going run Nigeria, dude. I know you're American citizen. I don't give a shit. I'm not interested in you become an American president. I want to see you become Nigerian president. I want to see you run Nigeria. I'm not interested in you running America. I'm not interested in this. Come on. You know, that's what I want to see. I want to see the Black American youth become the greatest Americans, not the Chinese and the Vietnamese and the Mexicans. And I don't want to see that shit, man. You know?
Yeah, I think we definitely have potential, but I feel like it's gonna have to get a lot worse before it gets better because like just to see how the climate is right now and the direction where we're heading culturally and academically and it's just not good. You know, America, not even just a black people. I'm not even just talking about black, just America in general, bro. Like you know what I mean? But like earlier when you first got here, we were sitting here talking about, oh, America is the best and Britain is the best. Like like what? Like we're pretty much fighting over like our slave masters, our colonizers. Like what? Like nah, I don't care for that, honestly. But as far as like America, even like 20 years from now, bro, I feel like the next election is gonna be crazy, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like
Yeah.
the political climate in America is toxic. You having shootings, school shootings. It's crazy, man. It's just crazy, bro. I think the next election is just gonna be crazy, bro. It's gonna be crazy. You seen what happened in the last election? People are rioting. People are destroying. You know, it was just crazy, man. And then this next one that's coming up, it's gonna. I feel like it's gonna be worse than the last one, and it's gonna keep getting worse. I
Yeah,
feel like
you gotta
America.
say
I
America.
feel like America. I feel like America's overall. I feel like America's declining as an empire. This American idea, this American empire. I feel like it's collapsing. It's on a sharp decline, bro. And you can see it in the culture.
Yeah, culturally, yeah, it is declining a lot. Like,
You have all this stuff, and I'm watching the news and all of this LGBT. They're teaching the kids, little children, LGBTQ stuff, and you know what I mean, gender friendly bathrooms between boys and girls. Like this is crazy, man. It's just decadence at its finest, man. And then, I don't know if you noticed, like all the other empires before, it always started with decadence. It always started with like some type of decadence situation where
yeah,
the
yeah,
culture was
historically, yeah, that's
declining,
a fact.
and
Yeah,
then
that's
the empire ended up collapsing. You know what I mean? It falls apart, and that's what's happening in America, bro. Look how it was built. It was built on genocide, slavery, deception. You know all of this stuff, and it's fizzling out the same. It's gonna fizzle out the same way. That's why I
yeah,
say.
yeah.
That's
I
why.
agree
That's
with you. I
why
agree with you on that.
a lot of people. That's why a lot of these Pan Africans they're looking towards their ancestral motherland. They're looking towards Africa. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
yeah.
You know these things
I
are in
agree with you. I agree with you.
a lot of these things are in the Bible in the Book of Revelations too. They talk about how in the days of in the days of apocalypse, people are going to be running back to their ancestral lands and to their homes and stuff like that. People are going to be scared. It's not gonna end good, bro. It's not gonna end good. I don't. You see, you said 20 years. I don't honestly. I don't. 20 years from now, I feel like it's gonna be hectic.
I agree with you. I agree with you.
Mm,
Like the way it's looking, I mean,
it's not
it's
looking
not looking
promising at
super
all.
good.
No.
Yeah, it's not looking very good. Yeah, culturally, like right now, culturally, me, I've left America culturally. I'm only here economically, to be honest.
Hmm.
I abandoned America culturally, and
So,
like
but do you
I
but do
don't
you see
do.
but do you see why a lot of people, like a lot of African Americans, is trying to reach back to Africa? Do you understand why people are doing that?
Yeah. I see why a lot people are like people that got it, they get it like wow over here, like goddamn, like this culturally is just gone. And I have to look somewhere else.
Hmm.
I definitely see. But economically, like, yeah, I'll just say economically it's still good.
It's still
But
good, yeah.
culturally, I can see why people are looking somewhere else.
Hmm.
I agree with that. There's no question about that. So, you know, but the thing is, people just have to, um, I don't know how to put it, but people needs to,
Maintain.
yeah, just educate yourself.
Mhm. Yeah,
Like you said,
educate
like
yourself,
every empire
maintain.
had a fell, man. They went through the same scenario. Like
Hmm.
they started off being confused, trying
Hmm.
to, create going against the rule of nature. You know,
Craziness.
yeah,
Craziness.
crazy.
I
Yeah,
was listening to Candace Owens earlier today, and she was talking about this video with this girl. She was talking. It's a rap video. I don't even know the girl's name. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't really be tapped into the music like that, especially like hip hop. Like I'll listen to it here and there, but I don't really be tapped in like that. I'm more or less listening to like reggae, Afro beats. I'm a piano and stuff like that. You know, maybe gospel or something like that. I don't know. But this girl, she's made a song about abortion, and she's twerking in front of the parent um, parent parenthood center and all of that. It was just, I'm like, that is just, it's crazy. You listen to these LGBTQ talking about how men can have babies and all this craziness is just crazy, man. It's just it's just bare confusion, man.
the thing is,
All type of stuff.
they're trying to push their culture and ideology all over the world.
Yeah. But they using black Americans as the tool to do that. That's what motherfuckers don't
They
understand. Like
exact they
they
use
using us as a tool to reach to our own people, our own black brothers and sisters
they're
in
doing
other
it. They're doing
continents.
it. Yeah,
That's
yeah,
a
I agree with
fact,
you on
bro.
that.
That's a fact, bro.
They
I'll
use
never
it.
shy away from saying that, bro. Like I don't care how many FBA 80 us wanna argue with me, bro. Like it's the fact, bro. Like I'm not gonna sugarcoat shit, bro. I'm not gonna sugarcoat it, but that's what it is.
They're doing
Period.
it. They're doing it. They're doing it
Because
heavily in
they understand
Nigeria.
they understand that we like America is like the epicenter of culture, right? Which is it's starting to dwindle and it's starting to go back to Africa. You know what I'm saying? It's starting to go back to Africa. I don't know if you're noticing that now with Afro beats and all this music and the culture and stuff. It's starting to go back to Africa. You get what I'm saying? But America is this epicenter of culture for the free world, quote unquote. And America's supposed to be the leader of the free world. You know what I'm saying? And then you look at African Americans, we supposed to symbolize the black people, the struggle of black people, globally. You know what I'm saying? That's why a lot of people from Africa, even people from Australia and shit like that, they can identify with us. You know what I'm saying? And they know that, and they tapping into that. They using us. They didn't tap in and what's the word I'm looking for? Like they not interjected, but what's the word I'm looking for? Like they just manipulated our culture into the way where they can use it as a tool for them. You know what I mean? To
Yeah, the thing
to
is,
destroy us culturally, to destroy black people culturally and spiritually around the world, really around the world.
yeah, they've been doing it on the continent. Like they trying to like use the Western, especially they trying to use the Black American thing.
And I'm not even trying to hate on my own people. And I'm not saying like,
Yeah,
oh, all we do is produce bad stuff. No, but with the media, who controls the media, they're only going to promote
yeah, they
the
promote this
negative.
negative stuff. Yeah,
They promote the negative stuff. They don't
yeah,
promote the
negative. Yeah,
positive stuff. And I was watching this interaction between this African American dude. He's a gun owner, a legal gun owner. I'm a legal gun owner too. And I was watching this video earlier about him. He had an interaction with the police, and it went fine. It went perfectly fine. Like they were both respectful to each other, but they don't promote that. You know what I'm saying? They don't show that out in the open. You get what I'm saying? And it's just like it's just wow. You know what I mean? It's just like wow. But
Yeah, I mean, I think people just got to become conscious and understand that hey, you have to be smart.
media
Whatever
tricks,
you
yeah,
consume.
Asiatic lion, media tricks, bro. That's
Like
that.
for example, like in the 1800 when um the colonialists, the Westerners wanted to bastardize the African culture and tradition because they find
Hmm.
it to be something that was getting in their way. They had to bring people from the West, people from the
Hmm.
plantation in the Caribbean and the United States, bring it to Africa and use their race,
Hmm.
to let's say, leverage to convince the Africans to listen to them and convince them to start emulating the Western ways.
Hmm.
So they were bringing people like names like Samuel Ajayi Crowder, people like Samuel Johnson, so many of them from the West.
Hmm.
When to tell the
James
Africans
Brown.
that, yeah, to tell the Africans that their
Like, look, these are your
ways
brothers. These are your brothers
backward.
right here. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. And then many Africans fell for it. Our grandfathers and them, they all fell for it. And today, the Africans suffering for it. And then when we have someone like Kala Genesis trying to come to Africa, and we're trying to get our way back to where we were, who we were.
Hmm.
And there are, traditional ways and
Hmm.
the way we relate with nature and how nature instruct us how to behave and things like that. Yeah, come on, people like Kala Genesis telling me, oh, you want to come back and make us westernized again. I'm
No.
like, are you crazy?
No, to me, right? To me, because you know how they say, the West is the first world, and like, Africa and the Caribbean and all that's the third world. But to me, that's the true first world, and this is the third world. You get what I'm saying? Because when you look in the West, everything's so fake. You know what I mean? Everything's genetically modified. The food it has so much hormones pumped into it. You know what I'm saying? We don't. A lot of Americans they're so spoiled and just Westerners in general, not just Americans, but Westerners in general. They so spoiled. They don't know how to, do things, hands on. You know what I mean? But in Africa, they have that. You know what I'm saying? They still, they might have been cut off, economically in a way, but they still are more in touch with nature. They're more in touch with that side of the things, bro. So to me, that's what the world is about. That's what how God intended us human beings to live. So to me, this is the true first world, not sitting. You know what I'm saying? Um, all this technology advance and all of this stuff like that. Like they don't it don't really it's kind of destroying human beings in a way. Like if you ask me, like you have even today, right? You have families that they can't even sit in a dinner table together without somebody flipping out a phone and stuff like that. Like they don't even talk to each other no more, bro. Nobody talks. Like families don't even talk to each other at the dinner table. They don't. There's so much technology, so much distractions and stuff like that. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like, do you get what I'm coming from?
Yeah, yeah, I get it. Even these so-called technological equipments, right? If you
Mm-hmm.
look at what how they acquiring the materials to make it, they are. If you go look at the environments where they are drilling the minerals to make this technological advancement,
Most of it's
they're
in Congo.
killing. They're killing the planets.
Yeah.
They're
Mm-hmm.
killing the planets. Even a
Ecosystem.
lot of them are made from industries. Like we're talking about global warming and global destructions.
Mm-hmm.
These industrial factories, they're warming the earth. They're just destroying the
Yeah.
environment. They're drilling and just they're literally bleeding the planets. They're destroying the
Mm-hmm.
planets just to enjoy luxury.
Mm-hmm. That's true.
You know, I mean, luxury is good, but to some extent, but they're going to the extreme.
But not at the detriment to the planet and to the ecosystem that we have to we
Exactly
all
the
have to
use.
we all have to live on it.
We
We
have
all
to
have to
live on
live
it.
on this planet.
Exactly. Just to make billions, and I'm
It
like,
should be we,
what is
we should
this?
be finding a if anything we should be finding a balance to we can balance technology and the luxuries,
The
but
balance,
still hold
exactly.
on to the nature aspect and to take care of Mama Earth, bro. You get what I'm saying? We have to live it. Our future generation have to be able to survive. It's like the old generation, they don't think about the future. They just doing stuff and drilling these holes into the earth and all of this. Actually, like you're saying, you're not really thinking about the future. We have to. Our children have to live on this earth that we creating right now. So you know,
Hmm.
it's crazy.
Hmm.
But it's
Well,
like
I mean, yeah, that's life, man.
we
That's
gotta
life.
put our two feet forward, man, and just keep trotting. And like you say, continue to push love and respect towards one another, and to have hold on to principles and values, and good character. The best thing you can really do in this day and age with all this confusion and all
See,
this
I'll tell you something.
craziness.
Like, Africa, many of it's not all part of Africa. Some part of Africa, we have a history goes back to the beginning of creation.
Hmm.
And we have the knowledge of the beginning. Like they say, that the roots is the source. The beginning is also the end. So
Hmm.
in our own knowledge from the beginning, the people that were here before the rest of us were our deities.
Hmm.
Our deities on the continent. And they were ruling the continent. They were controlling the planets. And before they left, they handed the control over to us, the people.
Hmm.
And they gave us a lot of instructions and rules and regulations. And part of it, and most part of it is to be fair. So many laws, that were handed to us, that goes beyond the laws you get from the Quran or the Bible and all this crap,
That's where
I don't,
The Quran and the Bible get their knowledge from Africa. If you ask me
exactly.
personally.
They give you this sort of knowledge and stuff. So
Hmm.
how to interact and how to be fair and the rules. And they tell you, listen, you've violated rule against a fellow man or against nature, you're gonna pay for it.
Hmm.
And we used to follow these rules, man. I don't know, we lost our ways where today people go scamming each other, people betraying each other,
Hmm.
men betraying women, men betraying women, women betraying men.
Hmm.
I don't know how we got to this point. So we lost this knowledge. In the African tradition, betrayal is evil. You understand?
Yeah.
A woman betraying a man or a man betraying a woman is something that you're gonna pay a price for it. But today we don't even know that.
The
You
young
know?
betraying the elders. That too is
Yeah, respecting elders. There's so many like structural rules in place. We've lost it.
hmm
When the Europeans came to Africa and they interacted with Africans, they were like, for the first time, right? They were like, yo, this is heaven.
hmm
People used to like in the African marketplace, if you want to buy products, you see what the owner of the product will leave the product on the markets and go away. And you will see it, and the owner will actually place the price on the products, right? And tell you what, let's say for example, you want to sell your iPhone, right?
Yeah.
And you go to the marketplace, all you got to do is put it on the floor, put a price on it, and walk away. And whoever wants to buy it will put their money on the
That's how
platter.
that's how we supposed. That's real community love right there, man. That's
I'm
real
telling you, that's how we
trust.
were living.
That's how it's supposed to be, man.
And the
That's
person
crazy.
will put the money on it, take the product and leave. And you will come and like, oh, okay, the person has paid. And you take the money. That's how we're living in Africa.
Hmm.
Europeans came and like, man, come on, man. This is some they started to tell you that, man, this is not freedom.
Yeah, but listen, even before the Europeans came and the Arabs came, we had to fall some way somehow. Like we must have felt like African people, we must have felt some way somehow before that because we couldn't just like disintegrate this way, like fall this Africa couldn't just fall just by the West and Arabs and all of that. Like it just couldn't have been just that, bro. We were already divided before that, right? we had kingdoms
No,
rising
yeah,
king.
yeah,
But
yeah. We
listen,
were
you had
divided.
kingdoms rising
No, no.
against kingdoms. You had even like you have somebody like Kaiser, right? He prides himself for being from the Wanga tribe. They sold slaves, and they sold people from other tribes and nations and kingdoms and stuff like that. So there was some division even before the Europeans and the Arabs came. Fair to say?
Yeah, I agree with you with that. Like on that. Sorry. The kingdoms, yeah. When kingdoms are created, for example, I'll give you an example where I'm from. Like when the kingdoms were created, right?
Mm-hmm.
The deities created kingdoms and give them rules, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, okay, this is this kingdom, this is that kingdom, this is this and that, and give them rules. And you're gonna dispute, just like in a family, right? Let's say your mom had 3 kids.
Mm-hmm.
It's gonna tell you, okay, you're all my kids, right? You are Jason, you are Kelvin, you are John. Now, 3 of you are 3 different human beings, right?
Mm-hmm.
You have personalities, these are the rules. There's gonna be dispute among them, right? It's
Yeah.
human nature.
True.
And
Yeah. Yeah.
at the end of the day,
Like
whoever,
inheritance and stuff, like dispute about inheritance, like that type
yeah,
of dispute, right?
exactly. No, no. It may be like, okay, John violated rules. They're going to family rules, right? John
Mm-hmm.
break the rules. If you read there's this book called The Heart of War by I forgot his name was the author. That's in knowledge. Is this in
Mm-hmm.
Africa? They say a kingdom that go to war unjustly will always lose. If you go
Mm-hmm.
study the history of Africa, that kingdom went to war unjustly, always lose. It's
Mm-hmm.
just a fact. It never changed.
Mm-hmm.
So humans are going to be humans. You understand? So, and human behavior and things like that lead to their
Yeah.
demise.
Mm-hmm.
So those are
Greed,
general human
greed, jealousy.
exactly. And
Mm-hmm.
then in most, all they don't tell you is back in those days, right, in African kingdoms, many of the kingdoms didn't have the concept of prison, right?
Mm-hmm.
So people that commit crimes, like let's say someone that rape a child, or someone that rape a woman, or someone that commit murder, those
They
kind of
get cut
people,
off.
they used to send into exile. Kick yeah,
Mm-hmm.
exactly. So those
Yeah, so you
people
get cut off. You just pretty much get cut off from the community, pretty much, right?
exactly cut off from the community and things like that. So those kind of problems arises, you know. So nature already designed a system where, and nature designed something where they got to be problem for you to, they got to be chaos for you to appreciate order. There has to be war for you to appreciate peace.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
There has to be hard times for you to appreciate good times.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
Yeah, that's true.
so that's what you had going on in the continent. You know, but the way the Westerners describe it, or people describe it as like Africa, everybody was just it was all
It was
disaster over there.
primitive. It was primitive, and they were swinging on trees and shit like that. Like what? That's a
But it
lie,
wasn't
bro.
the case. That wasn't the
That's a fucking
case.
lie, bro.
That wasn't the case. Even to today, you go there, majority of the population, they're happy, just happy, dancing, doing festivals, and doing, going through the, just happy. But then this other area you go where you find people that are just like going through stress.
Mm-hmm.
That's how the universe is designed. Even when you go to the animal kingdom, you find the same thing. You find animals within the animal family. They're all united. Maybe a pride of lions or a herd of buffaloes or whatever.
Yeah,
You find the ones that are
wildebeest.
going through something, but the majority of them you find them just living according to the survival and happiness of the herd.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So that's what nature. That's how nature. That's how things is described. You know.
Yeah, even
So
poverty, like poverty is like it's like a state of mind. You know what I mean? Like it's a
exactly.
state of mind because even I just look at my own life, right? When I was growing up, we grew up like humbly. You know what I'm saying? Like we didn't have everything we wanted. We grew up poor. You know what I'm saying? But we grew up together, and we were like as a kid, I was happy as fuck growing up. You know what I'm saying? Like even when we was poor, like we was happy. Like we had each other, my brother and sister. Like we had each other. Like we all laid in the same bed. We all ate together and prayed
Exactly.
together.
Hmm.
We didn't know about poverty. We didn't know that we were poor. We just knew that, you know what I'm saying, we had each other. You know what I'm saying? So
Survivor. Just like I
survival,
said,
yeah.
the two things guaranteed is the day you're born and the day you're gonna die.
That's a
You
fact.
know the day you know you were born at one point, and you know one day you're gonna just gonna die.
Right.
So between those times, it's how you perform. That's what it matters. Hmm. But
Yeah.
anyway, let me get off, man. Let me get off. I got something to do in the morning.
Yeah, I have the weekends off anyway, so I'm just, but it was good talking to you, my brother. I listen to you all the time, and I agree with you for the most part. Everything you say, I'm always sticking up for you in the comment section, agreeing with you. So it was an honor talking to you. All right.
Oh, definitely, man. Definitely. Thanks a lot, man. Yeah, I appreciate. I
Much
appreciate
respect.
it.
Good night, brother.
All right. Yeah.